solved in recent times.
Yeah. Alakeshna, a very, very good afternoon, and wish you a happy Environment Day.
Yeah, same to you. Thank you for inviting me.
A pleasure. Pleasure is ours, sir.
Putting me in the elite company that you have assembled. I think I was stunned. I was stunned.
No.
You roping in Mr. Gadkari, who is from Maharashtra, is a added icing on the cake.
Yes, and he has done quite a bit in the last few days. Whatever announcement the government has made, it's all for our industry. And
he was there in our CIS session also.
Yes, I know. And last couple of announcements were really, I would say, a real boost for the domestic steel industry, both in terms of allocation. I mean, broadening the scope of MSME, as well as the announcements which our FM also made. All these are going to carry Indian steel forward. And you, as primary, I would say, expert in the field of construction segment, especially in housing, you have a lot to take from all of these.
The only thing is that the consumption should grow.
Yeah, that's where we need to work on. That's where we need to work on to increase our per capita consumption. Sajan Jindal, in an interview, told me once, the problem with our country is people in India do not know how to use steel.
Yeah, exactly. And my presentation also will cover, because it is 8 minutes. Yesterday I was in another exclusive webinar where people interacted with me for around 1.5 hours. There we talked about digitization and the new normal, but I cannot speak that today. But I'll speak of how to integrate the various, all the steel are viewed as a commodity. That is one aspect which is probably pulling it down. So you'll have to use steel as a more of an end product. And I'll show you certain.
Yeah, moving out of, years ago, there was this managing director of Tata Steel who was very close to me, Mr. Muthuraman.
Yeah, he's a big man.
He was very close to me, and we used to have discussions on industry over a period of time. And he used to tell me that Tata Steel always plans to move out of the commodity cycle. That's what the plan.
Tata Steel and Zaman Steel both have now handhold together for the last 3 years to develop all the steel required across the portfolio for the construction segment. And one of the key drivers are Mr. Narendran himself.
Yeah.
So that is he will speak. So
he's also a man who came from right from long product marketing segment. So he's aware of the day-to-day developments in the market.
Yes.
And also,
so we had a construction meet in Dubai last year. So that was a great show. So where he pulled in a lot of people from all across. So we are all there. So it is good. Good to see steel being in the flavor. Otherwise, people talk about technology sectors, softwares, and all those things. Automotive, steel is the least spoken about. It is good to see you doing great things.
Yeah, Mr. Cristiano Castagnona is also. Mr. Castagnona, can you hear me? Cristiano, can you hear me? I think he's muted or
I guess,
he's muted or is yet to.
No, his audio is yet to connect.
Okay, so his audio is not connected. Who else? Subrata, I am audible, right?
Audible, but my video is not connected.
You have to switch on your video. You can do it on your own. Just click on the right side. There is an option.
Now it has come, I think.
Yeah, now it's fine.
Can you still reach it? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely fine. Yeah. So, Mr. Bhatia, let me. I think your mic is muted.
Yes, I've unmuted this one.
Okay. Now, ThyssenKrupp, I would say, is a pioneer in India primarily because no one else thought of electrical steel before ThyssenKrupp did in India. So, in that context, if you could just put in a few words on the journey of Thyssen, right from Raymond Steel to ThyssenKrupp, and the integration process. If you could just speak a few words, and also ThyssenKrupp in Germany, the headquarters, how they look at ThyssenKrupp India.
Sure. try to mention. But I also like to cover other aspects around digitalization and some new technologies.
Right. So I think we have another half an hour to go, but gradually let the panelists join. Cristiano is. Hi, Cristiano. How are you?
Fine, fine. Hello.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely clear and audible.
Very good.
You are in Luxembourg, right?
No, I'm in Italy. In Italy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, you're in Italy. Which place in Italy?
Genoa. Genoa.
Genoa. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Let me welcome you on the World Environment Day. Today is 5th of June, the World Environment Day. So greetings on the World Environment Day to you. Let us all talk green. I suppose you will also be talking green.
Yes, I will talk green.
Great. The only thing is I want a green jacket today. I forgot.
Yes, but in Italy, the green has also a political meaning, so we cannot go around in the dressed in green.
Yeah, then you become a part of the Green Party.
Yes, not only.
Yeah. Okay, let me welcome Mr. Wim van Kerven. If I spell your name wrongly, please correct me.
Well, you can. It's simple. Just say Mr. Wim. It's fine.
Mr. Wim, yeah. Okay, once again, Mr. Wim, wish you also a very happy World Environment Day. And I'm sure you will also bring a lot of green with you today.
Sure.
In any case, I just began by saying that steel is the most green product that we see today. I mean, it is a green product, it is the most recyclable product. And, the kind of expenses which the steel industry makes in keeping the world green is also amazing. So that is one thing we'll have during the course of the discussion today. And ArcelorMittal throughout the world is committed to sustainable steelmaking, where environment management has been always a key issue, and the top management has always stressed on that. And moreover, with pressures from European Union and all that, we have to go think on those lines. We have to think of spending more on.
And we have, especially in Europe, we have developed already a lot of pilots. We have a lot of ideas to do this. Of course, what the steel making, for instance, at AMNS in Hazira is also quite green due to the DRI production we are doing there, and which basically has a much better footprint than the blast furnace route.
Yeah. You are based in Belgium, right?
I'm Belgian, yes.
Okay. But
I'm based in Mumbai as soon as the lockdown is over. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you'll become an Indian very soon.
Exactly. I was already there for many months, but it didn't work out with the visa yet. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think these issues will be sorted out very soon. And as the Civil Aviation Minister also pointed out, the flights around international flights will start perhaps either end June or early July. And as you can see, my son, who is very close to your country, he is there in Magdeburg in Germany. He's doing his, the person you can see on the top hand right, he's my son.
Nice to meet you.
Hello.
I have not seen him since last December. That too, I met him during a conference in Dubai, where he came across in the Middle East Iron and Steel Conference in Dubai last December. So I have not seen him for the last 6 months, though we all keep talking every day in the virtual world. So I'm looking forward to my next visit to Europe whenever the flight permits. Let us all hope. Hi, Sankalp. Can you unmute yourself, Sankalp? Sankalp? Can you hear me? Ankit, can you ask Sankalp to unmute himself?
Yes.
And Vijay Sharma?
I've
Vijay
sent
Sharma?
you the unmute request.
Yeah, Vijay Sharma ji, भी आप थोड़ा unmute कर लीजिए. आप अपना माइक को अनम्यूट कर लीजिए। ओह ग्रेट। शर्मा जी नमस्कार। आपको ये वर्ल्ड एनवायरनमेंट डे, पर्यावरण दिवस का शुभकामनाएं, एंड वेलकम टू द वेबिनार टुडे which is on.
Thank you. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Thank you, Sharma ji. And today is in India, you know, is also auspicious day because today is Jagannath Snan Yatra. It's Purnima, full moon. So it's an auspicious day for us Indians as well. And welcome on this very special auspicious day for our discussion, which is primarily going to focus on three aspects. One is raw materials, the other is technology, and the third is market. So these are the three issues we are going to talk about. To talk about technology, we have experts right from SMS to Paul Worth, Danelli, and to talk about Industry 4.0, Mr. Vivek Bhatia will do a part of it, and I suppose also SMS digital CEO, Mr. Bernard Stinkin, will have a lot to talk about on those. Yeah, has Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay joined? Mr. Bandyopadhyay, I think is yet to join. 3:40, so another 20 minutes. So let's say another. Sankalp, can you unmute yourself, please? Okay, great.
Yeah, I've unmuted myself. There's an echo, so that's why I've, unless I'm speaking, I've just kept on mute.
Yeah, you can reduce your volume if you want to, because I just wanted to share a few thoughts, because you are the one who are going to take an external view and give us an external approach of what steel industry's way forward is, because all of us look at it from within the industry. You have the bird's eye view of the entire both the macro and the micro aspects of what it is going to be like. Moreover, you have the analyst view where you analyze what is wrong and what is right. So once again, Sankalp, a warm welcome on the World Environment Day, and it's great that you have joined us to give us an analyst approach. A few words from your end.
Thank you,
please.
Nitin.
A few words on how you.
Sure. So, yeah, I will speak about precisely 5 things in my allotted time. One really, of course, is the big question on everybody's mind on where we see domestic consumption and demand for FY21 and maybe FY22, because those are the 2 years which are most important. And things are indeed very different from when I spoke at this conference in November of 2019.
Yeah,
I'll talk a little bit about exports and imports. Yeah, absolutely, in Kolkata.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll talk about exports, prices, margins, what have some of the players done, and most importantly, what can some companies do to survive and thrive in these challenging times.
Right. With that, let me welcome Mr. Bernard Stinkin. Mr. Stinkin, could you please unmute your microphone so that I can wish you a very happy World Environment Day. Mr. Bernard Stinkin is the CEO of SMS Digital. So he will be talking about what we needed most, which is primarily to talk about Industry 4.0, to talk about how artificial intelligence, how digitization is going to move our life forward in this new normal era. In fact, we look at days where the blast furnace operator could, instead of sitting in the pulpit, he could be sitting in his drawing room and calling the shots. So that's what we are looking at in the days to come. And a very warm welcome to you. I hope everything is fine in Dusseldorf and things are moving better.
Yeah, so also welcome from my side. Thank you for this nice introduction word. So actually situation here in Germany is getting slightly better. So people are coming back to offices, but we are still in this uncertain situation, and it's causing trouble worldwide. So actually the situation is not solved here in Germany at all, but it's getting slightly better. So shops are opening. But of course, it's heavily affecting our industry, and it will be not solved within the next month. So we are expecting a downturn for the next month or even the next years to come. But as you mentioned, we strongly believe in what we are doing, and actually our digital business is dramatically growing at the moment, because also what we see in the steel industry, there's a mind shift change, etc. Also the topic you mentioned, like remote pulpit, etc. So remote access to equipment, etc., is dramatically increasing at the moment, and our business is going beside of course the equipment business much better at the moment. So we are growing at the moment dramatically, and this is also what I will share within my presentation. And I'm very happy to join this excellent conference.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stinkin. I think Ravi is also in. Can we have Ravi in, please? Ravi, great. Oh, Ravi, you've got excellent background of, is it just outside the plant?
Yeah, this is of Sul.
Yeah, Sul. Well, Mr. Stinkin, let me just introduce Mr. Ravi Singh. He is the CEO of Sul in Bahrain. I think you met him also during our Middle East Iron and Steel Conference in Dubai in December. He was there. He also presented a paper there. I don't know if you met him there. And of course, I know I was busy with you sharing the beer. So, and Ravi missed that evening. So Ravi, welcome once again. Wish you a very happy World Environment Day. And I'm sure you will also have suggestions of how we could move forward in the new normal era with what Mr. Stinkin will be primarily talking about, which is digitization, Industry 4.0, AI and all that. So it will be really something which we all need today. That's the way forward. That's the new normal.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Mr. Sanjay Jairam, welcome.
Good afternoon, Nirmala. How are you?
I'm good. All well in JSW?
Everything is fine. Getting back to normal. It's not all good now, but things will get back to normal soon.
Yes, we are pretty sure. And as you told me the other day, we don't have to depend on exports anymore. We'll have enough of domestic demand coming up in the next couple of months. And as they say, once the festive season is on, everything will be hunky-dory. At least during the festive season, we'll have enough of substantial domestic demand. If a few words you could add on the market front.
Yeah, the markets, of course, domestic markets are tight, and they have been tight for the last 1.5 years, and tighter in the last 3-4 months ever since the pandemic has hit us. And so while the plants have all come back to near normal operational capacity, in the last 2-3 months, our export volumes have gone up. But as a company, we don't do exports only because domestic is suffering, but we export. We are one of the largest exporters of steel in India, and we have been exporting to more than 100 countries, in the last 15-20 years. So it's just that we have found some new opportunities in the export markets now. But domestic India is still driven largely by domestic demand. More than 80, 85, 90% of the steel is still consumed in domestic markets. And I personally believe that starting Q2 or the beginning of Q3, things should start looking up, because there is going to be a lot of fill-up in the construction and the infrastructure sector. Automotive will take a little time to revive, but construction and infrastructure consumes for more than 60% of the total steel. And I think with money infusion also happening and with public sentiments going up, I think things should start looking up post the second quarter of FY21.
Yeah,
so I think all of us are very hopeful about that. We're keeping our fingers crossed.
Thank you, Mr. Jairam. With that, I'll move to Mr. Vijay Sharma. Sharma ji, if you could just unmute yourself and just give us a brief of what's happening in the stainless steel segment. We still know that the stainless steel basic demand is still in the kitchen segment to a large extent. So moving out of the kitchen segment, what else has stainless steel thought of in terms of?
Nirmala, let me clarify first. Yes, kitchen segment is very important, but we must take pride in saying that in India, kitchen segment might be around 35%, but Indian capability is right up to the nuclear. So that means balance 65%. You name the product, Indian industry is capable of doing that. And whether it is process industry, I mean, whether it is right from the point blanks to precision strips. In fact, Indian manufacturing is the highest and the biggest manufacturer of razor blade steel, which is, in fact, Indian stainless steel perhaps touches most of us in our daily lives in the morning. I'm talking about the men who shave. So let's not relate Indian stainless steel industry only with the kitchen. But yes, it is a very, very typical environment in Indian stainless steel industry. So kitchen plays a very, very vital role. Perhaps I might be the only one who will be talking about stainless steel in this August gathering, and so varied and so relevant subjects. So the challenge to me will be a little more. How do I position just 3% by volume stainless steel as compared to the huge carbon steel business in the world? But yes, stainless steel in terms of value, it is about 10 to 15% depending on the mix. So I will be sharing the global perspective, Indian perspective. Specifically, I'm very concerned about the MSME because even before this new definition of MSME, about 40 to 50% of the downstream industries who really cater to the end user demand in terms of converting our stainless steel into the end products. So, and I will be talking about it during my those 8 allotted minutes. So MSME is primarily related to certain challenges: challenge of labor, challenge of scale, challenge of automation, challenge of finance. So to have that Atmanirbhar vision, and also to cater to the space perhaps getting created by the alleged role of China in today's situation, the MSME is the area which needs a big hand holding. I'm very pleased to note that the gathering includes specialists on IR 4.0. So I will have a very, very special request on behalf of Indian stainless steel industry and MSMEs being a very, very major downstream partners of ours to help us in taking this MSME capabilities of automation and other things to the next level. So I think stainless perspective of India, everybody in the world is always very curious because it is the fastest growing. And since like stainless or steel, these are related with the GDP. So other than this temporary setback, which I am not really much worried. Yes, from health perspective, it's a matter of worried. But like my friend Sanjay also said, I am also upbeat that perhaps by September or so, the things will be normal. The only challenge is the uncertainty related with, because on one side, the economy is limping back to the normalcy. On the other side, the COVID numbers are also increasing. So I will be sharing all those things, so challenges, opportunities, and government's role, and what as an industry we should do, and global perspective. Those will be my areas while I get into those 8 minutes.
May I now welcome Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay. Sabyasachi, are you there?
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly. And thanks for waking up at 5 in the morning, or maybe a little before that, to get to a conference, which is not a very happy thing to do. You know, going what is happening around in Minneapolis and the trouble that you are going through. Our solidarity, the entire Indians are in solidarity with whatever happened. We condemn the incident, and I'm sure you're gradually getting back to normal in most cities. With that, if you, Sabyasachi, let me once again wish you a very happy World Environment Day. And for the benefit of everyone, Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay is the CTO of Big River Steel in Arkansas, USA. And if Mr. Chimken, you can hear me, you should be proud that he is here because he is one of your biggest customers. And the entire plant of Big River Steel, if I'm not mistaken, was built by SMS.
Hi, Bernard.
Hi, Sami.
How are you?
Yeah, excellent, excellent.
Great to see you here on this platform.
Yeah, same applies to you. So
yeah,
good to have you here, and good morning also from my side.
Yeah, good morning from my side as well to everybody, and probably good afternoon in India. So so hi everyone, and nice to see many of the faces that I used to know about 2.5 years back, and used to meet up from time to time. But anyway, it's virtually a meeting, and it's a pleasure to be back here. And in Malia, always a pleasure to be invited and be part of your sessions. It's always enthralling, and you make it very informative with a lot of participants across the domain, and wise discussions and good input. So I'm glad to be here, and in any shape or form, if I can contribute to the journey, I would, by all means, I would do that.
Great, so much, Ajita. And let me once again repeat that today, whatever Bernard is going to talk about is something which is very close to your heart and my heart. You know, he's going to, that's a subject which actually you covered during the last webinar. You touched a couple of points, which is the way forward, which is the new normal. And that challenging circumstances which we have to walk through for maybe for quite a long time, that solution provider are friends like Bernard, who would be giving us the solutions to move forward from there.
Yeah, thankfully, we have had so far good partners, particularly in SMS. And in fact, Bernard and many within SMS also requested me to pitch in for some of the things that they were doing, they have been doing. And I was happy to contribute to that as well. And so far, you know, we have done a lot of things, but still a lot to do left. And it's not an easy task because keeping in mind the regular business demands, and on top of investing in such a time-intensive and people-intensive tasks with a lean manpower like ours is always a challenge. So it's extremely important to have good partners in this process, and we are happy to have SMS as one of our major service providers in this journey.
Okay, thank you so much, Ajita. With that, there is a question which is there from the audience. I am Mr. Pawan Tiwari from JT Steel Tube Private Limited. I would like to know, can we export our stainless steel tube to those countries where China is exporting? If yes, then how, and if not, why? So I request Mr. Sharma to take that question.
Actually, he has asked this question, which is a very integral part of what I'm going to say, even at the cost of repetition. You see, it's a very, very difficult situation when we try to compare China and try to compete with China. Everybody in the world knows the way the Chinese business works. And just to give you a short glimpse, today there are 26 trade remedial measures which are ongoing in various stainless steel products, including welded pipe and tube. And out of these 26, more than 60% are post 2018. When I say 2018, it has got the importance of Section 232 of USA. And out of these 26, in more than 70% of cases, China is appearing. So the way that China business works, whether non-WTO compliant support and subsidies or surplus irresponsible capacity. So in fact, it is not only stainless welded pipes and tubes. Any product in the world perhaps is not capable of competing with China, whether it is toys, whether it is crackers, anything around us. But yes, I have a very experience of about 20 years of exports of stainless steel products. I have found that the way the Indian manufacturers behave, it is much different. In fact, Jindal Stainless is strategically, while domestic is a passion, exports is a strategy. Jindal Stainless is strategically exporting about 18 to 20% consistently to various economies in the world. And more than 50% of this goes into the advanced economies in Europe, and that to the North European countries like Germany and France, and also the North America. So Indian products, from the quality, from the behavior, from the way we get adopted to the buying behavior of the customers, we are better than many other countries. But yes, if you try to compete with China, I think that it will be wrong positioning of the product. So we have to be selective, because you see, in India, the competitiveness is not related with the competitiveness of the companies. The challenge is the competitiveness of the country per se. If I take only two elements of cost of capital and the logistics cost, we are uncompetitive at 10 to 12% only because of these two. So welded tube is a good market, but importing while competing with China, I will be a little wary about.
Okay, with that, I would I would request any other panelists which have joined us. Yeah, okay, Mr. Deroles. Mr. Deroles, can you hear me? You have to unmute yourself, Mr. Deroles. Can you hear me?
And can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, Mr. Deroles. I can.
Excellent.
You are clear. You are clear. Yeah,
Very
can we
good.
have your video? Ankit, can you put on Mr. Deroles's video, please?
Yeah, I have sent him a request.
Yeah, he has to put his camera on.
Yeah, his video is on.
Okay.
Hi, this is Rohit Sadaka from India Ratings.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Can you hear me?
Rohit. Yeah, Rohit, welcome. I can hear you
Yeah,
clearly.
thanks. Yeah,
Yes.
good evening.
Okay. Rohit, Mukesh Kumar ji has also joined. Mukesh Kumar ji, can you hear me?
Yeah, good afternoon, Mukherjee. I can hear you.
Thank you, Dr. Mukesh Kumar. First, let me come to Mr. Deroles. Mr. Deroles, quite a few of your, I would say, customers, including whom you can see, Mr. Vijay Sharma, who's director of Jindal Stainless. And we just had a question from the stainless steel segment as well. So maybe if you could just show us the way forward, how Novocell could help in the days to come with your films, which will help the Indian stainless steel and the flat steel market to move forward.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. I mean, our film basically protects the quality of your product. I think it's important for India industry to be of a very good quality, and therefore, if you are protected properly, there will be no scratches and no problem on your surfaces. So the film usually adds value and reduces cost into the steel industry. So 50% of our sales around the world are made in the steel market, and half of it in the stainless steel and the other half in aluminum and pre-painted or pre-coated metal. So every industry that wants to claim the value-added scale usually use protective film. So we are well positioned with with this industry, and in particular in India. In the years to come, we are going to invest in India first by putting in place a service center to make a better service, and maybe some production in the years after. So I think my message is quality is key, is also key for export. And India being one of the biggest country in the world with a booming industry, you will see consumption of protective film going up in the years to come. And I believe we are ready to tackle this challenge because we have just invested 20 million euro in a new equipment specialized for stainless steel.
Thank you, Mr. Deroles. I think someone else in the panel has joined right now. Who has joined? Oh, Sanket has joined. Where is it? Mrs. Oh, Dr. Mukesh Kumar is there. May I request Dr. Mukesh Kumar to put in a few words and just introduce what Steel Research and Technology Mission of India is, and what SRTMI could do to move the industry forward in the new normal.
Good afternoon to everyone. And I'm Dr. Mukesh, from Director of Steel Research Technology Mission of India. Actually, this body was created by Ministry of Steel under its National Steel Policy 2017. to spearhead R&D in iron and steel sector in India. Because if you see in India till now, this R&D was limited to mainly various producers. There was not any centralized body in India. So the government thought, why don't we bring all the industries, government, and R&D institutions at one platform so that whatever research is needed, that can be done through a coordinated approach. We know that we are going to increase our steel demand is increasing, and in next 1 decade, our demand is going to be almost 3 times. Although we are predicting that it will be around 255 million ton per year by 2030, but that whatever data is coming, it is showing that we may cross even 255 also. So India till now was a technology follower country. We were not giving much focus on the technology development. And that's why starting from mineral dressing to the steel production, quality steel production, everywhere we were looking for some expert support from outside. So once we are going such a big way in steel production, so there is an urgent necessity that technology induced growth is adopted. And at this moment, you cannot avoid this technology intervention in every part of our operations. So just to bring that focus, we feel that by technology intervention, we will be in a position to minimize our capital cost. We will be minimize our operating cost. We may be in a position to address the issue of greenhouse gas emissions, as well as other efficiencies we can improve so that we can be at par with our other peers across the globe. So with this mission, this SRTMI has been created, and I am very, very hopeful in time to come, we will see a big change because we have to go slightly in a different direction than what we were following till now. Thanks. Thanks, Mukherjee.
Thank you, Dr. Mukesh Kumar. I think Mr. V.R. Sharma is already waiting for us. Okay, Andrin has come in. Mr. V.R. Sharma, Ankit, has Mr. V.R. Sharma moved in?
No, I cannot see him yet. If anyone from the panel is stuck in the attendee section, you can use the raise hand option and I will promote you to the panel. But Mr. Sharma is not in the attendee section as well.
So he is maybe trying to log in.
Yeah.
So till such time, unfortunately, I don't know what will happen to SAIL chairman because he has not logged in so far. And as you know, there was a sad incident where a few of the employees in Ispat Bhavan in Lodi Road, the SAIL headquarters, were affected with COVID-19, and the entire building was blocked for 2 days. It was under sealed. It was sealed for 2 days, and presently the SAIL chairman is under quarantine from home. So I don't know whether he'll be able to, and it happened day before yesterday. Though yesterday he was a little better.
I strongly believe that he should be in a position to join because yesterday we shared a webinar. So he was, despite of whatever we heard, he was as strong as ever. So I hope that he joins also.
Yeah, he exchanged a few things with me yesterday, and he's absolutely fine otherwise, because he's totally asymptomatic and he has no problems. Otherwise, he's absolutely fine, and he exchanged pleasantries with me on WhatsApp yesterday. So, I wished him a very quick recovery. He's fine. He's absolutely fine physically. There's no problem with him. Only thing is because he has to coordinate a lot of things, so he might take a little longer to join. That's all. Otherwise, he is absolutely in good health. He's fine, and our prayers are all with him, with the entire SAIL collective, so that whoever is there in SAIL, we wish them a very quick recovery, and we sincerely hope everything gets back to normal, even in with the people who are affected with COVID. They get back to office very soon. With that, may I move to see if Mr. V.R. Sharma has joined?
Mr. V.R. Sharma has not yet joined. I cannot see him in the attendees or panel.
Yeah.
And Mr. Rath won't be able to join today.
Okay, wow, that's because the Honorable Minister has called for a meeting right now.
Yeah.
So he has to attend the minister's meeting. That's why he had to drop out. And unfortunately, all the board members have to join the meeting. So we can't get anyone else in his place. Okay, Dr. PK Jain, can you hear me? Dr. PK Jain, can you unmute yourself? Dr. Jain?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Jain, I can hear you. Perfect.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Jain Saab, and wish you a very happy World Environment Day.
Yeah, same to you, sir.
And you are sitting in Nagpur, the heart of India, and all of us know the best oranges in the country come from Nagpur, and now is the time for us to have oranges to increase our basic herd immunity. So we need a lot of vitamin C, which the oranges of Nagpur will give us. And I'm sure with your expert knowledge on the mining sector, Dr. PK Jain is the Chief Mineral Economist from Indian Bureau of Mines, which is under administrative control of the Ministry of Mines, Government of India. So I request Mr. Jain to just share a few minutes. And Ankit,
thank you very much, sir. And hello.
Dr. Jain, please go ahead.
Yeah. So, sir, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share my view. I too am very happy and excited that when the COVID is going on, this webinar has been arranged, and a lot of talk is there. What will be the flow of the raw material, particularly related to the steel and other industries. So, as far as the flow of the data is concerned with the Indian Bureau of Mines, though there is some issues are there, because after the March onwards, little bit there is some smooth sailing of the data is not there, but a part of it, we're able to estimate and project the figures. So whatever we see that as far as the supply of the raw material is concerned, there will not be a much issue in the future. Only little bit there is some streamline of the things should be there. So in that prospects, I feel like that's whatever the discussion we are going to have today in this webinar, it is going to be a very good outcomes, and really it will be a thought processing for all of us.
Thank you, Dr. Jain. I'm sure you'll be covering all that during your presentation on the mining scenario in India and the raw material scenario. I just received a WhatsApp message from Chairman Sale, which says, Dear Nirmalia ji, as the Honorable Minister has kept a meeting of all CMDs of steel central public sector enterprises at 4:30 p.m. today, regret that may not be able to participate in the webinar scheduled at 4 p.m. We'll miss the discussion. Wish you all the success for today, as we did on 15th May. Best regards, Anil Chaudhary. So the minister today, Honorable Minister of Steel, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, has called for a meeting for all central public sector enterprises, which means all the government companies which are a part of the Ministry of Steel. That includes MOIL, SAIL, RINL, it includes MECON. So MECON CMD will also not be able to join. So all these public sector enterprises which are a part of the Ministry of Steel, Government of India, will miss the meeting today because the minister has a meeting, called a meeting of all the heads of all the chiefs of all the all the public sector plants, all the government-owned plants and government-owned steel companies, which are under Ministry of Steel. That also includes NMDC and so on and so forth. You know, the 8 companies which are there. So having said that, I'll now get started with the program, because I was waiting all this while for Chairman Sale to join, but he has sent a WhatsApp message saying that he will not be able to join, though I have. Okay. Mr. V.R. Sharma, I believe, is
Mr. V.R. Sharma, if you're in the attendee section, can you use the raise hand option so I can promote you to the panel?
Yeah, please promote V.R. Sharma sir to the panel.
I think he hasn't joined yet.
Okay, he hasn't joined. Okay, Andrin, can you, can I? Yeah,
yes,
can
I can hear you.
Yeah,
good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Mukherjee, hello.
I'm well. Good, good. Let me wish you a happy World Environment Day, and I hope things are fine at Leoben, Austria.
Yes, in Austria right now things have quite normalized a lot. So right now at present there is not much restrictions on going out and all these things. Some certain norms of social distancing are being kept on, but otherwise things are more or less running normally.
Okay, that's good to hear. And obviously, since it's World Environment Day, and you basically handle recycling,
yes,
which is a part of the green activity. So I think you will talk green also today. A lot of green all around us.
Yes,
So,
that's true. As you know, that in European Union has always tried to promote green technologies, especially in the areas of heavy industry, and steel industry is of course one of that. So that's why today is very, actually when we say that's a particular day, it is something like a token to represent that, okay, we are thinking about that. But however, this green thinking or the zero waste thinking or the minimization of pollution and greenhouse emission thinking, this should go for all the days. So every day should be Environment Day in case of industry. But however, there are also points related to the steel industry, which we talk about techno-economical feasibility in case of being an environment-friendly process and delivering the required commodity to everyone in a justified price. So there has to be a fine balance kept between what is environmentally friendly and what is, what should I say, and what can be affordable. So this is something, is an ongoing process, and we know that the world is going through in this way, in a better way. And I believe that our company, Resiren, tries to offer some humble solutions in this way. India, we have also seen new technologies like coal gasification plant that has been made by Mr. Jindal and his team, Mr. V.S. Sharma, which is also very interesting. So these are the things I'm looking for the discussion today and which direction it goes.
thank you, Andrin.
Well,
thank you for a good beginning. I think Mr. V.S. Sharma is yet to join. Oh, I think he said he's joining in 5 minutes.
Okay.
So let's wait for Mr. V.S. Sharma till such time. We have another 4 or 5 minutes. So maybe if there are any questions, because we already have 215 people already in the group. I mean, in the attendee list. So 215 already. So any, Ankit, you can take it forward with a few questions. I'll be back.
Yeah,
and,
so there is a question from the audience. Mr. Ankit Bhagra, do you have a question?
There was a question regarding somebody wanted to know what are the facilities and the package given by the government for the MSME. I just read the question. So perhaps I can try to answer that.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, you see, out of the total 20 lakh crore economic package announced by the government, about 3.75 lakh crore has been dedicated to the MSME sector. And these are basically divided into 6 key areas. The foremost is the biggest chunk, which is 3 lakh crore rupees towards the collateral-free credit, up to 20% outstanding credit, and which has got 4-year tenor and 12 months moratorium. Then there is a 20,000 crore announcement for the insubordinate debts, 50,000 crore equity funding, and the global tender. There's a very interesting one. Below 200 crore has to be only the local ones. And government has committed to pay all the dues within 45 days. And of course, the change in the definition of the MSME sector. But I personally feel, because like I said, that we have a very, very strong partnership base of the downstream industry of MSME. I feel that this initiative effort by the government, somehow it is not getting well understood by the MSMEs, and out of which first M is really a large number and very micro. My request to the gentleman is that please try to catch hold of MSME office near to you, and also the SIDBI, because these things are available. These are big numbers also, these are small numbers also. So better to be in the queue. Government is willing, just get it, please. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma. Do we have any more questions from the audience? If you have any questions, you can raise your hand and I will connect you to the panelists. Any more questions from the attendees? Okay, we have a question from Dr. Arup Kumar Mondal. Mr. Mondal, you can unmute yourself and ask the question. Hello. Okay, I think he's not able to connect. Anyone else from the attendees who would like to ask some questions to the panelists before we begin?
It is audible?
Yes.
My question is, the conventional mineral beneficiation is dry wet method, but due to the water scarcity, we have to think about the dry method of mineral beneficiation. And I want to know, is there any planning for Ministry of Steel or any other authorities to adopt this dry method of mineral beneficiation in India?
I think
anyone from the
Ankit,
panel
can
would
I
like to answer the question?
Can I answer?
Yes.
As far as the dry beneficiation is concerned, Ministry of Steel as well as Ministry of Mines and Ministry of Coal, all are open. But we have some limitations. Like Mongolia and China, they are using dry beneficiation of coal. But there the ash constituent is slightly different. So we have also tried in India, and we are trying also if we can remove ash content from the coal. Similarly, in the manganese ore mines also, we have tried some new methods where by this thing wavelength of the rays, we can differentiate between silica and mineral part. So similarly, like in other technology also, in iron ore beneficiation also, we are trying to see what type of technology we can introduce. And those things are under consideration of all the three ministries. We know that there is a scarcity of the water, and to conserve water, we are encouraging use of dry beneficiation techniques also.
Thank you. Actually, I am a faculty member of National Institute of Technology, Durgapur, and I am working in this regards, and I want to write some projects of Ministry of Steel regarding that. In imprint 2C, I was also submitted, but it was not sanctioned. I plan to submit it in the Ministry of Mines also, because it is a part of Ministry of Mines also regarding that. And I think it is a very burning topics, and we should come forward and do this research in this regard.
So in this regard, I will request you kindly see the website of the Ministry of Steel. There under technical, we are inviting a lot of project proposal for any new innovative approach. And same thing is there with the Ministry of Mines also. In any of the ministry, either with Ministry of Steel or Ministry of Mines, you can submit your proposal for taking up further for any financial grant or anything else. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Now, before we move forward, let me welcome Mr. V.R. Sharma. Mr. V.R. Sharma, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you so much. I can hear you. I'm sorry I got late. I could not join you. Yes,
No
please.
problem. No problem, Sharma Sahab, you are our leader. Had you not been there, we would not have been able to organize this, because you are the first person who came forward other than cell chairman who said that please go ahead with the webinars. And so you are our so-called leader, our real leader. And because of you, we are here. So we want
So
you always.
Thank you for the good words you have spoken. Thank you very much. And my good afternoon to all of my senior colleagues and my friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharma Sahab, and let me wish you a very happy World Environment Day. At the same time, today is a very auspicious day. Today is Snan Yatra of Lord Jagannath. So it's a Purnima on which Lord Jagannath leaves for the Snan Yatra just before the Ratha Yatra. So it's a very auspicious occasion for all of us today. And let me wish you on this auspicious occasion. And a few words from you before we have the national anthem and get started officially. We were waiting for you to join.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So first of all, good afternoon to everybody. The country had been passing through a very, very challenging time. And I'm sure now the good time is ahead. From 8th of this month, most of the cities in the country will be opened. Most of the steel markets are already opened. Mining sector had been doing very well. So all of the mines in Odisha, all of the mines in Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh, they are also working very well. So we are not facing any problem in terms of mineral, be it coal or be it iron ore, everything is available. And today I'm in Angul, I'm seeing there's a good movement of railway rakes from mines to the steel plants and also for the finished goods. So I'm sure the bad time is over and the country is looking up to revive the economy. Rightly said by Prime Minister in the CII meeting a week back, he told that हमको ज़्यादा time नहीं लगेगा economy को revive करने के लिए. So I admit, I accept him, and whatever he has spoken, we have to make it happen. And country has given a lot many things to us. Government has given a lot many support, whatever they can do. And now it is our turn that how can we return to the nation. So all of my industry champions, my friends, and the industry leaders, I urge you, please create an environment of positivity in the country, and let us all produce for the nation. We produce more, we consume more. So the consumption is to be increased. We consume more, we produce more, and let us make our economic system very, very healthy. So there are so many challenges countries facing internationally, but we all are together. We all are there to support nation and to support our companies and steel industry and mining industry as a whole. So thank you once again from my side. After in this particular seminar, whatever the questions and whatever the interactions will take place, we all are there, and I'm sure we are under one umbrella and will address the issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sharma Saab. Thank you so much for the kind words of encouragement once again. And I'm sure with the announcement made over the past few weeks by Government of India, both from the FM and from Nitin Gadkari ji very recently with regard to broadening of MSME sector and the consumption, I'm sure will get a boost with the government expenditure in infrastructure sector moving significantly fast. And as Nitin Gadkari ji will join us today, he will also, I'm sure, have some words of appreciation for the effort which the steel industry is taking to make sure that the infrastructure projects take on a fast track. We have a fast implementation of these projects. And as we know, Nitin Gadkari ji, he's a man of action. And I'm sure the national highways, the crash barriers, all these will boost our consumption to a great extent. And we don't have to really depend on exports in the long term. We are exporting as of now because we need it. We need to use our resources, use our inventory, which was there. But I'm sure very soon this situation will change and the domestic demand will be enough to take care of all this. With that, I'll hand it over to Mr. Ankit Mukherjee to start off with our national anthem. Ankit.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So before we start off, I would request Mr. Amit from Amitech India. I would request him to give some of the guidelines about today's webinar and some of the instructions. Mr. Amit, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Ankit. We at Amitech India feel honored to be technical partner of Steel and Metallurgy. It's a big event today, and we have more than 20 great panelists here with our Honorable Minister Nitin Gadkari as our chief guest. However, great events can become more productive if we adhere to a few guidelines. So I will spare some time for the guidelines here. So basically, we have here each panelist allocation time as 8 minutes, 2 minutes for questions and answer. However, to keep up with the time, we will give a gentle reminder after 7 minutes. All the attendees wish to ask questions to the panelist, you may use the raise hand option and we will take up your questions. However, we will only take 2 questions per panelist. For the panelist, if you wish to present PowerPoint, you may do so via share screen option. And yeah, for the attendees who are facing any issues, technical issues, I would request them to use our live stream via YouTube channel in steelmetallurgy.com. During the session, anyone facing any technical issue can also give me a chat message. I can try to solve the best of my knowledge. And in Zoom, we are now using an upgraded version with the GCM encryption. That's the latest as per the security and data privacy. However, we also adhere to the latest government advisory and try to incorporate Honorable Minister Nitin Gadkari via WebEx session, and we'll try to stream him to this Zoom session. For any updates, will come as he comes online. And finally, we are grateful to all the sponsors supporting this event, and we will display our thanks page and time to time inside this session. Thank you. Thank you all. And we wish you everyone to have a great time ahead. Hope this would be an informative session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amit. That was Mr. Amit from Amitech India, and he is our technical partner for today's webinar. Mr. Amit, I would request you to now play the national anthem, and to everyone in the panel, can we please rise for the national anthem?
हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल नायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Okay, thank you very much. Now, okay. Yeah, so a very warm welcome to all the panelists and attendees who have joined us today. So we will commence with our webinar. So over the past few months, COVID-19 has become a very integral part of our lives, and we cannot really ignore it or cut it off. So our job now is to organize our lives around it, working from home, webinars instead of public gatherings, and general social distancing measures are some of the things that have become the new normal and will continue to be so for quite some time. So every industry must adapt to this new normal. And today, the topic of our webinar is Indian steel industry, raw materials, technology, and markets in the new normal era. Before we begin, I would like to take a moment to thank our sponsors, SAIL, Jindal Steel and Power, JSW Steel, Novacell, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India, SMS Group, and our co-sponsors Paulworth, HNK India, Maxis Motion for making this event possible. Thank you all for your support during these difficult times. I would now like to introduce our panelists for today. I will just share my screen. Okay, is my screen visible?
Yes, Ankit, it's visible now.
Okay. So our chief guest for today is Sri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India. Mr. Anil Kumar Chaudhary, Chairman SAIL, who will not be able to join us today, unfortunately, and Mr. P.K. Rath, Chairman CMD of RINL, who won't be able to join us as well. Then we have Mr. V.R. Sharma, Managing Director and CEO of Jindal Steel and Power Limited. We have Mr. A.K. Agarwal, Director Technical Mecon Limited. Mr. Bernhard Stinken, CEO of SMH Digital. Mr. Vijay Sharma, Business Development and Corporate Affairs, Jindal Stainless. Mr. Wim van Geven, Vice President, ArcelorMittal, Director and Vice President, Operations, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. Mr. Alakesh Roy, Managing Director, Zamil Steel India and General Director, Zamil Steel Vietnam. Mr. Ravi Singh, CEO of Sul Bahrain. Mr. Sanjay Jairam, Executive Vice President, JSW Steel Limited. Mr. Vivek Bhatia, Managing Director and CEO, ThyssenKrupp Industries India. Mr. Alessandro Martinez, Executive Vice President, Danelli Centro Metallics. Mr. Shobhachachi Bandyopadhyay, CTO of Big River Steel USA. Mr. Cristiano Castagnola, Senior Vice President, Ironmaking Polworth. Mr. Laurent Derolas, CEO of Novacell. Dr. P.K. Jain, Chief Mineral Economist, Indian Bureau of Mines, Ministry of Mines, Government of India. Mr. Rohit Sadaka, Director of Indian Ratings and Research, Fitch Group. Mr. Sankalpa Bhattacharya, Partner and Leader, Deal Strategy, PricewaterhouseCoopers India. Dr. Mukesh Kumar, Director, SRTMI. Mr. Shubhrata Mitra, ex-Joint Managing Director, MN Dastur & Co. Limited. And Dr. Anrin Bhattacharya, CEO, Resairon, Austria. Thank you all. And our moderator for today will be my father, Mr. Nirmalya Mukherjee. I would now request him to start the session with his welcome address.
Thank you, Ankit. Thanks for taking the father's responsibility as a son forward. So with that, I'm supposed to formally welcome all of you, though we did an informal welcome. On behalf of the organizer, Steel and Metallurgy, let me warmly welcome all our panelists for today. And the panelists are a very experienced one. We are covering three issues primarily. One is raw material, the other is technology, and the third is markets. So markets, raw material, technology, three issues. We have a balanced panel where we have technology providers, we have a consultant, we have primarily someone who heads marketing at JSW also with us. And we have leaders like Mr. V.R. Sharma, who will cover the entire gamut of all the three subjects. Because I know Mr. Sharma during his first stint when he was Deputy Managing Director of JSPL, then when he was in Abul Khair, and then when he came back as Managing Director. So it's a long association, and we have 2000, I think it was 2015 or 2013, I'm sorry, 2013 when we awarded Dr. V.R. Sharma, Mr. V.R. Sharma with an award for managing the project so well, for his excellence in project management. Today, Angul would not have been there had Mr. V.R. Sharma pushed it through. So it's what you see in Angul today is actually, so to say, a real execution done by Mr. V.R. Sharma himself during his first stint when he was Deputy Managing Director. So that was the time he pushed Angul to make sure that we have the gasification technology in indigenous form for the first time in India on a big scale. And we have a presentation on gasification today as well. So I'm sure that will be covered very well. Let me thank all the other speakers. Only thing is we will miss out on Mr. Anil Kumar Chaudhary and Mr. P.K. Rath and CMD Mecon, because as you know, the Steel Minister, Sri Dharmendra Pradhan, at 4:30, he has called for a meeting of all CEOs of central public sector enterprises. That includes Mecon, RINL, Chairman SAIL, NMDC, all these 8 odd companies which are there under Ministry of Steel. So they're now, right now with Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, our Honorable Steel Minister, addressing issues which perhaps Ministry of Steel must have come up with. And with the last 3 days that the Minister has been addressing various issues, proves that the Minister wants to move the steel industry forward. And that's a very good thing. Though we will miss Cell Chairman, we will miss Mr. P.K. Rath, and we will miss CMD Mekon. These 3 gentlemen, being part of the government-owned companies of Ministry of Steel, will not be with us, unfortunately. But still, my thanks to all 3 of them. And instead of CMD Mekon, we have Director Technical of Mekon replacing the CMD today. With that, I also thank Mr. Vijay Sharma. Though Mr. Vijay Sharma I met only once or twice in Delhi, it's a very, I would say, recent relationship, but it's been very strong. And I'm sure in days to come with Jindal Stainless, we will have more such events for the stainless steel segment, which is not at all a competitor of carbon steel. So it's a wrong notion to think that stainless steel is a competitor of carbon steel. It's not. It complements carbon steel. So let me make it very clear. Stainless steel is a part of the steel family, and it's not a competitor of carbon steel at all. With that, I will also thank Mr. Bernard Stinken, CEO of SMS Digital, a very young CEO, I must say. Perhaps the youngest, one of the youngest CEOs that we have in the SMS group. A very young age to take over as CEO. I met him last year when I interviewed him during the METEC in Düsseldorf last year. Thereafter, we met also in December during the Middle East Iron Steel Conference in Dubai. And today is the 3rd meeting I have with Mr. Stimkin. And I'm sure he will have new directions on issues like Industry 4.0, artificial intelligence, and the way forward in the new normal, which is the age of digitization. I also thank Mr. Wim van Gerwen. He said, call me Mr. Wim. So I call him Mr. Wim. Mr. Wim, I have never met, but a part of his team. Dilip is a very good friend of mine. Mr. Dilip Omen, who's the CEO of ArcelorMittal. Dilip is a very good friend. So thank you, Mr. Wim, for being present with us. Mr. Alokesh Roy, again, he was so kind to even call it during the last storm which Calcutta had, and we were talking on how best this Zamil Steel modern buildings, prefab structures which could take care of such disasters. And I'm sure he will have, since he's also on the board of Zamil Steel Vietnam, he will have a few experiences to share with us. So what is happening in Vietnam and Southeast Asia. And Ravi, once again, a very good friend of mine, has kindly consented to be with us. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Ravi is the CEO of 2 or 3 plants in Middle East, including the one in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia, where the production is around about 1.7 million tons or so. And Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay, again, someone I know for quite some time now. And he is someone to whom I must thank him specially, because someone who has to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to address a webinar needs a special round of thanks from my end. I also thank Mr. Sanjay Jairam, Mr. Vivek Bhatia for joining us, and Mr. Martinez. Mr. Martinez, has he joined? Mr. Alessandro Martinez, he may join us at a later time. So thanks again to Daneli Centro Metallics, Executive Vice President, Mr. Martinez, who will give a presentation today on energy iron. Then Mr. Deroles. Mr. Deroles, I met him sometime last year when he came to India in Delhi. He was there for a stainless steel event, and we had time to exchange ideas, and we decided, and he has also kindly consented to be a sponsor today. My special thanks to Mr. Deroles as well, who is joining us all the way from France. Mr. P.K. Jain, when I went to IBM headquarters a few months ago in Nagpur, I got introduced to Mr. Jain, and since then he's been kind to support us in whatever endeavors we've requested him. In fact, I was getting in touch with him to find out if I could get enough data from the Indian Bureau of Mines, and he has always been very cooperative. Special thanks to him. Dr. Mukesh Kumar, a part of, I would say, a part of my family as well. You know, we have been interacting right from the beginning of when SRTMI started. And Subroto Mitre, what can I say about someone who is so close to your heart? And his post-superannuation, I'm fortunate to have him with me and spending more time for us. In fact, Mr. Subroto Mitra, I have requested him to join our editorial board as the advisor, which he has formally kindly consented. So special thanks to Mr. Subroto Mitra as well. And last but not the least, my younger brother, Andrin, a young entrepreneur who is now running the startup all the way from Leoben, Austria. And I wish him all the best in his future endeavors as well. We are going through a tough time, so we need to give a boost to young entrepreneurs like Andrin. Thank you, Andrin. Having said that, so having welcomed all of us, we now have 247 attendees listening to us, other than on Facebook Live and YouTube Live. So on this webinar itself, 250 odd people are already there. I'm sure many more will join us very soon. With that, I think we'll get started with the program right away. Since Chairman Sale is not with us, Mr. P.K. Rath is not with us, we will begin with the address by Mr. V.R. Sharma, Managing Director and CEO of Jindal Steel and Power Limited. It's always a pleasure to listen to Mr. Sharma. I mean, because besides his vast knowledge, he has a wonderful capability of predicting the future. If you've heard him the last time, and I always follow him on, he's there leading us in our WhatsApp group. He's there on various social media, whenever he talks on social media platforms, on electronic media. I keep following him. Yeah, and a great fan of V.R. Sharma. I'm a great fan of Mr. Vidyaratan Sharma. And I believe he is my leader. He is our leader. He is one of the people who will lead the Indian steel forward. Over to Mr. V.R. Sharma.
Thank you, my friend, and thank you all of my my fellow participants and those who have connected themselves with this particular webinar. The country is passing through a very challenging time, as I told you earlier. Also, now I think there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and we all will be in a position to give an impetus to our business. The MSMEs are well taken care of by government. Lot many plans are unveiled by government. Lot many facilities have been given. Though many of the people, they do not know as to what exactly has been passed on. But I think people, those who are into it, they are starting feeling a pleasurable experience. In large companies like ours, we have got a moratorium on the payments of loans as well as on interest. I mean, that is a great sport, and this is what we were expecting from government. Honorable Prime Minister in the CIA meeting a week back, he told that the coal import is to be stopped or to be disgraced. This is something a very good step, I would say. 250 million ton of coal, this thermal coal we are importing in the country, whereas we are sitting on a coal blocks of more than 350 billion tons. So this is what Honorable Prime Minister also told, and this is how he has also stressed, and also Madam Shrimati Nirmala Sitharaman given a special status to the coal gasification, being a very environmental friendly process. So she declared that she is going to incentivize the coal gasification units. So we have put up this coal gasification plant 8 years back, and we were struggling as to how to run. So intermittently we were running. Sometimes we were getting coal, sometimes not. And there were no coal mines available to us. Honorable Supreme Court had cancelled the coal blocks, and since then we were in trouble. But now Coal India has come forward because their production has increased and they are supplying us coal from the vicinity of Angul. I'm in Angul nowadays and I'm seeing the change. The overall stocks in Coal India and Mahanadi coalfield, they have increased, and there is literally every week there is an auction and the prices are also affordable. So there is a great change, I would say, in the philosophy and in the working of government. And I'm sure that our Honorable Prime Minister as well as the Cabinet Ministers, they are all on to handhold the industry. Initially, we are facing a demand shortage in the country, but that is compensated by exports. So most of the steel mills today, carbon steel mills, they are exporting a substantial quantity as of now. And we had exported 4 lakh ton last month from our company, and now our ratio is 60% exports and 40% domestic. In the month of June, we are aiming 50-50, and from July onwards, it will be reversed. 60% will be domestic and 40% will be exports, and this is how we have planned. And as far as the minerals are there, the availability of the iron ore is in abundance. There is no problem. Then the pellet plants are also working very well because the low-grade iron ore fines, which is 60%, 58%, these fines neither can be used for the blast furnaces, nor it can be used by the sponge iron units, because sponge iron units are taking 5 millimeter to 18 millimeter CLO, and blast furnaces, they use more than 10 millimeter, 10 to 40 millimeter. So these low-grade fines are only worth to produce pellets. So most of the pellet plants are running with full capacity. Of course, the pellets are surplus in the country. We are interested in tying up with the local buyers who can buy the pellets from us on long-term basis, 1-year contract or 2 years contract or something like that. And this is going to be a great business in times to come, because more than I was listening, one of the participants who was asking how to do the beneficiation, the dry beneficiation. So I think the time has come now for the country to go for the beneficiation on each and every mines, not only in one place, but throughout the nation. We have to do the beneficiation so that the iron ore can be utilized to make pellets, and finally pellets to either DRI, sponge iron, or to the blast furnaces. So the time has come now, because more than 60% fines are generated out of a mine, and on an average in India, the lumps are only 20 to 25%, except for few mines where the lump ratio is 40 to 60 lump to iron ore fines. So looking to all these factors, there is a great amount of potential and possibilities for the consulting services, for the equipment suppliers, for the pellet plant suppliers, for the beneficiation plant suppliers, and for the steel plants, of course. India has been traditionally was working on a expansion mode, but unfortunately in the last 17 years, no big plant has come in the country. In 2003, JSP Angul laid the foundation stone, and also with Angul, there were 2 more plants came in India in 2003 to 2007. That is Bhushan Steel and Power, and Bhushan Power and Steel now, which is Bhushan Steel is now part of Tata Steel. And after that, the plant came is Kalinganagar, and that was the last plant came in the country, Kalinganagar mill. After that, there is no plant which is inaugurated by any of the private sector or public sector. So this, as far as my knowledge is concerned, I think in last 17 years, the groundbreaking ceremony for any of the steel plant has not been done in the country. So this is very strange. We have to see that in 17 years, no plant was declared. Only one plant was declared, that was POSCO, which did not come. There was a rumor that L&T is going to put up a steel plant, that did not come. There was a rumor that Vedanta is going to put up a steel plant in Odisha, that did not come. So if you see that the greenfield projects are not coming. So it is a matter of great concern, having more than 350 billion ton of coal and having more than 20 billion ton of iron ore in the country, and we are not putting the steel plants. The government's ambitious plan, which is very much required, and they are correct that we are going to produce 300 million ton in this country. I mean, how and from where this 300 million ton will come? So there are two factors in it. One is we have to see that the existing plants, they do the expansions at brownfield brownfield plant expansions, and wherever it is possible, the policymakers should make the land, the infrastructure, the railway lines, and the possibilities of putting the plants available to the new investors in the country. So the investors can be foreign investors or the local investors, domestic investors. It is one of the same thing, because so far the investments are coming in the country and the plants are coming in the country. That is good for the nation. So how to meet out this demand of 300 million ton is one of the largest and biggest challenge in times to come. And I think by 2030 or 2032, we need more than 300 million ton steel in the country per year. So in my view, there are 5-6 big large steel plants today. They have the possibilities and they have the opportunity to go for the brownfield expansions, and government should support them, like Steel Authority of India, Tata Steel, JSPL, JSW, now ArcelorMittal. They are the plant having more than 3 million ton of capacities, and if they are asked to double their capacity, I think in next 4 to 5 years time, the capacities can be doubled. So then this next category is 1 million ton of steel plants. They are also existing in the country. There are 7 plants. They are having 1 million ton capacity. All these 7 plants should be allowed or should be encouraged to double their capacities with the existing resources, existing land and everything. If they have small furnaces, they can put the big furnace, or they can upgrade themselves. And then after that, there are more than 200 plants with sponge iron units, which are also a backbone of the industry. And we must try that all of these plants should switch over and graduate to coal gasification. Once they come to coal gasification, they will be definitely a part of a bigger volume. So a small DRI plant coupled with the coal gasification having capacity of 0.5, 0.6 million ton DRI plant, that is the future of this country, and not through the rotary or SRN kilns. It should be through the gasification business. So I think with CBM on the anvil, with the coal gasification on the anvil, these kind of plants will be a great beneficiary. So in short, I would like to tell that there is a great future for the nation. There is a great amount of possibilities of bringing investments, FDIs in this country, either through brownfield route or through greenfield route. Greenfield is little difficult, but brownfield is easier. So we have all the possibilities. We have today government will to win and to support the industry. We have the minerals available in the country. We have coal available in the country. Except for coking coal, everything is available. And the substitute to coking coal is the coal gasification. And when we have the coal gasification, we can use the high ash coal to convert into coal gas, that is syngas or synthesis gas, and then finally synthesis gas to DRI, and then finally DRI to steel. This is going to create a big potential for the entire country. So I welcome all of you. Anybody wants to see our gasification plant and DRI plant, please, you are most welcome. On behalf of Mr. Naveen Jindal, our chairman, who is a front runner in technology, and he takes lot many challenging decisions, very bold decision. He has told me personally that, Mr. Sharma, please invite our steel fraternity people to Angul and let them see the plant running. We are running now plant, the DRI plant, which is fed by the syngas. Very, very environmental friendly syngas, which has less than 1 ppm of sulfur. And we recover the sulfur as an element, as a metal, which we sell. So I request all of you, invite all of you, anybody wants to come see our plant, you are most welcome. The doors are open just for the handling purpose and for the facilities. Please write to me and we'll organize everything. So thank you very much once again, and thanks to Ministry of Steel, thanks to Ministry of Transport, thanks to Ministry of Railway, who has supported us to work fully in the COVID time. In last 3 months, 2.5 months to 3 months time, we have done more than 1.5 million ton of 1.7 million ton of production, which is a record in our company, and which is a way forward for the nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sharma Saab. Thank you for your words of encouragement, and also the right path forward, which is no one is going to put up a massive blast furnace today. To prove that point, one of the biggest technology providers for blast furnace is Plowworth, which is, I believe, almost 200-year-old company. They have chosen to speak about energy iron, which is the technology in DRI, rather than speak about the blast furnace, BF, BOF, which was their traditional line of business. So let's put it this way. Now that we have bigger DRI modules available, we can talk of 2 million ton module. And as such, DRI EAF could be the way forward, especially in countries like India, where we have a shortage of real good coking coal. They say the coking coal that we have is of very high ash content. So we either need to blend the coke, or the easier way forward is, of course, to use the DRI EAF route with coal gasification. And that's the way forward. With that, I have a few questions. One question is from Mr. Anirban Datta. What is the future of Hisarna process in global and Indian context as far as iron making is concerned? The second question is from Mr. Ashish Mishra, who asks, Dear Mr. Sharma, good evening. Request to put some light on the coal gasification technology, and is it cost effective? Thank you. I think Mr. Sharma has more or less answered, but just Sharma Saab, if you could just add one more line to the economics.
So the point is very simple. The coal gasification, we have designed this plant based on Lurgi technology. It was Lurgi as a technology supplier, and this was designed on the high ash coal, where we can use coal with 35-37% of ash. Though the coal available in the vicinity of our plants is about 50% of ash, so we have a coal washery, and we wash the coal. So whatever the washery rejects are there, we utilize these washery rejects into power, to making power in our boilers, and balance is utilized in gasification. Then another factor is because the syngas, this has about 3,400 kilocal of the calorific value, and this is passed through a rectisol process where the sulfur is recovered, then ammonia is recovered, then gas oil, phenol. There are some more chemicals like tar, which are very precious in nature, very clean. They are also recovered, and then we sell it into the open market. And coal gasification is also used not in India but in China to produce API. That is active pharmaceutical ingredient, which is required for the medicines, and that is also another use of coal gasification. And we are finding that coal gasification, when we are doing today, less the recoveries, it is very much cost effective if the coal is available at a price which is just a coal mining price and the royalty price. If somebody wants to make a profit in coal, then this may not be workable up to that limit, but still it is better than many other fuels. So since there is no natural gas available in the country, since there is no LPG available, no propane available, all these hydrocarbons are to be imported. That's why God has bestowed us a huge amount of coal reserves, and this is the region that if we convert coal into syngas, that becomes very much workable. Just as a thumb rule, I'm telling you that we are converting we are making DRI today at a price of about 14,000 rupees a ton, And if the economy of scales, they work together, then the cost can come to even 12,000 rupees a ton or maybe a little less. So we are working because cost optimization, the reduction in the overall overall gas, reduction of energy, I mean, that is a part of life. So we are doing day in, day night, but I would say it is very much workable, and this can definitely replace the blast furnaces in times to come. And the another good factor of the DRI produced from this route, that we can maintain carbon in DRI up to 2%. So when you have so much of carbon, then it helps in melting, and the overall power consumption in electric arc furnaces, that reduces significantly. So another big factor which I would like to tell you, that today the time has come that we must discuss one country, one nation, one power tariff. I mean, that we have to struggle for. The entire nation should have one tariff. That means if suppose the power is available from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Kathiawar to Guwahati at just 3 rupees or 3 rupees 50 paisa per kilowatt hour, then we can have electric arc furnaces anywhere and everywhere in the country. So this is what we have to now, the next campaign, I would suggest to the government of India that next campaign should be one country, one tariff. Tamil Nadu is having 12 rupees per kilowatt hour. Maharashtra is having 10 rupees, 12 rupees per kilowatt hour. UP is having 8 rupees per kilowatt hour. Rajasthan have 5 rupees per kilowatt hour per kilowatt hour. Why so much of difference? In China, 4 cents in one location and 4.2 cents in the extreme end of the China. That is per kilowatt hour is the tariff. Germany is one tariff. Canada is one tariff. America is one tariff. France is one tariff. Saudi is one tariff. Everywhere in the world is almost one tariff. It is only in India where the power tariff is varying from 2 rupees 50 paisa to 15 rupees as per the data available on the internet. So there's so much of variation. So I think now, for the best use of the coal available in the country, we must try one country, one tariff, whether it is 4 rupees or it is 3 rupees, or is, because today if the coal is available, then we can produce power at 1 rupee 50 paisa. If the coal mines are available, then the power cost is only 1 rupee. If it is 1 rupee and you take all the expenses, everything, transmission, then you can definitely inject at 2 rupees 20 paisa. And the government should deliver power to the industry at 3 rupees 50 paisa. This is what I suggest. So I think the more calculations can be done. Most of you know that what is the cost of power if the coal is available. So that's all from my side. I think I answered your question.
Thank you, Sharma Sahab. It's absolutely clear now. And I'm happy that you brought up a very pertinent issue with regard to the power tariff imbalance in India. And in the next one of the next webinars, let's bring in the Secretary Coal and Secretary Power to address at least someone at Joint Secretary level to highlight the woes of the steel industry with regard to power tariff and related issues. With that, we'll move on to our next panelist. Thank you, Sharma Sahab. Please, आप बने रहिए हमारे साथ, आप जाइए मत, because we will need your suggestions in between whenever each panelist speaks, and I'm sure you'll have much to contribute to the session. With that, I'll move to Mr. A.K. Agarwal, Director Technical of MECON, because Mr. Atul Bhatt could not join us. So, Director Technical, the next important person in MECON will be highlighting what MECON could do to move our industry forward as one of the biggest consultants in India. So over to you, Mr. Agarwal.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Very good afternoon. Great regard for Mr. V.R. Sharma, and my greetings to all the audiences who will be listening. Just I wanted to say, because Sharma Sahab has said so much about steel industry, but I wanted to just have one difference. And I wanted to say that in the last few years, the country has added a lot of capacities, steel capacities. If you look at Tata, Tata has added a greenfield plant in Kalinganagar of 3 million ton capacity in 2016. And now they are going ahead with adding another 5 million tons. So 8 million tons capacity is coming. If we look at JSW, when JSW has taken over Dolvi, they have converted this from a 3 million ton capacity to 5 million ton by upgrading one blast furnace from almost 2,500 meter cube capacity to around 4,300 capacity. Now, with that, they had increased the capacity of steel making to 5 million tons. And now they are almost through with the 5 to 10 million ton capacities, and which I think in this year or maybe next year, that capacity they will be able to achieve. And in Tornagallu, if you see in JSW, in the last, if we look at the last 10 years, they have gone ahead from 8 million to 11 million. Then they have done some debottlenecking. They reached 12 million tons. And further debottlenecking, where we were also associated, they have gone to 13 million tons. Now they have a proposal now to go ahead up to 18 million tons. And if in the public sector, if you see, the SAIL has taken in the last few years, they have taken one of the biggest modernization expansion plants, by which SAIL has already added almost 9 million tons of capacity. RINL has also done some debottlenecking, and they have also increased their capacity by almost 500,000 tons. And in the greenfield public sector, NMDC, as you all know, NMDC is setting up a 3 million ton steel plant in Nagarnar, which is in advanced stage. We were looking for a commissioning this year itself, but maybe due to COVID disturbance, probably this may be happening in the next year. So what I'm trying to say, that whoever are the large players, everybody has a, and they have been doing, barring in between transitory disturbances. And if you also see, JSW had to set up one greenfield 10 to 12 million ton steel plant near Paradip also. And now ArcelorMittal, after having taken over SR Steel, now they have a plan to set up a steel plant in Paradip. So India has a lot of plan. In fact, we feel that if everything goes well, in the next 4 to 5 years, country will be adding at least 15 to 20 million tons of steel capacity. So this is as far as the steel capacity part is concerned. From the Mecon's perspective, I will give today, the most important part on the technology side. Technology is the key to any industry, and particularly in iron and steel, this technology is extremely important. The reason being, even now also, most of the key technologies we continue to import, and we are paying technology fees, and we are buying a lot of high-tech equipments. And we have done a study, and we have seen that our 30 to 35% of the capital goods in the steel sector, they are still being imported in the country, and that is a very high value. And so government of India has been, because we are part of the Ministry of Steel, and we are working closely with Ministry of Steel and with the government's vision of Make in India and now Atmanirbhar Bharat. Government is trying to see how this capital goods import can be reduced, and India can be more self-reliant, and India can become slowly a manufacturing hub to take up capital goods manufacturing, not only of steel industry, but for all other industries as well. Now in this Atmanirbhar mission, if we see Mecon's contribution, as far as small blast furnaces are concerned, see, we have built up more than 20 small blast furnaces in this country, and where you will find most of the designs, most of the equipments, they have been either designed by us or we have got it manufactured through some manufacturing companies, barring few exceptions like mud gun drilling machines or bellless top, which has been bought from say China. But these machines are also, there are manufacturers here with some hand holding and some kind of developmental efforts. These machines can also be built up and manufactured in India. Mecon has taken the initiative. If you remember earlier, there used to be a lot of Tata Corp small blast furnaces where they had a Glendon design in place of stoves, which used to give a temperature of 650, 700 degrees centigrade, and it had a series of fans to give the blast. We have converted this into a normal blower and a stove, which has greatly increased the productivity of the furnace. It has reduced the coke rate. It has made the blast furnace much more efficient. We have also introduced earlier, sinter was not being charged in small blast furnaces. We have also introduced sinter charging in the blast furnace, which has also brought down the coke rate. We have also introduced PCI, pulverized coal injections, in the blast furnaces. So virtually, if you see in the mini blast furnaces area, small blast furnaces area, Mecon has done virtually everything. And wherever there are some gaps, we are ready to tie up with anybody, and some kind of fund support is required, and we can develop, and we can totally become self-reliant in small blast furnaces. But the unfortunate part is that maybe because of some cost reasons, people still continue to import, source things from China. Cost, I understand cost is a very important aspect, but then initial hand holding requires that even if their cost is a little bit higher, if we really want to make this Make in India campaign successful, then the entire industry has to support this movement. Secondly, if you look at the large blast furnaces, in the large blast furnaces also, first blast furnace of 1250 meter cube we supplied to JSW, which performed so well. Later on, JSW upgraded it. That's a different matter. We are today capable of giving complete furnace design, complete systems up to 4000 meter cube furnace. And but the unfortunate part is that we don't have a reference. Unless and until somebody gives us an opportunities, we will not be able to demonstrate. We have been working with JSW in doing their 5000 meter cube blast furnaces. We are doing all detail engineering, balanced basic engineering, all gaps we are filling up, except some basic engineering coming from the technology know-how suppliers. We can do that. We can certainly do 4000 meter cube furnace. As far as equipment is concerned, there are certain key equipments are there, which maybe probably it will take some time. But in the furnace, if you see, there are like copper steps are there, SG iron steps are there. These are still being imported. Mecon has the capability to design it, get it manufactured, but again, some kind of tie-up, fund support, and handholding is required. And then there should be somebody who will accept this product, give us a chance also. Similarly, TRT, if you see, most of the TRT is being purchased from China, sourced from China. But with our experience, we are in a position to provide TRT. And we can develop this like SAIL, except big blast furnaces in SAIL, most of these other furnaces, they don't have TRT. So there is a huge market. So if we tie up and if we develop together, definitely there is a lot of scope within the country.
Mr. Agarwal,
now besides,
request you to kindly conclude because
yes. I had so many things to say, but then okay, I will conclude quickly. Of late, we are, as you know, that with COVID, there is a lot of emphasis on the digital technology also, and we are also moving in that directions. And recently, we have offered our services for Industry 4.0 in raw material management system in RINL, and we have also offered artificial intelligence based system for improving the universal rail mill productivity in Bhilai SAIL. So we are in fact trying to do in every area of technologies. And what we are basically trying to say is that we have knowledge and we have a design cell. We can take up any kind of design work. We have the capability to import, substitute some spares which we are forced to say import. So all this design work, only thing is what we require is some kind of handling and some kind of support from the industry, whether they are in public sector or private sector, so that we will be able to serve our Make in India initiative in a most befitting manner. This is our things, and that is the reason we are part of MISP policy, where there is a grievance committee and standing committee. Our chairman is a member of that, and we have seen that oil and gas sectors, they are doing a lot of initiatives for indigenizations. Similar things should also be coming here, and the DMISP policy already talks about that we should have a minimum of 50% local content in the manufacturing of capital goods. Now, if these things are being promoted and if these things are religiously adhered to by the industry, definitely it will give a fillip to the Make in India, and it will make us more self-reliant, and consultants like us will be able to give the most valuable service to the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was really a thought-provoking speech from your end. And I know you had many more issues to cover, but unfortunately, time is always running against us. So I have to manage the show within the limited time that we have. With that, there is a small correction in what I mentioned about Paul Wert. Paul Wert is not going to present on Energiron, because Energiron is the domain of Danelli, who are partners for Energiron. So they will talk about Energiron. Paul Wert, Mr. Cristiano Castagnola will talk about Midrex and blast furnace CO2 friendly technology. So Paul Wert is a licensee of Midrex, which is the biggest market share in DRI, and the DRI plant of Angul is also from Midrex. Okay. So with that, let me move on to the next speaker, whom we feel is the most relevant one in today's scenario, Mr. Bernard Stinken, CEO of SMS Digital, because whenever WAFH comes into our mind, whenever we talk about working from home, the first thing which we look at is actually how best the digitalization is going to help us in our way forward. May I take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Bernard Stinken, the young CEO of SMS Digital, who will take us through this young technology for our future.
Yeah, so thank you very much for these very nice introductory words. Can someone allow me to share my screen, because I've prepared some slides which I would like to share with you as well?
Yes, I think you can share your screen directly if you click on the share screen option.
Oh, I suppose you can share it also.
Yeah.
Oh no, but it's okay. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, so yeah, once again, thank you for these nice words. Yeah, actually, we are really focusing on how to master the new normal, because for me, it's from my perspective, not only based, of course, on COVID-19, it's more a long-term scenario, so which is so shown here. So overall, we see, yeah, tremendous global trends we summarize as the new normal. So, of course, the global overcapacities are well known to all of us, fluctuating prices. Also, trade conflicts are getting more and more into, or getting more and more serious, as well as, of course, stricter environmental regulations. So this is what we summarize at the overall new normal. And there are many industry challenges. So especially our clients and your clients are asking, of course, for more of everything. So shorter supply chain times, higher functionality, smaller lot sizes, etc. So the industry is getting more and more challenging, so to all of us. And then, of course, we have these extraordinary effects like COVID-19, where we are in now. So, and we strongly believe this is, and we all know it's affecting us at the moment heavily. So we see at least at short term a shrinking demand, reduced plant utilization, and what we had here, especially also in Europe, lockdowns, etc. So it's really affecting us. And especially from my perspective, I believe that this is not a one-time scenario. So we need to prepare it also in future for these kind of scenarios. Yeah, so I would like to introduce SMS Digital once again to you. So the company is pretty new to the market. So it was founded in 2016 when I took over. And as you mentioned, I'm a very young guy. So I took over a company with 12 employees. Now we are already 2 years later, more than 300 employees. And we are growing very, very aggressive at the moment. And here within this plenary session, I see many, many friends. So many of our partners and customers are part of this plenary session. This shows me really that we are all on the right way, because we strongly believe that digital solutions are the key to success, to be more productive in future. And also regarding our global setup, we have a presence, or we have 2 offices in India already. So one in Delhi, one in Pune. And we have a big partnership network. So we are cooperating with companies like Void or Noodle AI, an AI specialist with 300 data scientist experts, or big companies like AWS, Microsoft, or the Redis for energy management. And what are we offering? We are offering digital products, but not only products, also we are offering customized solution development. So based on the use cases and challenges and bottlenecks we have identified on site. And of course, we are offering our IIoT platform and consulting for services with a strong focus on the digital transformation in the steel industry. But what is so special about our approach is that we as SMS Group, we are well known in the steel industry. We have a lot of domain expertise, but what we are doing is really we are combining digital expertise with 150 years of metallurgical know-how. So 80% of our employees are data scientists, web developers, etc., and 20% of them are process experts. And this is what you see here. So especially from my perspective, many people are talking about AI and about advanced analytics, etc. But for me, the focus is really, it must be successful. It must have an impact on the business. So, and what we are doing, we are merging with our approach theory-based models, empirical and heuristical models, as well as data-driven models, because we have all knowledge disciplines in-house, and we are making AI cost-efficient and successful. So this is especially what we are claiming and what we are doing by joining these 3 disciplines. And our big vision is, of course, a learning steel plant, which is well known to the market. But it's really the focus and the core of the learning steel plant. This is the assets, because we are running heavy assets. We are producing, or we are managing complex processes. And with our predictive asset health approach, we are able to stabilize and predict machine failures, and also to keep the process sufficient running. Because if the process is not sufficient and not stable, you will never be able to go and manage your product quality. Because if you don't have the right machine availability, so actually there we are claiming a machine availability up to 79% or more. And if you have your process and if you have your assets under control, you will be able to minimize your downgrade scrap rates to less than 2%. And this is what we are claiming with our approach. And then, of course, if you have your assets under control, if you have your quality under control, you can do proper production planning. And this is what we are joining in our learning steel plant. So we have solutions available for all different disciplines. So our overall approach is really to go into predictive planning. So to do the planning based on the equipment availability, based on the quality, because at the end, there's just one target we all have. We need to, or we want to satisfy our customers, and our customers are expecting the right quality in time. And this is what we are managing with our approach. And now we are focusing and we are entering a new business field of predictive energy management. There we are working with a Brazilian company which has developed the Viridis energy platform. And this platform is very, very powerful because they are already managing, and we together are managing energy consumptions in the amount of the total energy consumption of the Netherlands. So it's really a market-proven solution, and very special about our solution is that we are joining shop floor energy management as well as contractual energy management. But the biggest key to success is really to debottleneck all different silos we have on site. So the casting or steel making silo, the rolling silo, as well as the energy planning and quality silo. And we are merging all data in one central data layer, where we have developed an extraordinary product called the Data Factory. So our Data Factory is converting big data to smart data and is making the data accessible. And then, of course, it's all about learning. So we are gathering the data, we are developing algorithms, really to realize the learning steel plant and to generate closed loop systems. And overall, the value proposition we are claiming, and this is also based on market studies, as well as our own results. So I see excellent and big potential to improve the overall EBITDA margin efficiency by 6 to 8%. But our biggest focus, of course, as everyone knows, SMS is equipment supplier. But for me, the bigger market is, of course, the brownfield market. And this is what we are clearly focusing on. And this is a very challenging topic because you have the existing OT level 1, level 2 systems. And what we are doing is with our SMS Data Factory, we are merging all information, all data in a central data layer, and we are joining the IT and OT layer. And what I mentioned, we have hundreds of products already available with a very strong reference base. So for example, in terms of our condition monitoring system, we already have, or with our smart maintenance approach, we have more than 39 references. Or for example, for quality, we have acquired a company called QuinLogic. So the leader in terms of quality execution software. So the QES is also part of our product portfolio. And then we have, of course, many AI-fueled applications. So an application to predict cracks during continuous casting, or to predict and optimize the mechanical properties in a furnace operation. And we have our own production planning system. And there we are also cooperating with Noodle AI, the AI, or one of the AI technology leader in terms of planning and scheduling optimization. And as I already mentioned, with the energy platform in the steel industry, we are very active as well. Just to summarize, of course, we are talking about the new normal and our clear approach and recommendation on how we are doing it is with our clients. And as I mentioned here, many of our partners, so the steel producers, and what we are doing is we are really combining the knowledge. So we are combining the knowledge of the SMS group, of SMS Digital, of our steel partners. So one of them, of course, which was also mentioned by you, Mr. Mukherjee, is Big River Steel. Big River Steel will also, in terms of Mr. Sabi, will also today present. And we have a very long-term partnership with Big River Steel, but of course not only with Big River Steel, but for me, the one very special partner is Big River Steel, because they are the leader in the industry. They are a technology company like we are, and we are working jointly on a daily basis on site, and we are developing together there with Noodle AI-fueled application, which are really generating results which are optimizing the overall plant efficiency. And this is really our approach. We are combining the knowledge from all our partners, from our internal SMS group, because we are strongly believing in that if we turn the data which is already existing. So I'm not a big friend of installing everywhere new sensory systems. This is just a waste of money, because there are so many data available and most of the data is not yet properly used. So our approach is really to turn existing data into information and to turn then the information into value. And this information, or this turn into value, can be done by process expertise, by advanced analytics. So there are different opportunities, but the transparency and the information on data is from my perspective the key to success, which will make all of us more efficient. So because what we and all of us of course now have to focus on is on performance improvements with quick ROIs. So, and there I see especially digital tools, so solutions which are easy to implement, which directly add value with quick return on invest. So also there we as SMS, we are offering creative financial models. So also we are offering CapEx friendly models. So we are able to shift CapEx to OpEx, for example, by software as a service business models, or even performance-based models. So we are there fully flexible also to be a reliable partner that we always have been since 150 years with our clients, especially in these critical times. We are offering these kind of business models to partner up with our clients and to come out really in a very efficient manner out of this new normal. Yeah, so this from my side. I'm very happy that I was able to present something today, and we are looking forward to continue many of the projects with our friends which are here in line. And yeah, we see an excellent future, especially in terms of digitalization, because the industry is changing. Smaller invests are required, and this is where we are active in. And as I mentioned, we are growing at the moment. And we see that the steel industry is actually at the moment changing, and we are very happy to be part of this change progress with our customers together as partners. Are there any questions?
Any questions?
Do we have any questions from the panelists or the attendees? Anyone from the attendees, if you want to ask a question, I have allowed you to talk and you can just introduce yourself and ask.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello, Mr. Bernard. I am Ananda calling from Kolkata. I am a freelance consultant. I just would like to know, what do you see as the trend or eagerness to implement digital solutions in Indian steel producers? Particularly the smaller producers, the mini steel plants.
Yeah, so what we see there, of course, there are these very big solutions, but we have smaller tools, and we are in contact with many of the smaller producers. So this is what we see, not these very big approaches. So what we see there is really small tools which directly add value, and this is what we see for the smaller ones.
Okay, thank you.
So we have a question from Mr. Sanjay Jha, and he's asking you to elaborate a little more on Noodle AI.
Okay, yeah, so actually Noodle AI is one of our cooperation partners, and this is also what changed. So we are living in a very big ecosystem. We have many excellent cooperation partners. Noodle of them is a special one because we're executing this lighthouse project at Big River Steel together. So it's a long-term cooperation project, and it's not only Noodle and SMS, it's Noodle, SMS, and Big River Steel, and this is really what is changing there. So there we are not supplying fixed products which are fully developed. So there, as I mentioned, we are sitting in one room together with Noodle, with Sabi, with SMS employees, and we are jointly developing AI-fueled applications based on use cases we have identified there. So this is our partnership with Noodle, but of course we have also other projects under execution and in the pipeline with Noodle as well. So it's a very special and very important partner for us. So we are working very well together.
Okay, so that would be all. Thank you very much, Mr. Stringan, for such a wonderful presentation. I would now request Mr. Nimalya Mukherjee to continue the rest of the session.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Stringan. And I hope, as always, We will get your support. You are our most important pillar now. Digitalization is the only solution for us to move forward, and therefore your headquarters at Düsseldorf should be strong enough to serve the entire world, the world of steel.
Yeah, we are growing. We try our best, and thank you very much for these nice words. And especially the Indian market is very important for us. We have now several projects there ongoing, and as I mentioned, 2 offices already in India, and we want to be partner of this technology offensive of India, and we want to give you the right tools on hand. But I strongly believe in the Indian growth, and I'm happy to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stinken. We will now move from carbon steel to stainless steel. And once again, I would like to repeat that carbon steel is not a competitor of stainless steel. So with that, I'll move to Mr. Vijay Sharma. He is the Director Marketing, Business Development and Corporate Affairs of Jindal Stainless Limited, one of the largest stainless steel players in India. So over to you, Mr. Vijay Sharma.
Namaskar and good evening. It is a great honor to be among the steel stalwarts from the related industry. And I also see from attendees, there are many stalwarts there also. While representing the only person for stainless steel, it gives me additional responsibility. And also it gives more challenge also, as I am among the stalwarts, to position stainless steel well prior to talking about stainless steel. Nirmala, rightly said by you, stainless steel complements steel. But I would like to go beyond that. In fact, there are such resemblances between steel and stainless steel. For example, in India, stainless steel is about 3% of volume of steel. In the world, it is again 3% of volume of steel. In India, stainless steel is second largest. Steel is also second largest in the world. Interestingly, stainless steel is about 6% of the world's stainless steel, and Indian steel is also about 6% of the world steel. Both grew more than the global average. In terms of world per capita consumption, both are about 1/3 of the global average. It is a very uncanny resemblance. It means that we are related to the extent I will say that we are younger brothers of steel family. But there are 2 differences. One is, while in volume we are about 3%, but in terms of value, depending on the product mix, we are about 10 to 15% of the total steel. That means we complement well in the value chain, what value the steel and stainless steel family provides. There is one interesting, another non-resemblance. In 1819, the import intensity of steel in India was about 7 to 8%. And unfortunately, it was about 18% in case of stainless steel. And this 18% has gone up to 25% in the 1920. Whereas the capacity utilization of stainless steel at the aggregate level of the industry is about less than 60%. Now the 2 questions come in the mind. One is the capability, and the second is the competitiveness. When I talk about the capability, like we were referring offline earlier also, Indian stainless steel industry, right from kitchenware to corn blanks to Cosmos, we make most of the grades. Our quality is export worthy. It is very well appreciated in technically advanced developed economies in Europe and North America, including countries like Germany. We are making stainless steel for the extreme applications like nuclear. And when we study the import coming to India, we have found that there is hardly less than 2%, which perhaps due to the capability, that too may be width, that too may be MOQ, is something which perhaps can come. Otherwise, Indian industry is capable of taking care of everything which is coming into the country. Before talking about the competitiveness, I would like to touch upon what is happening in the world related with the stainless, because no country can work in isolation without having an impact of what is happening around them. For the trade flow, world has been traditionally VUCA, but 2018 was a landmark year which turned into even more VUCA. It happened with USA imposing Section 232, followed by a little more responsible safeguard quota by EU, and then the things started changing. Even the big daddy China got threatened by the stainless steel newcomer Indonesia. It imposed anti-dumping duty on Indonesia, then even the GCC countries and other countries. And even during the COVID, while the world was struggling on the health ground, EU imposed anti-dumping duty on China, Indonesia, and Taiwan. And of course, investment restrictions have already started. Today, there are 26 trade remedial initiatives going on in the world. More than 60% of these 26 pertain to post-2018 era. So there is something happening in the world in the last 2 to 3 years. And within these 26, more than 70% include China and 50% include Indonesia, which is just 3 years young in stainless steel industry. And why so? It is primarily because of irresponsible capacity expansion. Today, China is exporting more than 3 million tons of stainless steel, which is similar to the consumption in India. Today, in Indonesia, the capacity is more than 27 times of the domestic consumption. Situation gets further deteriorated when these countries provide non-WTO compliant support and subsidies. They are quick in taking decisions. And for India, it is even worse. Circumvention, non-productive FTAs, and unfortunately, duty evasion by some of our own countrymen. Coming back to the competitiveness. We hear a lot that Indian industry should become more competitive, but we really need to understand where is the incompetitiveness. If I talk about only two elements of the cost, which is cost of capital and second, the cost of logistics, these two elements only contribute incompetitiveness of about 10 to 12% for each and every product. This statement is true for practically all the products in India because all these products have to have this impact of cost of capital as well as the logistics cost. Whereas interestingly, the non-available raw material for making stainless steel, whether it is SS scrap or it is ferroalloys, they attract 2.5% of the duty, whereas from FTA, Korea, Japan, ASEAN, and circumvented material of China coming through the FTA countries, they come here duty-free. And by the way, this situation of incompetitiveness is not related with only stainless. If you look around, our toys, electricals, tires, crackers, we see them every day. And even today, Ganeshji is now imported from China. And if I talk about antibiotic penicillin, one can well imagine, in case of a war, we are dependent on China to buy antibiotic for the soldiers who are fighting against Pakistan and getting supported by China. India has a very typical structure. The structure which is the real interface between the primary producers and the end users, the downstream industry, MSME. A new definition has come, but pre-definition, MSME was about 40 to 50% of the downstream industry. And with a new definition, it can be as high as 80 to 90, we have yet to see. When we use the word MSME, the typical challenges which get associated with MSME are technology gaps, problem of scale, labor-intensive units, social distancing in COVID situation has made it even worse, and access to finance. This is my reading while interacting with the huge partners who convert our products into the finished goods. COVID has brought various impacts, some challenges and some opportunities also. Our competitors, the countries with whom we compete globally, are ahead of the curve, especially ASEAN countries. Consumption centers in India are still struggling. They are in red. Ecosystem is destabilized, but there are opportunities. The alleged role of China has made the world feeling cheated. There is a possibility of space getting created in China, which will perhaps come to us. Are we ready? I think the large corporates, they are perhaps ready, but they need help from people like Bernard. But MSME, we really need to think about it. Government is really doing its bit. I am a fan. Thanks to Steel Ministry for NSP, for SIMS, scrap policy, standards, QCO, working on the HS codes. Thanks to the center, RCEP, big relief. NIP, $1.4 trillion equivalent 100 lakh crore rupiah. It's a big commitment. I really hope it happens on time. It is going to give big opportunities. 20 lakh crore package, it's a big relief. And for MSME, because I feel MSME needs a lot more handholding. 3.76 lakh crore, it's a big help. But post this package announcement, a survey was done and the findings are very, very interesting. 29% felt that the MSME mega schemes are not going to help them. 43% felt that they will not get benefited, and 28% felt that you can't say anything. It means while the scheme is good, perhaps it is not being translated well, it is not being communicated well. Today, another focus is like Honorable Prime Minister Sir on 2nd of June, 125th anniversary of CII, he also focused Atmanirbhar Bharat. We have to decide, should it be Make in India or should it be Trade in India? The announcement of 3 to 5 trillion in 5 years, whereas 2 to 3 happened again in 5 years. It's a big vision. So something needs to be done. Government has to do something and industry also has to do something. Government has taken good initiatives. However, few more things are required on priority. But before that, I think industry also, and industry is sensitized, but they really need help, specifically MSME, whether it is IR 4.0 solutions, awareness, skill upgradation, ecosystem upgradation, and joining hands with the government. But from the government side, immediate level playing field is required, whether it is R&D duty or it is long awaited LDR withdrawal, FG import curbs, and tax and duty evaders to be sternly dealt with. MSME handholding for the reasons told to you, automation, incentivization. These are the few things which needs to be the focus area, because I personally feel that, and I echo my views with earlier speakers, that it's a matter of a couple of months, economy will come back. And because of the government initiatives for stainless steel, there is a big opportunity available. And for Indian stainless steel, it is even bigger opportunity available. I would like to conclude by saying that comeback is always much greater than setback. So we will come back in a bigger way. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma. So do we have any questions for Mr. Sharma from the attendees or from the panel? Anyone from the panel would like to ask anything? Okay, I think we have a question from Dr. Arup Kumar Mandal. Mr. Mandal, if you could please ask your question.
First of all, I want to thank Mr. Vijay Sharma ji. He has explained nicely regarding the present status of the stainless steel making in India. I want to add something regarding the Atmanirbhar Bharat or maybe Make in India initiative for making stainless steel. Actually, the main problem of the stainless steel making is the raw materials. One of the raw materials is the nickel, which is totally export. There is no nickel resource in India. Therefore, we are dependent on nickel export. And this nickel can be replaced by the nitrogen. Then are you making some stainless steel grade having high nitrogen containing stainless steel, which can replace the nickel content?
Okay.
In your time,
yeah, Dr. Mandal, thank you for this question. You see, there are primarily 3 series of stainless steel, 200, 300, 400. And way back in 70s, Jindal Stainless realized that the grade should be used suitable for a particular environment in which the application exists. So Jindal Stainless was pioneer in developing high manganese and high nitrogen combination grades called as 200 series.
Yes.
And today, India is the only country in the world which has got equal expertise and reasonably well-balanced manufacturing range, having 200 series, 300 series, and 400 series. So just to give an example, about 40% of the Indian stainless steel goes into utensils, and more than 95% of that is 200 series. There are different grades. So Jindal has been the pioneer, and now even for the defense applications, we are working on the high nitrogen. So we know this technology, sir. We have been the pioneer in this thing. But yes, today China is making more 200 series because of the various reasons of the promotion that the government is making. We do make that, sir.
Okay. Actually, we are also making in laboratory scale this nitrogen bearing stainless steel, and we, therefore we are trying to make a direct stainless steel from smelting reduction of chromite ore fines as well as chromite
Dr.
ore
Mandal,
fines
what we
with the
can do is,
nitrogen plasma. Yes, nitrogen plasma, because the nitrogen plasma, the addition of nitrogen inside the solid steel as well as chromite ore fines directly, if we smelt in a high temperature plasma environment, then both can create the stainless steel. And we have some trial we have done, and we got good publication also from this area. We are doing in this some research in this regards also.
Dr. Mandal, I will suggest that we will take your contact numbers from the organizers, and we will have a independent separate interface with the technical team to take it forward.
Okay.
Thank
sir,
you.
thank you.
Thank you, Sharma Sab. Thank you, Mr. Vijay Sharma. With that, we'll now move forward since we are running against time once again. So may I request now Mr. Wim from ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India, who is the director on the board of ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India, which was previously SR Steel, as you all know. Besides running close to, I mean, they have a capacity of close to 6-7 million tons. And they can go up to 10 million tons. They also have a color coating facility in Pune, which is not of a very high capacity, but it's a small, I believe, 250,000 tons or so. Correct me if I'm wrong. So may I now request Mr. Wim to take over, followed by Mr. Alokesh Roy, who is Managing Director of Zamil Steel. So first, Mr. Wim.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mukherjee. Good afternoon, everybody. I had prepared some slides, but can you show them, or will I have to share my screen?
I can share my screen and show it, or whichever is more convenient.
It's fine. It's fine. Do it will be.
So do you want me to share it then?
Yeah, Ankit, do it.
Okay. Just give me a moment. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see it. At least I hope everybody can see it. So thank you very much. On the next slide, I would say that I would have a little bit of focus on the new normal technology and digitalization. Everybody knows that existing steel plants have a huge asset base, and with existing technology, existing IT systems, most of the time of different suppliers. So it is quite difficult to integrate this. If it is a new plant, you could probably start much faster, but with an existing plant, most of the time this is a big challenge. And most of the time also the people in the plant think along the classical lines, and most of the time this is is not enhancing the digitalization thought. And a lot of questions are asked, and why do we as steel people invest in digitalization? We do not do this for fancy. We try to reach a competitive advantage with it. We try to diversify our product palette. We try to improve on-time delivery and short lead times. We do this for product quality in line with what the customer has asked for. So no surprises, please. And we want to be cost efficient in production and logistics and innovative. And this is these are most of the time the rationals, and I think in the new normal probably some other priorities came on top of it, and I think one of this will be certainly during the lockdown, survival will probably also and license to operate. By the way, you see here the picture. It's just a picture, but what is interesting to see is that there is no crane man in the crane. Next slide. We have the technology has made a lot of value creation possibilities affordable, I would say, due to the fact that technology has advanced on infrastructure, on data, on devices, in the several areas of or functions of our plant. And you can use all these technologies within health and safety improvement, within maintenance and reliability, production and quality, logistics, especially supply chain, but also with customer, finance, and HR. And if you see what we have all on this as technical possibilities, then you basically have an almost infinite number of possibilities. But this is perhaps the most difficult thing is the skills, because the skills are most of the time the awareness, the mindset on what can be in an easy way with regard to what I said earlier, be automated or can be improved, digitalized. This is most of the time the roadblock. And we have some digital natives in the plant, but of course the digital natives are most of the time not the people that know the process so well. And I think that in the new normal, the challenging times we have lived were quite groundbreaking, because everybody has understand how the new technology can help us. We had to improvise a lot when we wanted to produce further during lockdown periods. And this is, I think, an insight that a lot of people have seen, that with relatively simple solutions using this technology, you can still solve a lot of problems. And this is, I think, one of in this sad story, probably one of the points of the light points. When I see them on the industrial, next slide, on the industrial, what can it bring us? I think this is an overview of where I was responsible for the operations in Europe also, and you see here where we all used these kind of technologies in big data architecture, where I've already said that the most difficult point was to gather this in a common platform. All these data were available, but you could not have access to it. Analytics, I must say, apart from some models which were customized earlier, this was not so successful. Internet of Things and beacons, this is successful. We had a lot of value on cyber physical systems and digital twins, especially for training purposes and commissioning. It was already existing for quite some time, but it has become affordable in a very good manner. We have exchanged stands on a rolling mill in record days, started up without any problem. This would never be possible when you would not have this. Also mobile and wearable devices, which are very much helping us. And we use drones and robotics, drones by stock measurements, robotics, especially in hazardous conditions, virtual reality for training purposes, and new design of tools you can run around in plant, which is made on an AutoCAD drawing, and you can visualize it and before it is even built. This is very, very strong to eliminate engineering errors. Also smarter cameras and image recognition is very valuable for safety and for environment, but also for a lot of other applications. So this is what we have done. The new normal will only reinforce that, but it will, because we have all these technologies, but we will certainly have to be better when we are more in a contactless world. We have to keep distance from each other. We have to automate more. Where it will have a tremendous impact is also with our relation to the customers on the next slide. And what is possible, there's a lot possible here, but we are still at the beginning. We have sold all our products from home. We will go further in this. We have to create differentiating customer experiences to make sure that we diversify versus our competitors. We can do this on a lot of ways. What is already existing is automatic transactions where we have links with customers, where almost 99% of all the confirmations are sent electronically and invoices are paperless. Also, supply chain visibility, very nice for customers. We have it in all industries. Everybody knows now when his package will arrive at home, when he is simply downloading an app or looking on his smartphone. The same can be done with, of course, our steel products and new mobile apps and web services to make sure that the customer is served, finds back immediately the right quality, track and trace apps, and have information on construction or on what he can buy from the brands. I've seen also with our competitors in India very nice websites where you can see and you can use in a modular way construction pieces. So this will only be reinforced in the new normal, and I think in the next slide we see it a little bit even more. I would put it on a lighter note. Who drove our digital performance of our company the most in the last years? Was it the CEO? Was it the CTO? Or was it COVID-19? I let you imagine what it was. I think that as a remark or as a conclusion, the lockdown measures forced us to use the available technology. We had in ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel, we have immediately bought a lot of computers to make sure that people could work from home. During the lockdown, we have daily meetings on video call systems to connect the leadership and take very fast decisions. We also used generally Skype, Zoom, and Teams to communicate with all peers. In the first days, this was not common, but now everybody uses it. Within a month, or a revolution which has been made within a month. Plants live to survive also with less people, and this was particularly important as we have tried to make sure that we remained without any COVID positive case. We were very stringent on the entrance in the plant, and nobody got in and still does not get in without being medically checked. And this made that we had to ramp up rather slowly. So we had a lot of people failing and or not be there, sorry. And this was, we learned a lot on how you can also run production with less people, and this probably will impact also the automation we will do for the coming months and years. So a few impacts it will also have on our investment plan. We also know that the back office functions, of course, could also be automated or more digitalized or working from home. The customer digitalization I already discussed. I think we have found in a very short time, in an agile way, a lot of solutions, and I think they were different from the concepts in the past. We would have set up a year program to change some practice. Now we had to do it in a few days or weeks. I think that what is not so clear yet, and we all feel it in our daily practice, is that the social contact and of course the effectiveness of the work organization is clear that this will have to be studied. A lot of people do not feel well sitting all day at home for all kinds of reasons, of course. But it's sure that that also here we will have to be smart and make sure that all this, when the crisis goes on, we come there to workable solutions that are also sustainable for the future. And I can say many more examples, but I've just since we have a limited time left, and I want to keep to the timing. There's this digital mindset breakthrough. We can see this by the virtual equipment visited by interested buyers through on somebody's walking around with a smartphone and showing whatever was required by an audience located in many countries, on many continents even. And also a nice idea also of a remote inspection of steel plates by third-party surveyors, just by showing the screenshots and following it up from a distance by auditing. And this was also a possibility to solve the issues to ship the coils. And there are many, many other examples I cannot say here, training courses and so on, that were all distributed digitally to everybody in the company. So this is a little bit my explanation on the technology in the new area, Mr. Mukherjee.
Thank you very much. So do we have any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Wim?
Mr. Wim, this side Dr. Mukesh. I just want to know one question. India is importing large amount of electrical steel in the country because we don't have any manufacturing here. Since ArcelorMittal is having technology, so do you have any plans to make electrical steel in India?
Yeah, so the electrical steel, yeah, is especially when you look to the new electrical steels of the automotive sector, then this is indeed this is a very technological difficult thing. We have the technology within our companies, and we are studying the market to see where if we can have a business case to invest in these elements. But we have not taken any decision, nor we are close to a decision.
Okay, thank you very much. So just to inform everyone, the Honorable Minister will be joining us very soon in Cisco WebEx, and we will be streaming it on Zoom. Yeah, so do we have any more questions from the audience? I think we have a question from Mr. Umair Tariq. Mr. Tariq, if you could please ask your question.
Hello, sir. Thank you for conducting this session. I want to ask Mr. Wim that what are the calculations that are involved in the implementation of the ideas that you presented, data gathering and data structuring and analytics, and how much a company, what size of the company, small, medium or large, can implement your suggested ideas to which level? Thank you.
Yeah, I think it depends. It depends indeed on on the maturity of the company, on the technological state of the company. If you build a green field, of course, then the introduction of the technologies I have described is I would say not peanuts, but it's relatively low, because you can also, when you look, for instance, to this crane, I think building an automated crane today is cheaper than building a not automated crane. This is clear. You don't have to mount a cabin even. So this is it depends a bit on the. It's also true that. But I have seen a lot of SMEs, in especially Germany, who were technologically very advanced and implemented the Industry 4.0 techniques even further, as in more bigger steel plants. It's sometimes and with a lot of the SME spirit to find simple solutions for sometimes very simple problems also. I think this spirit is one of the biggest drivers of success in this digitalization. So I do not see this negatively nor positively for the SMEs. The SMEs have, of course, the disadvantage that they have perhaps less financial resources, but I think they are more flexible and willing to have a more flexible organization to do so.
Sir, only one more query. Since India is a populous country,
Mr. Tanik, I'm sorry, we have to stop you because the minister has already joined us. So we have to stop you. We have to go over to the minister. Please bear with me for 30 seconds before we switch to the minister. All on standby. Ankit, put everyone on mute. Only the minister will talk.
Yeah.
You're perfectly fine.
Just 1 second, I cannot hear you on Zoom. Mr. Amit, can you please unmute your microphone so that the stream is
Okay.
audible? Yeah. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You are listening me? आवाज नहीं आ रहा. Okay. Whatever you have announced in the last few days is really encouraging. Our feel on behalf of steel industry is road transport and highway minister to use steel in your cash steel roads to boost the consumption, and with the broadening of your MSME structure, I think most of the MSME structure are actually customers of the steel industry. With that, I would please take over.
All dear friends, presently we are facing the problem because of Corona. At the same time, economic crisis is also very important. We are all is trying their level best to how to start all the routine activities by taking preventive care for coronavirus. And it is very important that we have to save the life of the people. We need to understand the art of living with coronavirus. That is exactly the important thing, which is we are expected from all of us. And we need to understand and we need to learn from it. As far as the steel industry is concerned, already I have one discussion with the probably steel manufacturing industry. I don't know what is the difference between your organization and organization Steel Authority of India, Sajjan Jindal and all the people over there. I have already discussion with them. My suggestion is regarding using of steel is very important. It is core industry. And for NHI, whatever the road contracts, out of which 40%, the steel and cement we are taking for road construction. So definitely we are now planning or going for awarding works more than 15 lakh crores in 2 years. That is the target, and we are now already in position, and we are have a discussion with the pension fund, insurance funds, FDI investment, and particularly with the World Bank, ADB, BRICS Bank, out of which one of the institutions already have sanctioned a credit line for NHI. And we are planning to trying our level best to get maximum FDI in NHI, by which we will increase the speed of road construction. And ultimately, this speed is going to helpful for steel and cement industry. Regarding steel industry, they have given me a lot of time, many proposals related with the steel bridges. Modular steel bridges is very important. We are ready to consider it for NHI, DCL, and other thing we are making, railway over bridges, ROB, lot of things we are doing. But the problem is that we need good designs, cost saving designs, because cost point of view also that is there is a problem. So my suggestion is presently in European countries, particularly the France and UK, then particularly USA, they have got a lot of good designs. And they are good designs and the code is already there. And they are making slick designs and they are actually modular, which is very important that we can make. But some of the road is where load factor is not that much high, but our attitude, our already the norms which we had decided are very conservative. So we are considering 100 ton of weight for considering the road construction, the bridge construction. But some of the area there is the transport not more than 30 ton, 40 ton. So somewhere we need to find out economically viable and good designs. That is very important. We are also making a lot of crash barriers where the steel is already used. But the steel manufacturing industry and contractors, they actually, my suggestion is, if it is some of the steel industry, they have their export, they are getting their turnover in dollars. Why you are not making some amount and making on PPP and BOT basis or defer payment basis for 5 years, 6 years? If you can construct the crash barriers, we will definitely think about it that we can give you more orders and with interest cost, we will pay you your money in 5 to 7 years. So that can be possible. For the reason today we need more market and demand supply ratio is not good. So whether you are in that position, I don't know, but it can be a good idea. At the same time, at the time when I was Water Resources Minister, we have signed agreement with Doppelmayr, an Austrian company, and a joint venture, technical joint venture is already signed between Doppelmayr and Blackcross for making of ropeway, cable car, Panelist railway. And for that reason, now the technology is available, particularly the hill area where Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, Kashmir, some part of the northeast, where we can make this cable car, ropeway, vernacular railway, and it is economically viable. Now we have also given proposal to Cabinet Secretary that particularly when we are constructing road construction in the hill area, in place of that, if you can make ropeway, cable car, vernacular railway, it can be a cost effective services. At the same time, states like Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Kashmir, they are ready to give electricity. I'm talking with them for 10 years. They can give free of charge electricity for making of cable car, ropeway, and vernacular railway. They can give us a land also for construction and giving all type of clearances. And we can make it on BOT basis, PPP mode, hybrid annuity mode, or with encouraging public-private investment. And tourism is also one of the sector where we can use the systems, and having a huge market is available. So my suggestion is, if with a contractor and a manufacturer, if they can make a common company with whatever the equity which you can decide on the basis of that, if you are coming for investment, we can think about it now on our rules of business. This ropeway, cable car, vernacular railway, and mass rapid transport on electricity. That is the solution for the future. We are also planning to make it one of the systems from Dhaulakua to Manesar. Huge traffic density is there. So there are a lot of proposal. Wabcos has already got the technology, and they are already making it in the steel. So this can be a good idea that you can make joint venture with the investors, and if you can come for that, nothing like that. The other idea is on BOT basis, particularly the city area. We can make this using the revenue of advertisement and making their electric cable street bridge or electric bridge, a steel bridge, for which one side we can use lift also to go for higher side, and there will be a small bus stop, and also there will be washrooms and other thing will be available. And the advertisement revenue which we are getting, that is economically viable, particularly Delhi to Gurgaon road. Lot of good proposals are there, and we want to make it giving encouragement to the private public investment for that. Cost effectiveness is very important. Just 2 days, 3 days before, we have finalized the policy for recast. And the idea is we want to convert maximum our construction on precast basis. We are definitely more interested also to giving encouragement for steel manufacturing for different roles. I'm giving an example. And now we want to make it of 5 lakh crore. Our 80% population is related in the which is nearer to the sea, and where the main income source is fishing. Now the boats which they are using, they can take it up to 7 to 8 nautical miles only. But the Cochin Shipyard and the Institute of one in Kochi, they have developed trawler. Their cost is 1,25,000, 1 crore 25 lakhs. And that is to be very important. It can go up to 100 nautical miles. So there is already ice factories there, everything is there. We have already donated 100 this trawler to Tamil Nadu government, because our fishermen enter into the border of Sri Lanka. That's the reason that now we are giving them to use it for, in our area, they can go up to 100 nautical miles, they will get more fish. Now by this, we can increase the fish production by at least 6 to 7 times more. And that is why we are now trying to make a new economy of 5 lakh crores. The government has already sanctioned the package of 20,000 crore for that. Now the fishing ministry and my ministry, fishing and shipping ministry at that time, and our MSME, we are now going to plan a scheme where we need trawler. And this trawler are maximum, they are using steel for that. So that can be a source where you can increase by making more trawlers which are economically viable. Even the Ganga waterway is now already started. Already decided to make 4 multimodal hubs, one at Varanasi, Haldia, Sahibganj, and Gazipur, out of which Varanasi and Sahibganj is already completed. So the Gazipur and Haldia is also, we are going to complete it. There are 40 river ports. We also decided to increase the depth of from Varanasi to Allahabad, Prayagraj by 1 meter. So the particularly catamaran, hovercrafts, seaplane, very cheaply available in Russia, and we can use it as a water tool. We need to develop that. Presently, there is a huge potential, and the Russian technology is available, and the idea is to use LNG for that as a fuel, so we can reduce the cost. So even in Gadkari waterways, where we are expecting 285 lakh ton of goods transport in Ganga. Going by road, if the cost is 10 rupees, going by railway is 6 rupees, going by waterways is only 1 rupees. Already JSW, they have purchased some barges from Bangladesh. So now we are also going to connect it to Gandak and going up to the border of Nepal. So the water transport, where huge potential for steel is available. But we need to make technology, new innovation in it. I know that the present situation in the real estate sector is not good. We are facing a lot of problems. But I feel that it is the time for Indian industry to create positivity and self-confidence in the mind of the. And we are also going to win the war against coronavirus. At the same time, we will win the war, economic war. This is very important. Now we have changed the definition of MSME for medium. Actually, our first provision was investment of 10 and then year 20 crore. That is investment means investment in plant and machinery and turnover of 100 crore. But now we change that, and now it is investment, that is the plant and machinery or equipment 50 crores and turnover up to 250 crores, and the export is excluded. I feel that steel industry also will get the benefit from it. We have taken a lot of decision, that is fund of fund, which we are going to give equity for those MSMEs. Those track record is regarding income tax, GST system for them, by which we will give our to them. They will go to the capital market to raise the fund. Like stock exchange, our idea is to the stock exchange, we will open new MSME stock exchange, and MSME will get support from the public or the capital. We are also decided to help the making restructure of MSMEs. We have already up to 6 lakh MSMEs are already restructured up to March 8. And now up to end of now we increase the date up to 31st December. So the idea is 25 lakh MSMEs will be restructured. For that purpose, we are also giving provision of 20,000 crore, that state fund is available, where we will take the equity in the MSME, where the MSME, which is not possible for bank to make the restructure of it because of the present law. But by giving our equity to proprietor as a loan, then that can be possible for bank to convert to restructure such type of MSMEs which are already facing the problem. So we are trying to find out many way outs how we can be helpful for it. We are very open, and whatever the good suggestion from the industry, where our target is to increase export, reduce imports, create more employment potential, and at the same time, by different innovation, research and technology, we need to make new innovations, new research, where it can be a great potential for our export. So government is very supporting for the small scale industries, and in the field particularly we are definitely positively we will support you. My suggestion is with your detailed memorandum, which already I have received, but I don't have answer of your all questions because I don't know the exact things. I'm already sending it to my ministry. My secretary and my private secretary will work on it. And I will invite all of you or your delegation at the time when I am in Delhi, please come to me. We will discuss the thing, but after this lockdown, because presently it is difficult for you also, whatever the good suggestion from your side, which is under my ministry, I will definitely positively try to resolve the issue. And if anywhere it is needed to be send it to the finance ministry, I will definitely recommend it in finance ministry also. So once again, my request to all of you, be positive. The self-confidence is very important. Don't be negative. It is difficult task, difficult time period you are all facing. But I am confident that we are going to win the war against coronavirus. We will get the vaccine as early as possible to prevent the life of the people. At the same time, we are also going to win this war, economic war, which is very important for our country. We are the fastest growing economy. And presently, my feeling is international situation is supporting us, giving us more chance for our export, for our FDI investment in India. We can upgrade the technology and we can create more employment potential and growth in the country. So thank you very much. You have some questions, 3 to 4 questions. I will try to answer the question which you can ask me. Thank you very much.
नमस्कार, थैंक यू सो मच गडकरी जी. आपका बिन मांगे अगर सब कुछ मिल जाए तो मांगने का जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ती है. आपने इतना कुछ मंत्री जी हमें दिया है. We're really grateful. The industry is grateful to Honorable Prime Minister and our Honorable FM, who has already given us so much. The entire package, if you look at it, is actually a boost for the entire steel industry. We say steel is the basis for a nation. So if you look at that, for every segment that the government has announced, the steel industry is there to benefit. So from the bottom of our heart, we thank you and the Honorable Prime Minister for all that he has done, and the industries are really rejuvenated with the announcement which the government has made. And look at the figures, sir. If you look at last May figures, the steel industry has exported a tremendous amount of money. SAIL has imported more than 400,000 tons. Jindal Steel and Power has done, the export JSW has done. All the steel makers have done excellent exports with the domestic market as well. Now, when China says they are going to come up with $1.7 trillion investment, India is not far behind, sir. India will have more investments in the days to come. So, हमारे लिए export करने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ेगी, sir. We will be able, the domestic demand will be enough to, and we will, in fact, our demand will outstrip the supplies. India, as you know, with our national steel policy, we have made a target to produce 300 million tons of steel by the year 2030. So with that vision of the Prime Minister in mind, the steel industry is shaping up to face the challenges. Now, Ankit, if you could just take a few questions for Honorable Minister, and he will be happy to answer a few questions.
Yes, of course. So we have one question from Mr. Ravi Singh. He has asked, Honorable Minister, do you see any possibility for FTA with GCC as a regional initiative?
मैं बता दूं गडकरी जी एक मिनट में आपको बताऊं, ये रवि सिंह जो है, he is the CEO of a 1.7 million ton steel company in Bahrain. इसका नाम है सुल. So he runs this CEO as a CEO. He was earlier with Tata Rearson and also with SR Steel. Ravi Singh is a very experienced man from Indian steel industry, now in Middle East.
I feel that there is a huge opportunity for us, that 100% for Indian market also you are getting good market. But at the same time, by increasing the capacity, if it is we are in position to making more export, to get more foreign exchange for the country is very important. So definitely the way in which government will frame the policy, which is going to give more encouragement to the steel industry. And value addition is also equally important. There are a lot of fields where a lot of potential is there and we can make it, but at the same time, I know that we need to make economic competitiveness compared with the other countries, because that is very important. We need to at the same time, we should be very competitive in the market. But the policy of the government is now to reduce import and increase export and to make Indian economy strong, create more employment potential. That is very important. And at the same time, we need to increase more. Without that, we cannot accelerate the wheel of our economy. So we are trying our level best to how we can increase the demand and supply. For that reason, we need to push up many sectors, and that is the government is facilitating, giving maximum help to different stakeholders and the sectors, that how it can be accelerate the wheel of our economy, and that is the need of the hour.
Thank you very much, Gadkari ji. We have one more question from Mr. Shobhashachi Bandyopadhyay. He is the CTO of University in USA. His question is to reflect more on the any collaborations.
Actually, presently, I'm not the Minister for Inland Waterways, but at the time when last 5 years when I was Minister, I given a special concentration on inland waterways. We are making, at that time we have started the first project, that is Ganga, starting from Varanasi to Haldia, 1,380 kilometers. We have completed this project. Now we are planning to make it extend it up to the Allahabad, Prayagraj. 1 meter draft we are going to maintain. After that, from Delhi by Yamuna, is already ready, and at that time I ordered to department to submit to World Bank. It starts from Delhi, coming to Mathura, Agra, then coming to Allahabad. So there will be direct connectivity between Delhi to Varanasi. And after Varanasi to Haldia, there is already work is over. Haldia, the Bangladesh is there. So again, Brahmaputra, we have completed dredging. We can go up to Myanmar, to Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, and in my regime, we have taken this to make dredging there. So now the dredging 250 crores spent by Indian government. So the huge potential is then for the sea also, the steel from Visakhapatnam by ship. So also there are a lot of waterways under pending. So at present, I am not a minister for that. But the development of waterways for the country, particularly the European countries, everywhere, all big
Hello, we are having some issues with our stream. We are trying to connect it back to the minister.
ये इसमें 4 बॉडी है डिफेंस में, मिनिस्टर ऑफ डिफेंस में जो 4 बॉडी के काम करते हैं पूरा डिफेंस प्रक्रिया के लिए।
more waterways for the country. We have started many goods transport. We need to develop catamaran and hovercrafts, amphibious seaplane, and that creates more tourism in our country. And there is a huge potential is available. So ultimately, government has taken a lot of initiative. The World Bank support is very good. So in the future also, the steel industry can enter into it because presently the shipping yard position is not good. They are facing a lot of problems.
Um, yeah, we cannot hear the minister. Unfortunately, there has been some issues with the audio. We are trying to reconnect it back.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So the minister has just finished his address, and on behalf of the Steel and Metallurgy team, I would like to apologize because we had to arrange this setup at the last moment when we came to know that the ministry does not permit Zoom and we have to use WebEx instead. So the audio and video quality might not have been good throughout, and I would like to apologize for that. So now I would request my father, Mr. Nirmalya Mukherjee, to take it over from here.
Yeah, give me a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Ankit, can you put my video on because it says host has stopped your video. Can you put my video on?
Is it okay now?
Yeah, I suppose it's okay. Yeah, as Ankit mentioned, we had a few technical glitches. Let me explain in 30 seconds what it was. The original meeting was scheduled on Zoom, and just around between 48 to 24 hours back, the Honorable Minister, Sri Nitin Gadkari's office insisted that we cannot do the meeting on Zoom. It has to be on WebEx. So there was a technical issue how to bridge Zoom and WebEx together. So our technical consultant who's sitting in London gave us, Amit gave us the idea that we cannot, because the minister was very clear that Zoom pe kahin Mantri ji ka dikhna nahi chahiye. So we had to rewrite it through YouTube to be brought to Zoom. So you understand how difficult it was to route it through YouTube, and to make everyone see that, we had to bring it back to Zoom. So that is why it was a real challenge, especially the audio video synchronization, which was a technical glitch, for which I would like to apologize, but there was no other way we could have done it. We tried our best.
And the final is for me as well. It was the first time we are trying this kind of a technical thing, bridging two different platforms, and yet adhering to all the government rules and regulations, and try not to give you any kind of confusions at the last moment. But yeah, this is the best we can do at the last moment. Thanks.
Thank you, Amit. Thank you so much. With that, we'll move on without wasting time to Mr. Alakesh Rai, followed by my good friend Ravi. Mr. Alakesh Rai, Dada, if you are ready, please go ahead.
Yeah. Can I share the
Dada,
screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes, Dada. Yes,
Can you
Dada.
see my screen? Okay. I think good evening to all of you. And Nitin ji has in fact made my whole narrative a little easier. Basically, what I was trying to cover is what he has absolutely said, that we have to go for cost saving through design. I think he's telling about cost saving designs, but there is nothing as cost saving design. You'll have to save cost through design. So that is what we are the champions of. And let me introduce Zamil. Zamil is an entity based out of, there's a holding company is based out of Saudi Arabia, Dammam, and we are spread from Europe to Australia and from Japan to Africa. This particular highlighted portion, the green highlighted portion is which I manage from Japan to Africa, East Africa and India and Vietnam, Southeast Asia, Australia. And of late, we have also started supplies to this USA, North America, where there is an interesting shift which has happened due to the several climate changes and environmental requirements. I can say that all the water-cooled towers are now getting replaced by air-cooled towers, and there is a huge consumption of steel happening over there. So we are supplying from Vietnam to those countries and also to Europe. Having said that, the opportunities, having said that, let me also say that all along this discussion today, we have been only focusing on the supply side. And I can tell you that the supply side push is not enough to increase the demand of the steel. Before this session began, I was having a chat with Mr. Mukherjee that we'll have to look towards the demand and how to put the demand in the same or in a higher span. Obviously, the steel consumption in India is quite low. It has to go up, but then steel consumption will not happen as it is without having a purpose towards such consumptions. So we all know that steel can give you lightweight design, long span solution, flexible repurposed solution, architecturally exposed structures, and the speed. Speed is obviously the essence in a steel construction. And this is one of the buildings which we have done in Saudi Arabia, and one of the architectural delights. Now, when I say that, and also since the concept is that there will be a new normal, obviously the new normal will not be a linear one, and it will not be in the same way what it was earlier. And also what we foresee is that new normal will be far less dependent on people and interdependence on each other. So everyone will have to be Atmanirbhar. So that is what Mr. Modi is saying for India will also be true for any companies, any institutions, any corporations all over. So we cannot, there will be collaborations, but we'll be more and more self-reliant. Now, when I say this, we as Zamil, what we have tried to do on the demand side is we have tried to align both our suppliers as well as customers towards the technical requirements. Why I say this? We are the only company who has actually trying to meet all the codal design and production requirement in an integrated way. We are being the pioneer. We have designed our own technical data sheets. And that is why you see that we have got a thickness range of each and every millimeter. See, in order to do that, we have to also condense the tolerance values. Although the IS is quite liberal in the tolerance values, our technical data requirements are much stringent, and our suppliers are actually following that. And we have moved across the grade in terms of YS, like 250 was the flavor for every construction. I think around 20 years back, we have moved to 350. Now we are at 450 and then moving to 480 and 550. Now, having said that, we have also set a benchmark that YS is no longer defined by a minimum value. YS is now defined for us by a minimum value and also as a maximum value. Why we do that, I'll explain later on. So we have got a dual certification, IS and STM, both has to be met because we cannot differentiate between two steels, which is going where, and then we cannot every time take a stock of that. And what we have done is we have as a standard given certain protective coatings for all our secondaries, that is 275 GSM, plus we give all SMP coating on the roofing, and also the default grade for all our coils is 550. That is basically to take the longevity of the building and the strength of the building height. On the customer side, what we have done is our offerings are well matched with the total compliance of all codal requirements. to offer complete optimized solution. And why I'm saying that is simply because if you go through all the standards that India has, they're all average standards. Like if you have got the wind speed will be an average wind speed, say maximum up to 180. Now, no one would have visualized that one certain Amphan will come at a 220 kilometer, 200 kilometer, and the building has to be designed. So what happens to building that we designed earlier when the codal requirements are less? That is why we as a company always take a stand that whatever are the codal requirement will give something extra. Be it the rainfall. The rainfall is typically defined in India as the average rainfall for a 1 hour period. But today that average rainfall for a 1 hour period doesn't hold good because there is a gust of rain for a 5 minute and you might see a 150 millimeter average rainfall for the full 1 hour, but the 5 minutes it can be 100 millimeter. So our roof design and the gutter design has to suit that. So these are the kind of things that we have been actually upgrading ours and the industry in particular. And we also give one particular comfort to the customer that we are also in progress with the changes they make while they do the building, because no project can be visualized in completion at the beginning. So we give that comfort to the customer. So our product and offering is tailored from the supply side to the demand side and the customer requirement to the expectation from our end to the steel mills. So what we have done differently is typically what was done in the site earlier, that we have converted into a factory kind of a solution. And these are the kind of structures now are getting fabricated in the factory and shipped to the site. 12-meter length, and then this is a 70-meter span. This is for the automotive testing research facility near Chennai, and this is the crash test area where we have built it. Now we are supplying to the maximum possible length, which is possible, that is 12 meters, and then joining at the site. Now these are for the shopping malls in Cambodia. Earlier, all these were being done at the site and the fabrication was done at the site. So if you think of the new normal era, this will become more and more rampant to be fabricated at a production location and then shipping it to the site, because you will have much lesser requirement of manpower at the site in such case. This is one typical thing which I'd like to highlight, that typically we are now integrating all forms of sections in a single structure, be it a pipe, tube, be it a hot rolled bar, or be it a plate by which. And this kind of structures earlier used to be bolted. Now we are basically welding it and the grades are matching. And that is where we are trying to control each and every input criteria of all this plate along with all these tubes, so that the customer gets a better product at the end of the day. And the design optimization, if you see through this process, is much higher. In fact, this building, if you compare to a traditional building, we could have saved more than 30% of the weight in the total building. And this is being done for Siemens, for Power Grid Corporation. This is a typical substation that now that distribution setup which PGCL had done in the last 3 or 4 years. These are the kind of structures which is for refineries. Now these are, earlier it used to be all bolted and used to go unassembled and then assembly at the site. Now we are giving them welded so that they go in a modular fashion and they can use it directly over there. Now this is one area where we have successfully converted the 3D space frame into a 2D tubular structure. And this is for a coal shed near Raipur. And we have actually done it and proven to the world that this space frame is actually a costlier technology than a simple tubular structure. And you can see the differential section thickness and the diameter thickness of the tubes being utilized in the building. And today, when we go to the market, we say that the customers doesn't need columns and rafters, they need a space which is covered. So you can give a space up to 90 meters. Accordingly, we have given for the C70 hangars, we have done the 3 hangars in Hindon. So all done by us, and then we have used the 74-meter clear span building at a 34-meter height. Now, when people talk about additive manufacturing, it is only the 3D and all the concepts are there. What we have done is that we earlier used to give clips and all these processes loose and to be bolted. Now what has happened is now we have started welding it, and what it has done to the system is we are now getting a situation where this is going along with the main column and the touch points at the side are limited. So this is one area where this is for a rails wheels factory. We are doing huge projects for RVNL. We have done the coach factory at the south near Satara and all those things. So And this star cruciform column, earlier the design was a bolted connection. We have changed it to welded connection, and we could say, and we have replaced the UCUB, and we could save 30% of the weight, and also that cross movement is allowed over here. This is for the base stiffening, and we have been able to save on weight. So that is what Nitinji was asking, that how can design save on weight? You have got a built-up frame. If you would have made it in a straight format, the weight increase would have been at least 30 to 40%. Now we are designing, the elemental analysis of design is going into, and we have been giving a differential thickness as well as sections so that the weight is optimized to the fullest, and the building is absolutely designed to a load factor of near 1. The same thing with the rafter. So all the things, clips and hanging loads are connected to the rafter, so that if your person needs a clear span building, then he gets a clear span building and the loads are hanging from the top. This is something which we have taken as a task for ourselves, that we will erect our buildings as we detail it. And this is a typical building which was refused, or every possible company in India refused this kind of a structure to be made and erected. We got in, and this is a French multinational which has come to India for a pharmaceutical company. And this is the design by them. And we have detailed it and actually executed at the site. And this has come out so well that now this has become a site that everyone is coming and visiting. And it is made of tube as well as plate in combination. So you can now imagine that what kind of technical close tolerances has to be there between all the commodities that the steel mills are coming out with. And we have to marry them in order to give an optimized solution. Same thing over here. I have already shown you the photograph of the structure for the NATRIP, that is the automotive testing research. This is the final building which has come up, and this is the crash test area. And for this design, we have got the Bentley Award. Bentley gives, they publish a book where they are awarding globally the designs which are state of the art and beyond the current limitations of the design syndrome. So we got an award. We generally get around 2 to 4 awards every year for our design capability. This is something which was again a challenge for us. There's a German pump manufacturing facility which we built. The architect was quite fussy. So this is not a, this is something which has been done for the first time by a pre-engineered concept, and it is a sinusoidal roof. And when we started detailing this, we thought that it will be a huge challenge while we are erecting, and we could devise some tools to make the building look exactly as it was rendered. And this is the view from the outside, and this is the view from the inside. So absolutely what the architect would have thought of, we have delivered the building. This is the coal shed which I was talking about. This is a clear span, and you can see this photo, the aerial photo. This particular gray area is what was done by the Chinese firm through the 3D space frame, and we have converted the remaining into tubular 2D structures and erected it on site. This was basically supplied in 12-meter arc spans, assembled at the site and lifted. So we could lift 2 or 3 frames every day, and we could finish the job quite fast. This is something we have done in Philippines. People generally think that these are the structures which generally are site fabricated. These are all fabricated in Ho Chi Minh factory of ours, and we sent to the site. And Philippines, today in India, we are talking about wind speed and wind norms. Philippines is a country where the minimum requirement of wind is 200 kilometers per hour. We generally design for 220, 230 kilometers per hour. There's a high wind, and also typically there is a high seismic zone as well. So we have done this kind of structures. We have done the airport project in Cambodia. This is one recent iconic structure that we have done in Hanoi city. Basically, the architect came up and the consultant came up with a pagoda design for a structure. Every company would have refused it, and they have actually done so, because the whole concept from the architectural view to the actual erection is something that was unthinkable even if it. Basically, this is a bamboo structure which has been replicated to steel tubes. We have been able to fabricate this in a Norway factory and erected in at the site. And if you go to the website of F1 Circuit in Hanoi, you can see this structure, which has become an iconic landmark of Hanoi today. Also, we have been doing this kind of viewing decks for the F1 Circuit, so which is actually a gallery with a room and all the amenities in it. So these are the kind of structures we are doing it. And also, if you look at from our perspective, Zamil has always been looking forward to the next practices which are there to offer. So all our buildings, whatever we have designed since ages, has got extra collateral load built into the whole thing. That is why any building today, whomsoever is talking about, even he has erected the building 10 years back, is ready to be fitted with the solar panels. And to prove that, we have done in our own plant the solar panel fitment with no extra stiffening of the building. And that is the maximum was allowed was 1 megawatt. We have done that. Now, how we have evolved as a brand. If you look at the earlier days, a typical PEB company or any fabrication unit was a supply-only organization. We have moved from a supply to a service kind of a situation. And my philosophy is that in the future, no product in isolation will exist if you cannot back up with the service. It will be a combination of product and service which the customer will buy. So what was a pleasure to do business in the beginning of 2000 has moved to a total solution provider. Then we had got a little more bold. So we started defining the quality of what was prevalent, and we challenged each and every aspect of the quality. And then now we are saying that we are a step beyond, all towards delivering the dreams of the customer. Now, having said that, let me also say we are working closely with JSPL and also Tata Steel, the Kalinganagar facility. We have been partnering with them for all these technological movements and successfully done so that the industry benefits at the end of the day. It is not that we are doing something for ourselves, but we are doing it for the industry. We have done many bridges, we have done many girder projects, we have done many projects which are iconic in nature. Some photographs cannot be shown because of there is an agreement between the customer and us that we cannot share the photographs. But I would like you to visit our website, follow us on Twitter, LinkedIn, everywhere. And also we are globally accredited with FM, and also we are a part of the Green Building Solution. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roy. So do we have any questions from the audience?
Madam, this side Dr. Mukesh. I have one question with Mr. Jamil. Mr. Jamil, just now you told you have done bridges.
Mr. Roy, not Mr.
Oh, Mr. Roy. Sorry.
Alokesh Rai, the company is Zamil.
Yeah, sorry.
The company has become synonymous with Mr. Rai.
Yes.
No. It's too much of a ask. No one in Tata becomes a Tata. Tatas are Tatas.
Mr. Roy, I'm sorry. Just I wanted to check this thing. You told you have done some bridges also.
Yeah.
Have you done any bridge in India also?
Yeah.
That is done. What is the cost difference between a RCC bridge and a steel bridge you have seen in your project?
See, I'll tell you, there are two answers. One is that the concept of bridge, we have done one in my earlier company, and then we have done for that in the Guru Tegh GTB hospital. If you see that there is a ROB, it is made of steel, and it is made of steel with a diaphragm section. So the point what I'm making is that with the diaphragm section and with the kind of thing that we have given over there, and with integrated with the prefab concrete slabs on top, it worked out to be cheaper in terms of the span of the time span. So in bridges today, if you look at, it is not the cost per se. So if you look at even the bridge which has collapsed in Calcutta, had they gone for a steel bridge, it would have been much faster. Even after 2 years, they are unable to actually conclude that whole bridge setup. So people have to understand what in India we do not understand is the time value of money. Until unless, so there can be a differential cost of 10 to 20%, but the time value of money is something that has to be factored. And see today, even if you see what has happened to USA, when there's an environmental push towards stopping water-based cooling structure, cooling towers. All water-based cooling towers was of concrete. Now, when the opportunity has come, they have simply not touched that. They have kept it as it is, and they have gone for steel structures. In India, we only can talk, but we cannot take decisions in the longer run to shift from one base to other. I'll tell you regarding what Gadkari ji was saying was absolutely right. Today, designs are available, everything is available, but the will is not there to change over to steel. I think Raviji and I were sharing in another day on another platform. So he will speak more about that, the will.
No, you go ahead. You please cover it fully.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Roy.
Okay, any other question? Chalo, theek hai. I don't want to keep...
We have a question from Suresh Garapati from the audience. Mr. Suresh, if you could please introduce yourself and ask your question.
He is mute.
Yeah.
Okay, he has waved. Okay, he is not there, which seems. Okay, okay. Let us not keep Ravi waiting for too long.
Yeah.
Ravi, please go ahead. And I suppose you don't have slides today, or do you? Are you ready with your slides?
I've kept out of the slides because if you go by the slides, then it becomes a little long.
Yeah, right.
So I will try to complete it quickly in 8 minutes. Basically, I work for SUL. We do structural steels, light, medium, heavy. Along with the ESI, we basically dominate the GCC market. And we also, of course, supply globally, right from Canada to South Korea. When you're looking at this topic today, post-COVID, raw material, technology, and markets, I think it was a fantastic topic because all the three are linked with each other. You cannot have one without the other. And there are challenges coming up in each of the three areas. If you look at COVID itself, there are 5 main influencing trends which have arisen out of COVID. One, environmental consciousness and frailty of life. It has increased everywhere. Everybody is feeling life is really short. That's a common thing. Social distancing is going to be there. Global reset is happening, both from deglobalization, China-US rivalry, and within industry, competitive rivalry is going to grow. It is mainly a demand side crisis because none of the supply side capabilities of the industry have been affected, but it will create pressure for profitability. If you look at the raw material side, I think it's going to accelerate some of the trends which were already there in the raw material side. We are all aware that the iron ore quality has been deteriorating globally. So there has to be more focus on fines, on pelletization, on beneficiation. These topics have already been covered. But one thing that I can say from running a steel plant here is that already Vale is in trouble. So high grade iron ore availability has started going down globally. And if you really look at it, that has been mainly driven by environment issues at Vale. So environment is going to drive business. It has brought Vale to its knees in Brazil, and the rest of the industry is suffering. If we in India also, the other issue is going to be iron ore availability is actually not so great in India. If you look at the availability issues, and they will have to go deeper in mining below 50 meters. In the technology side, the way I look at it, there are 4 basic types of technological issues which all steel companies are facing. One is technology for manufacturing value creation. And normally you get married with a particular value creation technology when you set up a steel plant. But after that, you can we will see post-COVID a lot of automation to improve responsiveness to cyclicity, because the cyclicity is really being driven home, even in the steel plants, which are normally known to be cyclic industry. I think we will see a lot of downstream diversification to promote growth. I remember some of the discussions that steel plants are not going beyond making carbon steel in India. I think we will see some more downstream side movements. The technology, the second type of technology I look at is technology for loss control. And I think that's where Industry 4.0, the DMAIC, IoT, automation, all will come in. And we have already started looking at that area in SUL. We have had Bernard steam come in. We have had McKinsey steam come in. And I think that is the way to go. There is really no choice on not doing that. The third technology which I look at is technology for value distribution. This is the technology for new business models like e-commerce, EDI linkages. It was very well covered in one of the ArcelorMittal presentations. And we are also looking at connecting our customers through the EDI linkages, working out web-based, app-based programs, so that the customers feel ownership of the plant and they have full visibility of their order being processed. and also, of course, the capability to place orders on the web. It is a difficult thing in our kind of business because in structural steel, there's a plethora of issues. It is not a straightforward HR coil or CR coil distribution. I also feel that this technology for value distribution is going to morph into POS, point of sale technology, so that you have greater visibility and we can maintain business with tight liquidity situations. The fourth type of technology, I think, which is very relevant, is technology for disruption. And the way I see, there's some movements happening on solar powered steel making, especially the electrical component coming in through solar power. If that becomes successful, it is going to be a game changer for steel. We are not yet into that. We have looked at putting solar panels on our rooftops, but the amount of space needed for solar power for steel making is huge, which is what has been deterring us. Although it looks very attractive in the long run, I think it's a question of time. If you look at the post-COVID market trends, which was the third aspect, what I can see is this frailty of life will affect capitalism, and probably the premium product, quality products will ramp up first. It's like the ad of one of the things, because I'm worth it, or give me the best. So that's something which is going to happen. The premium players will recover first and will probably add to their market share, because the customers will need premium service and delivery quality will all become very important. The other thing that's going to happen is in the customer side, I think the large infrastructure projects will survive and will go through. It is the small ones which are going to get affected. So there is going to be stability if we have source working for large projects. We will see increase of steel consumption in automation for improving the quality of life for the same reason. And the green sentiment will rise, so you will see a lot of issues in improvement in the steel intensity of construction. As Alkesh said, there will be new improvement in fabricated steel being used for various construction. I think water scarcity and sand mining, illegal sand mining, can put in a death knell to some of this rampant low-cost cement construction. Although, yes, there is going to be very serious competition from precast because that has got certain strengths. I think steel will revert to a historical regional status. Deglobalization is off. We have already seen protectionism coming in, and Saudi Arabia has already announced protectionism last week. And we probably should see it spreading across the GCC. Every country has to protect its own areas and its industry. That will happen. But within that, we have to find opportunities for exports. And I think because of that, we will see more, we will need to take more accreditations with more number of countries, so that responsiveness to market opportunities is not compromised. India may see a lot of infrastructure ramp up. And the last point that which may be interesting for some of our members here is I can see that the labor market is changed forever. There is going to be no retirement going forward because you can work from home. The industry has realized work from home norms are quite feasible, quite workable. A lot of white collar jobs definitely can be done from home. And therefore, we can look forward to a scenario where we will continue to work for a long, long time. Thank you so much. I finished in 8 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ravi. So do we have any questions from the panelists or the attendees? First to the panelists. Okay, I think we don't have any questions. So I would like to ask my father, Mr. Nimala Mukherjee, to take it over from here.
Thank you, Ankit.
Yeah.
Ravi, thanks a lot. The day I got to hear about, I came to know about this anti-dumping duty being imposed, I immediately sent a text to you and you confirmed yes. So I think protection is something which is bound to happen. within the WTO norms, whatever maximum selling limit is allowed, people will go for it. And let us accept that, everyone needs to protect their domestic industry. So
absolutely. Because under pressure, what is happening is there's a lot of dumping going on.
Yeah.
You are well aware of $385 price for HR coil to Vietnam. I can tell you there are structural steel prices which are crazy. Alkesh and I had a discussion on that. We don't want to talk prices here. So that will kill the industry if it is not implemented.
Yeah. Even, if you get to hear about a crane being sold in, the weightage in tons, you know what the fabrication industry is going to do.
Absolutely.
So that's what but anyway, these are things we'll have to overcome. And Sanjay, I think we'll have Mr. Sanjay Jairam from JSW, since he heads marketing and sales. He'll be able to throw more light on these aspects. May I welcome Mr. Sanjay Jairam, Executive Vice President, Sales and Marketing, JSW Steel. Unfortunately, Mr. Jayant Acharya could not join us because they have a board meeting on 5th and 6th, the board review. So Sanjay Jairam will do justice to it, since he is there on the ground, handling his stockists and dealers, as well as in the market on a day-to-day basis. Over to you, Sanjay.
Thank you, Nirmala. And hello to all my fellow panelists. In fact, I think most of the topics are covered in terms of steel and the demand and what is going to happen after the COVID. But let me just give you some of my observations. Very, very happy to be here. As Nirmala said, we have our boards going on, so Jayant is not available. But nevertheless, I think it's been testing time for all of us. I think the last 3 to 4 months have really taught not only people, but the whole in India, but I think the whole of the world as to how to look at business and how to do business. But I think the worst is still not over. But, the ever positive industry that we are and the people that we are, I firmly believe that good times will come back. And with that, I just want to offer a few comments. I don't have any slides. As I mentioned earlier, there have been quite a few common subjects which most of my esteemed panelists have covered. The steel industry, of course, as you all know, I think it's a very cyclical industry. But despite the global slump, the Indian steel demand last year, from a finished steel consumption perspective, grew by 1.4%. But contrary to this, FY21 looks to be very, very challenging. And we are hearing all kinds of scary numbers of contraction in terms of the demand. The COVID pandemic definitely will play a major part in this activity. But from a flip side, the huge amount of help that the government has provided in terms of the expenditure outlays, and the Honorable Minister, Mr. Gadkari, also talked about so many SOPs that they are providing for the country. And more than 1 lakh crores of money is going to be spent on the infrastructure and construction. And, this will give a major fillip to railways, metros, roads, irrigation, power projects, which we are all aware. And all these segments, consume more than 50% of the total steel demand in any country. So I firmly would like to believe that flat and long steel will definitely be consumed in big quantities going forward, but it's going to take a little time. There are some other industry segments in India which are badly affected. The automotive industry has been going through a serious recession in the last 15 months. And by virtue of poor buyer sentiment, there have been lower demand. Some axle norms relaxation has hit the commercial vehicle industry badly. Implementation of the BS6, while it is a very, very good regulation, but it has really put the automotive industry in a little bit of a backseat, but that's only for a period of time. And of course, we had the NBFC financial crisis as well. But with that behind us, we believe that the passenger car industry and the two-wheeler segment specifically will get back to its feet post the second quarter of FY21. We are also seeing a good fillip in the farm equipments and the tractor business because most of the migrant labor which has gone back to their hometowns have got into farming, and because of this huge outlay of SOPs which have been given to farmers and agriculture. So we see a lot of development happening there. Another area where we are seeing a good spurt in demand, which will happen over a period of time again, is going to be the MSME business. And while this business is structured, this business is fragmented, this business is small, this business also sees a lot of problems of scale, but this business will also consume a lot of steel going forward. The Indian steel demand definitely is going to be a story which will be rewritten, but it will be rewritten differently. And it will take us a while to get back to 5-6% GDP growth. It will also take us some time to get back to 4 to 5% steel growth. But we see potential here. We see huge potential, more than most of the countries in the world. Coming to the customer, because I think the customer is somebody who's paying all our wages, and had it not been for him, I think we wouldn't be talking about demand, because he's the guy who actually consumes whatever steel that you make. So from a demand creation perspective also, it is essential that the customer also looks at businesses and looks at businesses in big form. But the relationship is going to be completely different. As Ravi mentioned it beautifully, I think there is going to be a lot of focus on environmental and health. There is going to be social distancing is going to become the order of the day. And, when you meet a person face to face, the kind of feeling that you're able to commit, or the kind of feeling that you're able to create, is much, much more than the communication which otherwise you will transmit through an electronic and digital medium. But I think you will have to find ways and means where you bring the customer closer to your business. Relationship building will have to be done like never ever before. I think it is necessary that we engage with stakeholders and our customers and channel partners on a real-time basis. This will happen more from a digital and an electronic medium in a big way. It's also because today the customer is also as aware of your business as much as you are. So we'll have to devise ways and means to comprehend the customer's businesses better. And unless he sees value addition in his business, he's not going to be patronizing you in a big way. So I think this whole norm of customer relationship management is going to be redefined the post-COVID era. And we at JSW are doing a lot of things in this area from a digitalization perspective, from an electronic perspective, from a user perspective as to how to bring customers closer to our business, because we firmly believe that we have the best processes, plants, and products to meet the exacting demands in every industry segment. But we will definitely have to redefine our business strategies going forward. Having said this, I don't think it is any secret that people will have to work smarter. They'll have to think smarter and be smarter, and with a view to offer real-time and useful solutions to customers. I think that said, I think it's necessary for all of us to have faith. India is one of the fastest growing economies of the world. And I don't think it's going to be long before we really get back to our wild ways of growth. And the steel industry has a huge way to go. And we have all the potential, we have the demography, our per capita consumptions are still way below the world average. Steel usage in India is still far and few. And in every major segment, I think we have, and Indian steel mills, irrespective of whether it is Tata Steel or ArcelorMittal or whether it is JSW, I think we have all the steel that we can support our end-use segments. We don't need to import steel, and we can make all the steels under the sun, and we are upgrading in a major way. There are a lot of expansions planned, but in the last 6 months, expansions have taken a little bit of a backseat, but I don't think anybody is going to throw that away. So I think with this, I am very, very positive about the future. The government is doing its bit. I think we need to do our bit to be positive. and we need to spread this message in a very positive way. So I would definitely thank the organizers for giving me an excellent opportunity to express my views. I didn't want to present any slides because there are quite a few common things that have already been said. And I wish all the very best. There are another 8 or 9 speakers after me, and we are already pushing forward in time. So thank you very much, Nirmalaya, and all the very best to everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you so much. And you basically covered within your short period of time virtually everything that the industry should look at right now. And what is going to be the new normal is what was also highlighted in a big way. With that, I'll move over to Mr. Vivek Bhatia, Managing Director and CEO of ThyssenKrupp Industries India. As I mentioned in the beginning, ThyssenKrupp in India was perhaps the pioneer in bringing electrical steel to India. And I'm sure Dr. Mukesh Kumar will have a question or two after Mr. Bhatia speaks with regard to the journey of ThyssenKrupp and how he looks at what is going to happen tomorrow. Over to you, Mr. Bhatia.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. And firstly, I must congratulate you on organizing such a wonderful conference. Definitely, I think it is very apt that we are talking about a core industry like steel on the World Environment Day. I think it is really, really pertinent that you chose that day and also chose the topics of raw materials, technology, and markets as the core theme. So thank you for that. Thank you for having me. And also thank you to all the distinguished fellow panelists. I think I've been listening with rapt attention to all the insightful views and also looking forward to those who have yet to follow. So firstly, I think steel definitely has a big role to play. We have heard from the minister and also earlier from the finance minister as well that significant investments in infrastructure are proposed and planned. There's also now a national infrastructure investment fund. So all of this should drive cement consumption quite significantly. I come from the supply side for the industry, so I wouldn't really comment on the demand. But definitely, I think one statistic that is worth looking into is the steel utilization. And on a per capita basis, while the world average is around 220 plus, China sits at 590 plus, India is still at 70 plus on a per capita basis. So if for me, there couldn't be any other better statistic than that to show that how promising the future of steel industry is in a country like ours. But considering that it's the focus today is also on environment, we must also remember that the world has now put a tremendous focus on emissions, and roughly worldwide 6 to 7%, by some estimates even slightly higher than that, the greenhouse gas emissions can be attributed to the steel industry. And we are roughly emitting around 1.9 tons of CO2 per ton of steel. And in India alone, I think this is expected to go up by 3 times by the time we are in 2050. So definitely, that will be a big topic that all of us will have to address as part of the industry on how do we look at the intensity of emissions and what can technologies do to definitely play a role over there. So on that, I think I would like to touch upon a couple of technologies which can potentially play a role. We earlier discussed a bit about the cost of power in the production of steel. And some of the panelists very rightly mentioned that costs are high. But where you have captive power solutions, definitely it comes down. But perhaps the cheapest sources, in my opinion, would be driving further waste heat recovery in the steel sector. We have seen a tremendous wave already in the cement sector towards waste heat recovery. And I think the steel industry also has played a good role in looking at waste gases and waste heat streams and trying to generate power from that. And I can only encourage all the industry stalwarts to continue that focus, because from a cost perspective, in certain cases, it can even be half a rupee per unit that you can look at when doing it through the waste heat recovery route. So definitely, I think that needs to be on the agenda. And that is something where ThyssenKrupp has been playing a tremendous role, both in designing and engineering such systems, but also, supporting businesses in identifying the opportunities for waste heat recovery. The second part is, I think we must also look at emissions and what role technology can play in that. And over there, I think we have a new technology which we are now piloting out in Europe, where essentially we are saying, how do we take the carbon emissions from a steel unit and use that as a input into more value-added products. So we are calling it the carbon to chem process. And there again, I think the idea is, if we are to combine that with renewable energy, or even leverage waste heat recovery as a basis to power that process, then there is a significant positive implication for the steel industry in reducing their overall emissions, and also, going forward on the path towards becoming green. I think the other aspect where I would like to comment is then on the raw materials side. And what we have to focus on is really improvements across the value chain for steel. And one of the areas which we are pushing very hard and trying to bring new technology into the country is really in the area of mining. And what we are pursuing right now is the technology for blast-free mining, which has an implication on two folds. Firstly, I think on productivity and cost of coal. With the monsoon season, we typically see that availability of coal stocks goes down, productivity gets impacted. But if you have a blast-free mining technology combined with continuous mining, then you can actually, through the course of a year, look at 20 to 25% upside on your throughput. And at the same time, it also has an equal impact on reducing the cost of coal produced via this process by another 15 to 20%. So that, I think, is a win-win, where it would improve both the availability and as well as provide a positive impulse to the industry by reducing cost of a very important raw material in the production of steel. The second is, I would say, we have to look into the operation side of it, and there we are, we are in discussions with various steel manufacturers as well on really a focused KPI-based perspective on steel production. And when you look at the efficiencies that we can get by focusing on KPIs of production of management, and by KPIs I mean both in terms of plant availability and also in terms of output. So when you focus on that approach, we have launched a few services in the steel sector where we are saying there are certain operations, particularly on the material handling side, where we are happy to step in and completely provide a different view on the operations, which can then also yield productivity gains, and at the same time give you an assurance on output. And there, of course, I think digitalization definitely has a big role to play. And I think from SMS, one of the panelists gave an excellent presentation on what digitalization can help us achieve. And this is also something that we are pushing. At a global level, I think there are three themes that we are driving on digitalization. One is we are talking about a data sharing platform whereby we can bring various stakeholders across the value chain onto a seamless industrial data sharing or industrial data space kind of environment where in a secure and safe manner data can be exchanged. Once you have that kind of capability, what we are seeing is that there is even a possibility to have an interconnection even at the ERP levels. And what that then implies is that you create a very different degree of flexibility in the customer and supplier relationship, where the ability to order, the ability to modify the order, and the ability to influence the supplies at various stages of manufacturing can then be influenced through that kind of a secure connection. And then, of course, we are also hosting our, in India, a global digital center, through which we are now also focusing on equipment level digitalization, looking into performance improvement, and also looking into ensuring that the availability becomes more predictable for the equipment. So I touched a bit about on the raw material side and the technology side and the digital side, but at the end of the day, I think what we must remember is it is also a people-driven industry, and that is where I think if we look at the ambitious perspectives on the kind of growth that we are expecting in the steel sector, then I think we also have to think about talent for both the industry as well as the supply chain, as well as for the capital goods side of it, which will feed into the steel industry per se. And there again, I think we have used various forums to engage. And also, one of the models that perhaps the industry can look at more closely is something that we have seen very successful in Germany, which is the dual education system, whereby the industry has to play a much more active role in taking on talent at the entry level, play a very active role in providing them the kind of training, and then making sure that a larger and more capable pool of people is available. And lastly, I think I would just like to circle back to some of the major announcements we've been seeing from the government side. And definitely, I think Atmanirbhar Bharat is really something that is exciting, something that that will, I'm sure, drive not just public policy, but also industrial action in the days and months ahead. And here, definitely, I think, as you very rightly mentioned at the start, we have tried to bring in electrical steel manufacturing into the country, and in recent years also invested further in that. But apart from, I think, electrical steel, there are other parts of steel production where also we need to perhaps pay a lot more attention, and especially if we are to go down the path of Atmanirbhar Bharat. And there, I think we need to look at alloy steels, and there are many alloy steels where there are still significant imports that continue to come, and I think that will be the challenge also for the industry on how do we upgrade towards manufacturing some of those special steels, and also may take a step forward in becoming much more competitive there. And also on the stainless steel side, I think on the duplex stainless steels, definitely there's opportunity for India to do a lot more from where we stand as of today. Although I am aware that I think industry has been making great progress on both of these fronts, but I think we need to continue to accelerate in that direction. So I think those were some of my remarks, and once again, congratulate the organizers for an excellent conference so far. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Bhatia. I think you covered basically, because people who do not know what ThyssenKrupp India is, you gave a fair idea of ThyssenKrupp is not only in electrical steel, but a lot of other subjects. You spoke about cogen and using waste heat. That was also very relevant in context of today, the World Environment Day. So that very, very, very informative. And with that, without wasting much of time, since we are running already late, and let me put across to Mr. Alessandro Martinez, Executive Vice President, Danelli Centro Metallics, who is joining us from Italy. Mr. Martinez, if you are there, Mr. Martinez, I had interviewed just a couple of months ago, and from there onwards, I understood he is someone who is very thorough on the subject. So, Mr. Martinez, to talk about the Energiron technology and its adaptability to the Indian conditions. Mr. Martinez. I can't hear you, Mr. Martinez. I can't hear you. Can anyone hear Mr. Martinez?
No. I think there's some connection problem with the microphone.
Yeah.
But it's showing that it's on here. Maybe, Mr. Martinez, could you check your laptop if it's muted there? We still cannot hear you.
Maybe can you try without your headphone? Just take out the headphone and try if that works.
Is it better like this?
Yes.
It is perfect. Perfect.
Very good. Okay, thank you. So
I'm sure your headphone was not a Danelli one.
No, not even an Indian one, maybe Chinese. Okay, thank you very much for the invitation, and compliments again for the excellent organization of this webinar. My intervention will focus on some technologies that we have in our portfolio and that we can share with the attendees in order to give to the Indian market and Indian players some issues to think about the possible innovation in the new normal area, especially about the saving in the emissions and the environmental protection that now becomes even more an issue. I will try to share my screen, and I hope that you can see my screen now. Okay.
Perfect. We can see.
Okay, very good. Well, I'm going to speak about the Energiron technology coupled with the coal gasification. The coal gasification plants are something that in India are widely spreadly used. And while instead the natural gas resources are present but are not at the price available at the price that can be advantageous for the steel industry, typically. So I will focus on the technology and process, how to couple this process with the gasifiers, and also I will spend some time about a new idea. If we can use the gas from the coal gasifiers, why cannot we use directly hydrogen produced by renewable resources? And here I speak about solar, wind, and other kind of hydropower, for example, other kind of resources. And I try to stay in the 8 minutes that are allowed to me. So the Energiron zero reformer concept has been widely demonstrated around the world. We were the ones to install this technology at the very high capacities. 2.5 million tons per year, for example, are reached in Nucor in the United States. And also we have other plants in the range of 2 million tons per year in Egypt and in other places. And this technology is offered by Danieli in collaboration with Tenova and Tenova HYL. In fact, the Energiron plant is the Energiron technology is something that derives from the HYL technology, which is the origin of this development. This is the idea of this plant. It is a direct reduction gas-based plant unit in which a gas is flowing in countercurrent with the iron oxide to give cold DRI, HBI, or hot DRI directly to the electric arc furnaces. And what do we introduce into the process for the reduction to stay in place? We can use reducing gas from reformers, steam reformers, which is the traditional option. And we can use syngas or natural gas, reformed gas, hydrogen, for example, all in the same place, all without modifying the base circuit, the base operating way of this plant. This is something peculiar to our technology because the competitor technology has to modify the base circuit to adapt to different gas sources. Instead, the Energiron technology is ready for this kind of things. We can, of course, and we have demonstrated that with the Energiron are able to use different feed mixes. For example, we have tested not only DR grade pellets, but also blast furnace grade pellets. And we all know the different availability and difference in price of the different type of iron ore pellet grades. Of course, different grades imply different operating modes in the downstream electric arc furnaces, but I think we have enough experience to support the customer in the operation with low-grade pellets. In fact, for example, in our installations in Egypt, we have tested up to even 30–40% of blast furnace grade pellets in our installations without loss of productivity or of competitivity of the plants. So let us speak about the main feature of this process. This process is able to combine in the single shaft reactor two things. One is the reformation of natural gas and to produce CO and hydrogen, and the other is the reaction of CO and hydrogen with iron oxide to form metallic iron. So you can imagine if you already have CO and hydrogen coming from coal gasification, so you don't need to do all the job in the reactor or in the external reformer. That's why taking advantage of the specific conditions, high temperature, high pressure of the process in Energiron configuration, we are facilitated in using these kind of things. Now, total energy supply sources in India. In India, we know that the coal is playing a big role. Coal, of course, is used together with coke in blast furnaces or mini blast furnaces, or in the reduction with rotary kilns and different technologies that use directly coal or low-grade fuels. These options have the great advantage of being cheap and to allow production of small quantity of direct reduction iron, but at the same time, these are very much polluting and they are producing a lot of export gas, which means compulsory to use the technology together with some source of consumption for the export gas and export energy. Energiron is not suffering for that. We can use different kinds of coal gasifiers. The only important thing is that we produce the necessary CO and hydrogen. This is the scheme how we can produce, couple the coal gasification system with the Energiron system. There is also the advantage that when we do the coal gasification, we can capture the CO2 from the beginning. Here, you can see we can shift the gas from the coal gasifier and capture the resulting CO2. So at the end, if we can
Martin,
make use of this.
can you show the presentation also, please? Your presentation now is not visible. It is on the first slide itself.
Oh, sorry. I'm going on with the
not see even a single slide.
So let me see. Probably yes, because of that, probably. Yeah.
You could not see even a single slide. Sir.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. Now I want to, maybe you can see now the other slides. It is possible also to capture the CO2 and make use of the CO2 in different ways, like for example, chemical fertilizers, storage to enhance the oil product, like for example they do in Abu Dhabi or in the Far East countries. And let us, since I think that my time is already going to expire, I wanted also to show you that not only coal in India is a source of energy, but green hydrogen can be produced because, as we know from the India Central Electricity Authority, it is expected that in the next years, the amount of energy due to renewable resources is going to play a bigger role, to increase its role in India. Renewable resources means no CO2 emissions. And with no CO2 emissions, we are achieving our goal of protecting the environment while keeping the production of steel and steel quality at higher level. So I'm going to stop here, not because I know that we are already late in our schedule. And of course, if there is any question, I am very happy to answer, and you can contact me also separately to deepen the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Thank you so much. It was really a subject of interest for all of us. You know, just a few weeks back, our Honorable Finance Minister has announced a lot of stops for coal gasifiers in India, and coal gasification has been given a special importance. And I'm sure Dr. Mukesh Kumar will be having a couple of questions. Dr. Mukesh Kumar.
Martin, just one thing I wanted to know. You have told about this technology, but do you have technology for the gasification also? Because in India, coal is having high ash, about more than 40%. And most of the available technology, either from Lurgi or Shell, they are not in a position to produce desired quality of the coal gas, syngas here. So in your technology, have you developed anything on the syngas side also?
We have not our own technology for coal gasification, but we are in collaboration with different companies. For example, in the past we have worked with Lurgi, but we can work with Shell or Ude, for example, ex-Ude, now it is ThyssenKrupp. And we have, we don't think it is strategical for Danieli or Fortenova to apply to this technology, since there are very reputable companies that can provide this.
But this technology can handle ash up to what content?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Ash content in coal. What is the maximum limit which can be handled by that technology?
Well, in the past, we have worked up to 40% ash content.
Oh, that's very good. This is which technology?
With Lurgi.
Entrant gasifier.
Entrant gasifier, yes.
So we have a question from the audience for Mr. Martinez. It's from Mr. Amit Srivastava. Mr. Amit, could you please unmute your microphone and ask the question?
Yeah, hello, this is Amit Srivastava. So I am a PhD student at University of Toronto. So I just have a quick question. Like when you used DF grade pellets, so did you face any problem related to the fragmentation of pellets?
No.
Like thermal fragmentation?
No. We, of course, the blast furnace pellet quality must satisfy some minimum physical requirement, like cold compression strength and decrepitation properties. But in principle, this is not a big issue in our process, since we have smaller dimension of reactors with respect to our competitors, because we are using high pressure. High pressure means that we can contain the necessity of gas in smaller volumes, and while guarantee the residence time, which especially because we are using a lot of hydrogen already in the normal process, which is in the range of 70% in the process gas that enters the reactor, we can work at lower temperatures, and you know that hydrogen with respect to CO is less prone to generate decapitation and fines of pellets. Instead, the main issue with the blast furnace pellet is the acid gang that they contain. And this acid gang is not a problem for the direct reduction, it is a problem for the downstream equipment of the electric arc furnace. So that we have to apply special slag treatment or special protection for the refractories of the electric arc furnace to take into account the acidity of the slag.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Any other question? Ravi, do you have a question?
No, I think this is good. This is a very very interesting technology which Danieli has been pushing and in competition to Midrex. And I believe it is cheaper than Midrex technology. If we had to put up a new DRI plant, maybe we would consider it.
Thank you very much. Waiting for your request.
Thank you.
Thank you. One more question from Mr. Ganesh Iyer. Mr. Ganesh Iyer, could you please unmute and ask your question?
Hello. Yeah, this is Ganesh Iyer, but my question is not relevant to this topic. I had asked this question long back, so probably when we come to that section.
Okay, then we will save your question for the end of the session, since we are running a little short on time.
Yeah. Question if it, Ankit?
Sorry?
Can I ask a supplementary question?
Yes, of course.
This is on the market side. There's a lot of talk now that the future, since blast furnace is not going to be a great technology for the future, especially under carbon tax scenario. DRI could be a savior of the world, especially for the electric arc furnaces, where we expect the proportion of steel making through electric arc furnaces will go up. What's your view on that, Martin?
Yeah, the discussion is very harsh, especially in Europe, because you know that Europe has stated the program, a very challenging program, which is Horizon 2030 and Horizon 2050, where the European Union wants to decarbonize 80% of the steel industry by 2030 and 100% of the steel industry by 2050. So everybody now is looking to alternatives to the blast furnaces. We are in studies with, we are performing feasibility studies with the main players in Europe, as you can imagine, Tata Steel, ThyssenKrupp, Salzgitter, etc., and ArcelorMittal as well, to show that the transition from blast furnaces to direct reduction is possible and can be economically feasible, especially in view of the greater values of the carbon tax that are expected in the future in Europe. So this would be the topic of the next years here in Europe, but we expect that also in the United States and all over the world, there will be a similar challenge.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Hope to visit one of the Energy plants very soon. Since you're not going to have the DIM this year, I'll be missing the DIM.
No, it is postponed to next year. Yes.
Yes. So this year end, maybe you invite me to one of the Energy plants.
You are already invited. All our guests are invited.
Thank you so much, Mr. Martinez. With that, move to Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay, who woke up so early in the morning and still waiting. So, Dada, please go ahead. The floor is all yours.
Thank you, Nirmal. First of all, again, congratulations for hosting such a great webinar, and I congratulate all the esteemed panelists for shedding light on the current scenario and the future of all of us. In view of the topics today, I think Nirmalya, also the fact that World Environment Day is being celebrated today, and it's a very pertinent one in terms of the topics that you have chosen: raw materials, technology, and markets. I have tried to touch on all three of them, and I'll share my screen real quick. And I hope that everybody is able to see my screen.
Yes, we can see.
So I don't know what happened. Can you see my screen?
No, not right now. Could you try it again?
I'm going to. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the theme for this year's Environment Day is Time for Nature, with a focus on its role to provide the essential infrastructure that supports life on Earth and human development. So naturally, steel is one of those essential infrastructure that supports life for both Earth and the human development. I want to talk about a little bit on the raw material side, where the oil, it has got a connection to the oil market. But if you look at the current scenario, there is a divergence, and the divergence is because of the demand, because the correlation is not only to the oil price, but also the demand. And typically speaking, during this entire COVID situation, where rest of the world has gone down in production by, let's say, USA by 29% and the European Union by 18%. China, on the contrary, has gone up by 8%. So that demand has actually created this divergence in the oil price versus the raw materials price, primarily the iron ore and the metallurgical coal. And from that standpoint, the point that I'm making here is the cost of steel making hasn't really gone down to the point that the oil price has gone down. So keeping in mind the thought of the Environment Day and the growth in potential from around 71 kg per capita consumption in India to the world average of 225, there is the Indian steel policy 2030 calls for about 300 million metric tons. So that's about 3 times from where we stand. And so keeping the carbon neutrality focus and the focus on going green, the EAF steelmaking would certainly be a focus. I come from an EAF steelmaking background. In Big River Steel is an EAF steelmaker right now with 1.65 million tons of steelmaking capacity with 550 people, producing with about more than 3,000 tons of person per year. And going forward, we are in the phase 2 expansion. We will produce around 3.3 million tons of steel with around 700 people. So it's a tremendous focus on technology, but as well as going carbon neutral. With that, also the other challenge is how to make sure that the energy that is used in the electric arc furnace, how can that be carbon neutral? So there are efforts that are coming in. The Swedish steelmakers, they are actually joining forces, and there was an initial trial at Ovako earlier this year. You know, we know this carbon dioxide emission per ton of crude steel produced from BOF versus EAF is exceedingly high. But with that said, the BOF process does have an advantage of producing higher quality, which is perceived by many of the steelmaking fraternity and as well as our customers. The thing that is biting us, the electric arc furnace steelmaking process, is the elements that are commonly found in the main source, that is scrap, which can never go out of the steel because they are not removable under the chemical reactions of oxidation or reduction during the steelmaking process. So each time the steel scrap is melted, what happens, the degree, the intensity, or the percentage content actually goes up. So in order to compensate to that problem, the way I say it is solution to pollution is by dilution. So they have to dilute the metallics mix by adding pure iron units like pig iron or DRI or HBI. But unfortunately, this will continue to go that way, and overall knowledge of the scrap remains extremely dark. The scrap is traded primarily on the basis of origin, source, and type, but no chemistry is ever mentioned in any of the scrap trades. So the EAF steelmaker has got dilemma in the sense of, like any other steelmaker, they have to provide steel with certified chemistry, with physical and mechanical properties, adhere to different standards, but not a single scrap comes with any certification. Scrap is scrap, considered to be a very dirty material, and their claim to fame on recycling is actually tainted because of the substitution by virgin iron units, which are generated from using fossil fuels. What could be in the new normal? So the talk about the digitalization, I think, is extremely important in this space because there is hardly any knowledge in scrap. So we have been attempting to do several things, and in line with our partnership with SMS and Noodle.ai, we're trying to characterize the scrap type and the scrap type by vendor. We are putting together a value in use modeling. We are predicting our melt time and energy consumption, and also predict the metallic yield. Some of the things that have been done, are being done, and should be done more and more is to focus on closed loop system, scrap for steel or steel for scrap, buyback programs and conversion programs. And then finally, this is probably a big demanding situation for EAF steelmakers, and we probably need to get ahead with it, is if you consider steel used to be sold about 50 or 60 years back with limited or almost no certification. So people used to know mild steel, that steel, tool steel, stainless steel. Some of them were probably certified with chemistry, but not so much focus on testing non-destructive or destructive type. So why not the EAF steelmakers start asking with the scrap to be supplied with certification, at least of chemistry? Because that will give us knowledge, and the knowledge will give us wisdom, and the rationalization of cost will come down. Next point is on technology. I came across this, so I wanted to pick one technology to talk about, and instead of talking about technology around the steel, I found this to be a very interesting one, very pertinent one, given post-COVID-19 situation. Obviously, we are all apprehensive to book ride-share services like Uber or Lyft, because there could be, the driver could be a courier, or a prior passenger could be a courier of it. And also, if you think about the police, they're also not immune to this system because they're dealing with community, with criminals. And it could be incidents where a public gathering is there, and there could be potential with people infected with that disease. So Ford has developed an interesting software update that can raise the temperature of the police cruisers to about 133 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 56 degrees Celsius, that can kill the virus within a span of 15 minutes. And so that's an interesting one. And in fact, the New York police fleet are being updated with that particular software. So I thought that it's an interesting one to share with the people. Maybe some of you have heard about it. If not, you can Google it and probably come to know about it. Then I want to talk about a little bit about market. Again, very specific observation that I came across on a poll that was done on a US collective, urbanites primarily. And the results were that 40% of the city dwellers are are planning on an exodus to the suburbs. And so the public transit use and will come to a big decline. But at the same time, that the individuals will probably be buying more automotive vehicles for them for commute, and also would have to settle down, and for that new construction should come into play. The CDC guidelines also are there to discourage public transit, and they're encouraging the business outfits to promote workers to drive and cover their parking expenses. Finally, I would talk about market sentiments. These are primarily my observations, not that of any organization that I belong to. I think that the demand is slowly improving, but uncertainty is still there. We had price increases announced with the US steel makers, about $90 to $100 a ton during the last few days, and that helped arrest the decline, but the idle capacity should stay idle. Otherwise, the prices will again get knocked down. We are right now trending about in the marketplace. CRU published publications are about 510, a little over $500 a ton HRC. It also depends on how fast the market rebounds and if there is any impact of the second wave because of the of the reopening of the states. And possibly there could not be any recovery till Q1 of 2021, which is March 2021. There are construction projects, but there could be a little bit of apprehension among the consumers to be ready to let the contractors come to their homes. Business will certainly improve. The economy was never a problem. This COVID-19 shut it down, but still business will certainly find its equilibrium. We have to, because it's a very key commodity to provide infrastructure to take care of our nature and keep the balance between the human mankind and the nature. But I would finish up saying that the uncertainty is still there and future is a little cloudy as it stands, but we live with optimism every day. And with that, Nirmalio, thank you very much. Great evening to everybody in India, and good afternoon to people in Europe, and a good day to people in US. Thank you.
Thank you, Sobhasachita. Thank you so much. You are always a great motivator, and let's say you speak your mind. So thank you so much once again for sharing your views, which are very pertinent and which is the reality of the day, and a very challenging day which we are getting used to gradually. With that, we'll come to one more presentation on iron making.
Do we have a question from Mr. Ravi Singh? I see that he has raised his hand.
No, sorry.
Okay. Any other question because Sobhasachita, during the course of my interaction with him over the last 2 weeks, he's been stressing on the fact that we should, based on his suggestion, I made it a point to see that after every speaker there is a question answer timing given allotted. So any questions on what Sobhasachita just covered? Any questions? Any questions for the panelists? Mr. Wim, do you have a question?
Mr. Wim, you have to unmute the microphone.
Unmute yourself.
Yeah, I had some remarks on the coal classification. How do you? But it is not the topic of Mr. Sobhasachita. But how to is the coal classification, which is basically C in the coal, you have the C in the coal, but you also have the hydrocarbons, but most of the thing is C, so it is not contributing to the CO2. It's not contributing to a CO2 poor or it's a CO2 rich combustible, and probably maybe not so well suited for the steel industry to become green.
So Mr. Martinez could take it, or I leave it to Cristiano if he wants to take it. Either of the two can take it up. Mr. Martinez? Okay. Cristiano, would you like to take it up?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Good afternoon and evening to everybody. Yes, I can simply say that there is, yeah, it's true that the source is carbon, but this carbon is used only for the reduction of ore, and there is also recycling in the process. So at the end, it is better exploited than in a once-through process like blast furnace, for instance. Second point is that the direct reduction makes half of the job that is done in a blast furnace. It just make the reduction, not the melting, and the melting is done through electric power in an electric arc furnace. So this electric power, if you have a green energy system for producing it through power, wind, or hydro, this becomes CO2 free. So at the end, there is the potential to have a lower CO2 footprint, even from a coal gasification plant producing steel.
Okay, anything that you want to add, Mr. Martinez? Okay, I think there is no reply from Mr. Martinez, so we leave it at that. Okay, any question for Mr. Bandyopadhyay? Okay, so we move to the next. Thank you, Subhosharita. Thank you once again for always.
No problem. Thank
you. For always standing by us, for always supporting us.
Thank you, Nirmala. All the best. Anytime.
Thank you so much, and please be there for us.
Always.
As a motivator. Okay,
Thank
with
you
that,
for the kind words.
Thank you so much. With that, I move to Mr. Cristiano Castagnola from Senior Vice President Ironmaking from Polvere, Italy. Please go ahead.
Good evening. I would like that somebody share the screen with my presentation. Is it possible?
Yes, I will do it.
Yeah, Ankit, please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
make it full screen.
Okay, but can you see it full screen? Can you see the changing slides?
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay,
perfect. Yeah.
Okay, so congratulations to Mr. Mukherjee for the organization of this webinar. I'm honored to have the possibility to share the vision for the new normal in the Indian steel industry in this prestigious audience. I will focus mainly on the technology side, since Paul Wurth has been very active in the recent past years with Indian steel producers to provide them with state-of-art iron making. Next, please. To prepare this speech, I asked myself, what will be the new normal scenario in India in the next 5 to 10 years? To answer, I resumed what is the most common configuration of a typical steel production plant in India nowadays. You can see this on the top left of the slide. Then I asked what are the most significant points in today's steel technology market environment in India. The main factors I could identify are listed in the bottom left of the slide. After COVID-19, we see also global trends clearly emerging in the economy. In particular, global climate initiatives will support policies for enhancing energy efficiency and the use of hydrogen as energy carrier. This will be translated in Indian steel industry with increased use of local raw materials and adoption of technology enhancing energy efficiency and CO2 emission decrease. Amongst these technology, I will focus now on the smart use of byproduct gases in integrated plant. So next, please. The potential gain in energy efficiency in an integrated plant can be seen focusing on the blast furnace. Although the blast furnace process is very efficient with only 4% losses, only 65% of the energy input is used for iron ore production, heating and melting. The blast furnace process, in fact, produces also a big amount of top gas, which is not used in the blast furnace itself. Today, this gas is used within the steel plant to reach electric power autonomy mainly. Considering the mega trend of increasingly available green power, and we have seen this also in the previous presentation, in the future, this gas could be rather reused for metallurgical purposes instead of producing electric energy with high CO2 footprint and 40% efficiency only. Next, please. Let's visualize this concept in a more comprehensive way, targeting the complete integrated plant. There are two main byproduct gases, blast furnace gas and coke oven gas. It can be proven that the production cost of steel can be reduced by exploiting the benefit of the residual metallurgical power in the blast furnace. This figure shows how the present streamlining of product gases can be profitably modifying, exploiting new technologies to decrease the input cost of solid energy used in an integrated plant. In fact, the costliest raw material is coke, and this can be reduced by reinjecting part of the produced coke oven gas and blast furnace gas through a reforming process. This gas rerouting will be made possible through the implementation of innovative technologies in reheating furnaces. The gas-fired power plant will be used at a lesser extent without major loss because of the expected increase of available low-cost power from external sources. Next, please. The concept explained in the previous slide can be seen also from the CO2 emissions decrease perspective. On the left, you can see schematically how the carbon input to an integrated steel plant is split amongst the various streams after its use in coke oven plant, blast furnace, and converter shop. The major portion of the carbon entering in the steel plant is emitted in the form of CO2 after the combustion of byproduct gases. On the right of the slide, a possible way to apply the smart use of byproduct gas is visualized from the point of view of carbon utilization. You can see that the combined use of carbon present various streams can generate a carbon internal recycling, which decreases at the end the carbon input and the carbon output in form of CO2. Next, please. Let's focus now quickly on the way to implement the concept I spoke before. The smart use of iron-making byproduct gas relies on gas reforming technologies to generate a hot syngas. This hot syngas can be injected at blast furnace shaft, providing a series of benefits which are listed in the slide. Mainly reduced OPEX due to coke rate decrease, productivity increase, and possibility to operate with higher slag rates, especially using cheaper and low-grade iron ores. This could be an important point in Indian scenario. Next, please. Coming back to our original question, what will be the new normal scenario in India in the next 5 to 10 years? I try to give an answer focusing on a particular technology, the smart gas use. However, this is only one amongst various possibilities. You see in the slide that you can integrate DRI production with blast furnace production, exploiting the synergies between the gases. You have an example in India where you have plants having all technologies like plant in Toranagallu or Essar, Azira. So India is perfectly placed to exploit fully this synergy. But the decision makers have to answer several questions before taking investment commitment in this direction. So they are normally expected to answer how to increase my raw material flexibility. What is the real advantage of a technology in a steel plant? In which technology should I invest first? SMS Group is a full liner technology provider in the field of iron and steel making and is eager to support the Indian steel producer as a partner in answering these questions through specific feasibility studies. Next, please. In particular, Paul Wurth has committed to be the front runner in shaping the future of iron making in green perspective, coherent with the climate protection policies, targeting significant CO2 emission reduction almost in all countries within the next 20-30 years. This will be done in two ways, as you can see. In short terms, a stepwise approach will be applied by modifying the existing blast furnace converter route. In the medium-long term, the disruptive impact of hydrogen for producing green steel will be exploited. Paul Wurth is well placed in both scenarios since is a reputed blast furnace technology provider, but also has granted the license for Midrex technology that will be the cornerstone for the exploitation of hydrogen in steel production. Thanks a lot. Next, please. Thanks a lot for your attention, and I'm available for any question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Casaglona. Let me call you Cristiano. It's
yes,
easier.
Please.
Yeah, Cristiano. Any questions for Cristiano?
So we have a question from Dr. Argo Majumdar. Dr. Majumdar, could you please unmute and ask your question? Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening. This is A. Majumdar, working in Kazi Nazrul University as a director. My question to Cristiano is that he is talking about the future of blast furnace technology. So all the plants in India is having blast furnace route, blast furnace technology. So if you are talking about green technology, what will be the future of blast furnace? How you are talking about only the part of replacing the gas input to the blast furnaces. What about other parts, like, you know, the production of hot metal? You will be only doing in EF, and what will be the future of blast furnaces?
Yes.
In all these cities, yes.
So we have made a lot of investigation, obviously, in this regard. Also, ArcelorMittal, we know, have made a lot of investigation in this field to understand what is the future of blast furnace. And we have come to the conclusion that till the price of CO2 certificates, or let's say CO2 tax, will be below 60 to 70 euro per ton, blast furnace BOF route will be the most convenient one in terms of operating cost. There is obviously this can slightly change according to the price of power or hydrogen, but we are in that range. Consider that nowadays in Europe, the price of CO2 certificate, and it is not a tax, is only a difference within a benchmark, so it's even less, today is 25 euro. So we expect that we will cross this threshold around 2030, 2040. Up to that time, there is no way in Europe that the blast furnace route is less convenient than the other route.
Then what should be your suggestion when our government of India is going for 300 million ton by the year of 2030? So going forward from 2020 to 2030, next 10 years, which will be the route for our steel plant operators or steel plant builders or steel plant people, we should prefer, which way we should go for, and the new greenfield plants are not coming. I think in the starting, V.R. Sharma sir was talking about that. What should be our way forward for Indian government to go forwards to reach 300 million ton?
Okay. I hope to be at the required level to make such a suggestion, but there is effect, there is effect. Unless the government will not introduce a CO2 taxation system, let's say the decision making, the business will go for integrated plant in India, because there are specific advantage of the integrated route in handling the specific features of local raw materials, especially high alumina content, which cannot be overcome unless there is an artificial costing on it through a taxation. So the policy maker should be consistent in the fiscal treatment of the let's say market, to push in a direction rather than in the others. Nowadays, no way to produce steel in India. You have no other option than to go to the integrated plant with blast furnace and BOF. Unless you find a way like JSPL, in which you have very low coal, will have very low cost coal and very cheap electrical power. Then this could become competitive with the integrated plants.
So, okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Cristiano. Thank you so much. Okay, now we move forward to Mr. Deroles. I met Mr. Deroles for the first time sometime last year when he came from the Stainless Steel Conference in Delhi. So we had a good discussion together, and I always believe that Novocell is here to stay, and India is potentially a very big market for Novocell and their films. Now, briefly, I would request Mr. Deroles to first of all highlight how the films could help in our environment, how in protecting our environment, in reducing the cost, and to give it a longer life.
Mr. Deroles, if you could unmute your microphone, we cannot hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that okay now?
Yes, perfect.
Perfect.
Okay. So good afternoon to everybody. Actually, I have a presentation. Can I share my screen somewhere?
Yes. From the bottom, there's a share screen option, and you will be able to share your screen.
Yep. If I do that. Does that work? If
yes,
I do,
yes.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So first of all, I would like to share sympathy for the victim of the COVID in India. and also, of course, in my country. I have to congratulate the Indian nation for, I think, a good job related to this pandemic, providing good results above Europe. So it has been harsh. It is a harsh time for all of us, and I think you can be proud of you. So let quickly go to this crisis in terms of economics. Very quickly, and because you know that this is the PMI, the global PMI around the world. So China stops in February. In March, China recover a little bit, so you can see a little dip into the graph. After that, the world stopped. The PMI went from 50 to below 40. So at 50, it's neutral. Below 40, below 40, it's a huge drop. And we can see in May some recovery. And as an example, the impact is a lot of cars in blocked and stopped in the harbors. In the retail, there is a lot of separation, like plastic sheets separation, as you can maybe barely see on this photo. And the medical business is under pressure. But by the way, Novacell, we have not stopped. We have continued to work 7 days a week, full capacity everywhere. In all our plants, it has been considered as essential business, and we have been able to cover the needs of our customers, particularly in the plastic sheets, because all the separators in like plastic glass, they need the protection, and our sales in that matter has been more than triple. So basically, so far so good. In terms of who we are, so we are a leader in temporary surface protection. As I said at the beginning, we're selling in 85 countries, more than 85 countries. 93% of our sales are international, so outside France. 7 production sites, 10 market segments, mainly stainless steel, pre-coated metal, aluminum, but also plastic sheets, also carpets and textile, laminates, glass, etc. We have moved the company towards adding value with a lot of different technology. 50% of our sales are in Europe, 30% in America, and 20% only in Asia. But that's why we are coming to India. And as Mr. Mukherjee said, yes, we are here to stay with probably soon a service center before more investment in the future. In terms of KPI, our customers apparently say that we are professional and reliable because 92% customer satisfaction rate, 95% say we are ethical, and 98% trust in us. So we are proud of that. So what's the new normal still is, as far as we are concerned, from our little angle of the industry, because we provide the film which protect your quality. We have put in place a brand new production line, which is all the best technology, state-of-the-art, digitalized plant. You see a photo there that provide us more quality, more high-tech product, more capacity, of course. We have developed a green range green range of product range that we have called oxygen. And basically what it is about vegetable plastic. So plastic coming originally not from petrol or gas, but from renewable resources like vegetal, and also what we call lean products, which basically are product of the same thickness than before, but with a lot less polyethylene inside. So we're trying to be innovative. In terms of innovation as well, we have the low noise product, which is good for laser film. So which allow, when you remove, when you apply the film, it provides a lot lower noise, because usually the very sticky products are very noisy when you unwind them to apply them. So this is more comfort for our or for your employees, and there is less tension at the application. So the application on the surface is much better. In terms of deep blue, this is usually for the deep draw on stainless, you use PVC film. So this is film which are not PVC but doing the same thing. So which I think it's good for the planet as well. No PVC. And as I said before, we want to become local. So during this difficult time, we have tried to reinvent our productions also, and we have developed a new division which we call Novacell Health, in which primarily we are now producing hydroalcoholic gels, not only for our own people, but we have been able, and we continue to sell quite a lot of them on the market. This is number one. In number two, you can see an antimicrobial film, which actually kill viruses and fungus as well, and bacteria. So you can apply it on a screen or on a credit card keypad, all these type of things. So a new product that is starting very well. We have also developed what we call sanitary tunnels. So you go in these little tunnels. This is photo number 3. And you receive a spray of disinfectant that kills the virus as well. So this you could put at the entrance of a supermarket or an hospital or public offices and so forth. And the last one, it's a small thing, but it's a gel dispenser where you don't have any contact, because it's maneuvered by the feet with a little pedal at the bottom of a dispenser. So so you are all in those big plants and steel mill and etc. So our job is to protect your quality. So we are doing our best, and I can tell you that our people are very proud of this Novacell Health new division, because they believe their work during a pandemic has been very valuable. So again, I am very honored to have been invited amongst you, and again, thank you for your business where we sell.
Thank you, Mr. Gerales. I was very impressed to see that Novacell understands its responsibility towards society, and with that in mind, you came up with a solution with Novacell Health. I wish all our steel producers also look at solutions which Novacell Health offers. And I'm sure Novacell's commitment towards society will go a long way. Besides the films, which is a very green product, since it also protects the surface from contamination.
Yes, and also I have forgotten to say that protective film reduces the cost of your product because there is less waste at the end of the day and a better image at your customers.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Jarrell. And we'll continue to bring you back time and again. Whenever you have some time, we'll get you back with the series of webinars that we are going ahead with in a new normal era.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you so much. With that, now we'll come to a different part. We are now going to talk about the micro and the macro aspect, more of the economic aspect of the steel industry, starting with the raw materials, and then we'll move to the analysts. Raw materials, we have none other than Dr. P.K. Jain, who's the chief mineral economist of Indian Bureau of Mines under the Ministry of Mines, Government of India. And he has been doing a lot of research on the future of the raw material scenario, not only for the steel industry, for all mineral-based industries. He will touch upon coal, he will touch upon iron ore. So Ankit, may I request you to start with the slide of Dr. P.K. Jain, and Dr. Jain, please take over.
Yes. Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much. And I can see the watch in the monitor about more than 4 hours is there. So compliment to the organizer of the webinar. And as we are having the topic is raw material, technology, and value addition. So more I'm going to talk about the raw material.
Can you see your presentation on the screen?
Yeah, I can see. So as we know that the iron ore is a basic, just kindly keep the first one. And 5% of the earth crust is contain the iron ore. And the iron ore is the basic raw material for the iron and steel industries. And the mining of the iron ore is an important for the all mining industry in the country. And India is contributing by making the iron ore great contribution in the GDP. And as we know that the iron ore is India, we are having 32.2 billion tons of the iron ore that contain both the 32% is the magnetite and 68% of the hematite. And the total resources of the hematite, if I divide again, it is about 17% is in resources and is a 5% of the reserves. So about 24% of the reserves and the rest of the remaining resources. And if I see in the grade wise, there are about lumps and fines about 17%, and only the fines are the 16%, and remaining are the other like a black iron ore or the some fines and the blue dust. Similarly, if we see the magnetite, it is another principal iron ore mineral, and about 10.8 billion tons of the magnetite is available in the country. That is all whether is in resources of the magnetite. And again, if we come to the state-wise resources of the hematite, that is about 34% is available. Major chunk is the Odisha, about 23% in the Jharkhand, 22% in the Chhattisgarh, and rest are in the Karnataka, Goa, and other states. Similarly, if you see the magnetite, about 98% of the magnetite is under the resources category, and out of that, 72% is in Karnataka, and 13% in the Andhra Pradesh, and rest are in the Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, Goa, and other states. Again, if we see the reserves of the hematite, about 24% of the hematites are already available in the leasehold area. Because where the reserves there are already is in the leasehold, and rest are the about 44% remaining resources in the leasehold area, and about 32% of the resources are in the freehold areas. And majority of the magnetite, about 94% of the magnetite is available only in the freehold area. And this graph, I'm predicting that the whole inventory is a dynamic. So if we see that from 1975 onwards, earlier when we were having about the 9 billion tons of the iron ore, but as on date, as per the 1/4/2015, India is having more than 22 billion tons of the iron ore. So There is a growth of about 11.17% of the compound annual growth rate. In spite of that, there is an annual production also there in each year of the iron ore. So that shows that there is always increasing in the inventory of the both hematite as well as in the magnetite. If we see collectively what is the production trend as well as the import and export, so we can see that the iron ore is the leading producer of the iron ore in the world, India, and the production of the iron ore has increased manifold from the 137 million ton in the 12-13 to the 206 million tons in the 18-19. So that shows about the 7% of the CAGR. And if we see the export and import, the export of the iron ore in the 2013 is about 16 million tons, and that has gone to the trend of the about 13 million tons in the 16 million tons of the export and about 13 million tons of the import. So that is a win-win situation is there as far as the production of the iron ore is concerned in the country. It is again, if we see the production is a sector-wise, so there is a production of the iron ore in the captive mine is almost 30%, and remaining 70% of the production of the iron ore is from the non-captive mines, which is around 35% of the production of the coming from the public sector, and remaining 65% of the production is coming from the private sector. But here, invariably, as the production is going on, the stock of the iron ore is also playing a very crucial or important role as far as the feed grade material is required for the steel and iron and steel industries. So the total mine head stock of the iron ore is about, as on 2018-19 is more than 162 million tons. And out of that, about 37% are the feed grade stock, means that is a plus 60% of the iron ore. And rest are the 38% of the fines, and 55 to 60% are the fines, and 17% are the fines of the minus 55 content of the Fe. Again, if I see the closing stock of the iron ore in terms of the captive and non-captive and private in the public, then the mine head stock of the iron ore is 31% is in the captive mines, and the 69% of the iron ore is in the non-captive mines, and which is again 34% of the mine closing stock is available in the public sector, and majority 66% of the stock is available in the private sector. This is, I am going to give a depiction about the how the demand of the iron ore will be in, as per the National Mineral Policy in the 2030. So the mine head, as we have envisaged that the as per the National Mineral Policy, as per the National Steel Policy 2017, the requirement of the iron ore will be about 437 million tons. So for that, the production as on date, we are having about the production of the 254 million tons of the steel is required at the year of the 2030. For that, the CAGR of the iron ore, which is now is a 6%, be required at the rate of about 7.9 or 8% of the iron ore production is required to fulfill the our target of the 436 million tons of the iron ore. That to be cumulatively will be the 4.2 billion of the iron ore will required at the 2030 for making the steel of the 254 million tons as per the National Steel Policy. So again, in the total reserves of the iron ore we are available is 4.2 billion, and total feed grade of the iron ore resources are available about 14 billion, and total requirement of the iron ore, as I told, is for the making the 250 million tons of the steel is about 4.2 billion. So as far as the life index of the iron ore up to the 2030, there is no problem. We are having plus 99% of the availability of the iron ore will be there in the 2030 for making the steel as per the National Steel Policy. That's one more task I was given. That's recently when the government has announced whatever the stocks is available with the public sector. So as per the notification of the government, the SAIL has been allowed to offload about 25% of their production, which has been available from the last previous year, and it will continue for the 2 years. Similarly, what are the stocks is available in the mine of the sale? That is about, as per our IBM record, is about 50 million tons, and 70 million tons of the stock of the sale is allowed to be sold in the market, subject to getting the permission from the respective state government. And it will definitely enhance the production of the environment, and as well as it will justify the dumps available in the mined stocks. So coming to the end, 2 slides, there is a summary point. Iron ore is available, is plus 60% of the feed grade is available in the country to satisfy the need of the national steel policy. India produced about 80 to 85% of the plus 60% of the iron ore during the 16-17 to 18-19. And India is the next exporter of the plus 60% of the iron ore, that is including pellets also, that is in the range of the 6 to 8%. And the reserve of the hematite of the ore is at 29% of the total resources. So there is an underline. Hence, it is in need of the hour to convert the remaining resources into the reserves for uninterrupted supply of the iron ore in the as targeting the 2030 for almost 100% of the reserves is going to be exhausted. I have given in the demand and supply of the iron ore in the previous slide. So this is a way forward that, as already told by the previous panelist also, intensive and the deep exploration for augmenting the resources has to be made. Reassessment of the resources as per the threshold value of the 45% of the iron has to be made. More beneficiation has to be carried out, particularly with the availability of the magnetite and availability of the plus 45% of the hematite. Steel plants are likely to increase the use of the pellets, that has to be increased, and it will increase the productivity as well as the reduce the pollution. Eco-friendly, viable underground mining technique for the optimum utilization of the 8 billion tons of the magnetite which is available in the Western Ghats, which has been stopped because of the litigation of the environmental issues. That has to be thought of, making some underground mining or others, and make the some circular economy, which is also told by the previous panelists, like making the use of the recycling, use of the scraps, and use of the low grade in the tailing industries waste available in the country. So with that, thank you very much for all of us listening patiently, including panelists and all the participants in the panel and this webinar. And thank you very much for the organizer for giving me the time and include me as a panelist in this webinar.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jain. I did not really expect someone from Indian Bureau of Mines to spend more than 4.5 hours, almost 5 hours with us at a government office. You can imagine staying back in a government office till 9 o'clock itself proves how sincere Dr. Jain is to his subject. Thanks to you and kudos to Indian Bureau of Mines for such dedication. And believe me, when I was there to meet Mr. Bhagwan last time, and he recommended me to you, I saw the warmth and the feeling of home that I felt when I went to IBM office in Nagpur. Really grateful for the approach of IBM to cater to the interest of the mining consumers. Thank you so much, Dr. Jain. And I'm sure you will come back to us whenever we need you. We will invite you again for sharing your valuable knowledge that you and I. Thank you so much, Dr. Jain. So with that, we'll go to the analysts. The analysts will now take over. First, Mr. Rohit Sadaka, who is the Director of India Rating and Research of Fitch Group. He will sort of highlight the bird's eye view of what the industry looks like in a new normal era, followed by Mr. Sankalpa Bhattacharya, who is the partner and leader of Deals and Strategy Pricewaterhouse. So first India Rating and then Pricewaterhouse.
Yeah,
Mr. Sadaka.
thanks a lot, Mr. Mukherjee. Hello, yeah, thanks a lot, Mr. Mukherjee. I think I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Hello,
Absolutely.
Mr. Mukherjee, am I audible?
Yes, you're absolutely audible. I can hear you.
I'll just share my screen. Okay, so I'm just sharing my screen, and thanks a lot, Mr. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mukherjee. Thanks a lot for giving the opportunity to highlight our understanding of how the steel industry will look post-COVID era. So just to, without wasting much of the time, as we are quite behind the schedule. So I'll just move on with my presentation. So I think the era after COVID would be era of survival of the fittest. And in steel industry, if you have to be fittest, you have to be competitive. And competitiveness comes from, especially maybe we can say that it can be from the two sides. One, if you have a control on your customer, where you are very close to your customer and you are manufacturing a specialized products for which there are less competition. And number two would be if you have a low cost of production, wherein you can compete with the global players. So these are the two key things which has to be in mind when we move ahead post-COVID era. So just to start with, I think, yeah, so in order to be cost effective, I think there are lots of technology improvement which is required for the Indian steel industry as a whole. So if you look at the some of the global practice or how China is featuring in some of the technomic performance, like maybe a coke rate or a blast furnace productivity, India is lagging behind. But nevertheless, over the last 8 or 10 years, there have been lots of research, lots of investment in the R&D by the large steel players, and we are moving close to global average. And it will be nice to see we are close as soon as we are close to the world average. It will be a more competitive industry, and will be able. So few of these are like specific energy consumption. Just to give an example, we are at around we are at around 6.2 to 6.7 gcal per ton, as against global average of 4.5 to 5 gcal per ton. And we, as a in the National Steel Policy 2030, the target has been set to reach first to a landmark of 5.5. So around 1 gcal per ton savings will lead to maybe around 800 to 1,000 kWh savings of power for per ton of steel, which in entail will be around 3.5 to 4,000 rupees per ton saving in the cost of production, which is a huge sum in the. So just moving ahead, we have done some study where we have seen how the forward integration helps the steel player. So if you look at
Mr. Sadaka, we cannot hear you.
Volatility. Hello, is it better now?
Yeah, it's better now.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if we look at the high forward integration percentage, companies with better product quality or specialized steel products, the volatility in the EBITDA margin is much lower as compared to the companies who have a moderate or a low forward integration. Specialized steel, even if the market is volatile, the prices are volatile, the company can have a more stable EBITDA margin as compared to their peers. Similarly, if you look at, we have spoken about how the vertical integration helps, that is a backward integration with mines and maybe a captive power plant. So, but if you look at the companies like maybe a SAIL, who has a backward integration, they have done fairly well in the gross margin, wherein the movement in the raw material and the finished good prices had led to around 3.5% standard deviation in the last 7 years. However, when we look at the EBITDA number, which is more of a cash flow, after factoring in the fixed cost, the standard deviation is quite high, almost double to around 7%. So this shows that even if we have a backward integration, unless we have a forward integration and a lower fixed cost, or the cost of conversion is low, the volatility on the EBITDA margin or the cash flow generation will be high. Similarly, if you look at a company, JSWC, who doesn't have a backward integration till March, I would say now they will have a integration with some of the mines they have won in the talk in Odisha. The gross margin volatility was high compared to maybe a SAIL or Touchy, but their EBITDA percentage volatility was quite low. Their low fixed cost or the cost conversion, which was much lower as to the other peers. So just to conclude, I think going after the COVID era, the cost control will be the key, and the products or the high valued products will be the key for the steel players. Now moving on to some of the throwing some light on how the raw material prospect is. So in self is some of our elite panelists have already highlighted. Look at the how the export 12-13, there was an imposition of duties of 30% on sale of iron ore lumps, but in the recent last 1 year or 12 to 13 months, post incident in Brazil on the Vale mine, because of the environment issues, the dam breakage, we have seen that there's a sudden spike in the export from India. The other country which is high on the iron ore reserve, the key raw material, and there has been quite a surge in the export, which has continued in the month of April, and even in May, I think we have done 3 million ton of export in May because of issues of supply side, especially from the Brazil, where is pandemic which is going on, and it is the supply side issues have already cropped up. So what has that is anomaly in the domestic and the international raw material prices. So if we look at the international raw material prices, since it has fallen from maybe August, September till December, when the China was the demand for the issue where the was also low. Once the China opened in the early this year.
Hello, Mr. Sadaka, your voice is cutting off.
I think we have lost Mr. Sadaka's audio.
1 second, sir. I think.
Yeah, I think Mr. Sadaka, we can hear you now.
Yeah, you can hear me. Okay. Yeah. So just moving ahead, I think since but in the domestic market, since there was a low demand, the prices in the domestic iron ore market was on the declining trend. So some of the merchant miners have able to benefit out of this. Moving our key raw material, which is coking coal. If you look at the global cost curve, around 75% of the coking coal cost of production is close to $95. However, the prices always has been quite high in the recent past, especially before, if you look at before August 19, it has been close to $150 to $200, which has reduced significantly in the last 3 or 4 months because of the demand side normalization, and we expect that this will continue, or maybe for the current financial year at least, or the current calendar year at least, as there will be a low demand as compared to what was in the last financial year. So with this, I have concluded my presentation. Happy to take any questions if. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you? Yeah. So
yeah.
So that's it from my side.
So do we have any questions from the panelists or the attendees?
No questions? Okay, so let's move forward.
Yeah.
Now, may I request Sankalpa to take over, please? Sankalpa Bhattacharya. Sankalp, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Nirmala, can you hear me?
Absolutely. Crisp and clear. Please go ahead. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I know it's late in the day, so I'll focus on precisely 5 points, and these really pertain to the most common questions that we are being asked by a lot of our clients around the demand supply pricing situation, and especially what they should do in these trying times. So that's what I'll focus on in the next few minutes. Let me start with the first of those 5 points, which is domestic demand. I think it's going to come as no surprise that 2021 or FY21 is going to be a very challenging year for the industry, and estimates vary from between a 15 to 20% decline in domestic consumption. Again, a lot of this really depends on the shape of the recovery, whether it's an L-shaped recovery, a V-shaped recovery, or a W-shaped recovery, where there's a relapse again and there may be a shutdown. So there's still a lot of uncertainty, but 15 to 20% is broadly the range where we expect consumption to drop. And year-end consumption or the full year consumption we expect at between 90 and 95 million tons. Now, why is this happening? I think it's no surprise again. The key sectors which contribute to steel demand in India, the first really is construction and infrastructure. Activities really stopped in Q1, which is a washout. There was a labor shortage. There was sluggish demand, especially in the real estate sector, which is already struggling before the COVID crisis, but because of weaker consumer sentiment, you will see a prolonged path to recovery. And although you've seen some signs of what's now being called reverse migration, which is essentially the return of labor to larger cities and construction sites, it will take until H2 for things to normalize. So construction and infrastructure, the outlook is not positive until H2. The second really is capital goods. And again, that's really in two parts. One is private capital formation, which we think will be deferred for Indian companies because of severe balance sheet stress on account of the crisis. And secondly, the priorities of the government, which is government capital formation, may shift to other sectors like the farm sector, social schemes, or healthcare, which are the priorities of the moment, and rightfully so. Now, there may be some pickup in the second half, basis what we are seeing in many of our client conversations. Companies are looking at moving some of their manufacturing bases to India. And again, earlier in the day, there was a presentation on what it would take for India to be competitive vis-a-vis some of the other countries. So I'll not get into that aspect, but we do expect some of that movement to start happening in the second half. The third sector on demand is really automotive. Q1 was totally wiped out, sales were zero. Q2 demand is expected to be sluggish. Again, consumer spending and sentiment are expected to be weak. And the industry expects automotive volumes to decline by up to 25% in FY21, which is a very severe and sharp drop. And lastly, consumer durables, which is the balanced 10%, may see some pickup in H2 with Diwali and the festive seasons, and a lot of companies potentially offering discounts to liquidate a lot of the significant inventory that's been built up in the system. So Q1 traditionally is a time when a lot of products like air coolers and air conditioners sell, and because of the lockdown, that sales did not happen, and that period really, when it passes beyond the monsoons, it's lost inventory. So the liquidation of that inventory may take priority for a lot of the manufacturers. So that's the outlook for FY21, 90 to 95 million tons. FY22, we expect that to improve to 100 million, but that will still be lower than the 108 to 113 that we've seen in the last 2 years. So overall, the next 2 years aren't really looking very good for the steel sectors from a demand perspective. Having said that, from an export and import perspective, that's the second thing that I wanted to talk about. Exports have increased already, especially in the last 3 months. We expect it to go from about 8.4 to about 10 million tons in FY21. But clearly, given the sheer magnitude of domestic demand versus exports, that's not going to be enough to compensate for the volume loss because of the domestic demand slump. But having said that, a lot of the markets which currently are looking attractive include Europe, Middle East, North America, and even China. given the lockdown has impacted both demand and supply in some of these markets. Having said that, China has continued operating a lot of its blast furnace facilities through this pandemic. What this has resulted in is a significant global buildup of inventory, and which may result in China continuing to dump steel on the global markets, which will lead to some softness in price. And we do need to keep in mind that China already has about 200 million tons of excess capacity, which is essentially 2x what India has. So it's a very, very significant impact that we expect. Overall, imports are expected to actually reduce in this financial year from about 7 to 5 million tons. So the overall EXIM scenario will play out the way I've just described. What does this do to pricing and margins? So that's the third point that I wanted to speak about. So iron ore prices, curiously, were expected to actually increase by 15 to 20% before the pandemic hit, but they are actually now expected to decline by 8 to 9% at around 2,000 to 2,100 rupees per ton. Coking coal prices are also expected to sharply decline to about $120 to $140 per ton. And lastly, the output, which is finished product realizations, may decline by 8 to 10%. But given the adjustment in raw material prices, the gross margin impact will be limited. So there's some saving grace on gross margins as a result of that adjustment. The fourth thing that I wanted to talk about, something which all of you are familiar with because you're part of the industry. What have the different players in India done to tide through the crisis? One is, of course, the reduction in utilization levels. So most plants really are operating at 30 to 50% of pre-lockdown capacity levels. The production of semi-finished steel has increased as opposed to finished steel. There's a greater thrust on exports, which some of the panelists spoke about. Of course, there's an increased thrust on health and safety norms, including working from home, sanitization of plants, staggered work. Some of that is, of course, a cost which comes in. The fifth element that I want to speak about, that's the last thing, is what can you do in this time? And you know, as PwC, we've applied something called a value conservation approach to help companies preserve enterprise value. We believe that's a very critical aspect because steel as a sector, even before this crisis, was going through a lot of challenges. And a lot of the insolvency and bankruptcy cases were really in the steel sector. So what do? It's really a three-part approach. First part is survive. The second part is adapt. The third part is rebound. What do you do in survive or entering crisis mode? I think a lot of the companies have already done this. 6 things which we have as recommendations for steel companies. One really is strict control on operating costs, especially employee expenses. This is not a time to be brave. It's a time to conserve. The second really is technology enablement. That's an immediate aspect, including enabling working from home, ensuring there's cybersecurity in place. And I know one of my panelists spoke about digital, but this is really the first basic step of digital that needs to get put in place. The third is renegotiation of contracts with vendors and with customers if possible, because working capital is going to be a challenge going forward. The fourth element is really investing in digital and automation. I'm not going to dive deep into that. One of the panelists already spoke about that, and whether it's around productivity improvement, lowering cost, preventive maintenance, and all of those aspects, this is the time to invest in those areas. Number 5 really is restructuring of loans in either pre-NCLT or pre-PAC situations. And lastly, an area where we've been doing a lot of conversations with our clients is essentially the disposable of non-core assets. And the most common type of non-core asset which companies are looking at disposing right now is land. So those are some of the things, if you've not done them already, do think about getting into that crisis level mode. Now, the second really is adapt, or what do you do in the new normal? So the first recommendation that we have is rework supply chains. And some of the ways you can do that is explore alternate modes or multimodal transportation, whether it's rail or coastal, and also look at alternate vendors for your sourcing. The second really is exploring metals marketplaces, e-commerce models, especially to serve the needs of SME customers. And that's one segment which is going to be under stress, they will look at lower procurement costs, and this is one effective way to get to that customer group. And the third is investing in technology to really create seamless linkages between production planning, supply chain, and sales. And this is a classic what's known as a sales and operations planning, or SOP problem. And a lot of companies really haven't invested in this critical area. Very, very important to do it to ensure that that supply is synced to demand. The last thing that you can do is rebound, which is essentially what you do to move back to growth. And there are 6 recommendations here. Number 1 really is shifting your product mix to value. Some of my panelists spoke about prefabricated structures. It's a great way to get into a new market, or getting into coated or specialty steels where you're not perceived as a commodity play. The second really is exploring new customer segments. I gave you the example of the SME segment. The third is reorient your branding and marketing efforts. And this has worked relatively well for some companies where, again, you create a brand around quality or performance, and you move away from a commodity mindset, which is linked to price pegging. Fourth, reduce costs, and not just employee costs, which really are the phase 1 response, but across manufacturing and also logistics. Fifth, again, a fairly useful area to think about right now is how do you restructure your business to preserve value. There may be some parts of your business which do not need to fit or sit in the same entity. Can you carve that out and create a separate company to enhance the overall value? Similarly, separation of assets, real estate, core, non-core, these are just some of the ways in which you can restructure companies. And lastly, it's a great time to explore partnerships and M&A, especially acquisitions. There are assets which are available at very attractive valuations. So if there's a capability that you want to build, it's the time to do it. So with that, let me conclude my talk, and happy to take any questions.
Yeah, first of all, Sankalp, you covered virtually everything which should be there in a steelmaker's mind. And I'm sure your suggestions were bang on the head. And in fact, you struck the chord perfectly with that of a steelmaker's mindset, as it should be today. It's not just reducing cost, it's also managing your resources effectively. There are some areas where you have to, as Mr. Stinken today highlighted, how effectively we could use the digitalization. And when you spoke about exports, let me again clarify, which you also did, that what is the point in exporting billets, which is your intermediary product? There is no value addition when you export billets. So that's a very pertinent point. And thank you, Sankalp. Any question for Mr. Sankalp Bhattacharya from Pricewaterhouse? Any of the panelists, do you have a question for Mr. Wim? Do you have a question for Sankalp?
No, he was very clear and he was very complete. I completely adopt your opinion about what he said, and I think it makes a lot of sense. We are indeed following a lot of these points very actively, but no questions.
Yes, because why I asked you, Mr. Wim, is because very soon you will be taking over the operations of the plant in Hazira. So once you do that, you will have to ensure how you get along well with the Indian mindset.
Absolutely.
Though you have an Indian boss, but he is a boss from India who's been living in UK for such a long time. So, you have to get used to what are the ground realities in India. Very, very different from what you see in Belgium or anywhere in Europe. So with that, let me thank Sankalp Bhattacharya once again. And with that, I'll ask Dr. Mukesh Kumar, do you have any questions for Sankalp, or for that matter, from Mr. Rohit Sadaka?
No, I think he has very clearly explained the opportunities, risk, and strength. All three he has covered, both the person have covered very nicely. And I think this is a good learning, and our industry partner will take care of this thing. Help of this. And this is a need of the hour. This is a need of the hour. What Mr. Sankalp Bhattacharya has told, that is the need of the hour.
Thank you, Sankalp. Thank you.
Early we realize this thing, otherwise it will be too late.
Thank you, Sankalp, for your valuable inputs. With that, Dr. Mukesh Kumar, I'll move to you. Dr. Mukesh Kumar is the Director of Steel Research Technology Mission of India, which was conceived by Government of India, Ministry of Steel. And this is primarily with the objective of developing indigenous technology, which our Prime Minister has the same vision of developing localized technologies. And as the Prime Minister says, be vocal on local. So keeping that in mind, I'm sure Dr. Mukesh Kumar will talk about indigenization. He will talk about how effectively we could use our raw material resources. We could use the local, iron ore fines, which could be beneficiated and used. We could talk about using coal gasification and the relevant technological issues which the steelmaker has to keep in mind in the new normal. It's all yours, Dr. Mukesh Kumar.
Thank you. Because it's already too late, I will not take much time because most of the points have already been covered. But just I will start from one big thing only. Today is our Environmental Day. And every day on Environmental Day, it reminds us our responsibility that we have to be responsive to the environment also. In India, somehow, because if we see most of the plants, they are having, whether it is mines or whether it is plant, lot of fine dust, sludge, waste, everything is getting accumulated in the plants or in the mines. So we have not taken timely action. And today, if you see the results, these deposits are creating a lot of issues. Brazil Valley Dam failure is in front of us. And that is also reminding us that this time we should move from those technologies which can create this type of hazard or risk. So it's better to adopt some technologies where we should continuously consume whatever raw materials and whatever waste and other things we are having. In some of the plant in the country, like JSW is there, JSW have adopted a policy of zero discharge, zero waste and zero harm. And I was surprised when I visited their plant that each and every dust or sludge and anything, whatever is there, is getting utilized internally only. And nothing is getting accumulated in the plant, whether it is by green pelletization, or whether it is by briquetting, or whether it is by making special briquettes by vacuum. So anything is there that is getting utilized. So because in India we have to realize one thing, other than iron ore, most of our raw materials we are dependent on import only, whether it is limestone, whether it is dolomite, whether it is ferroalloys, whether it is refractory raw materials. Most of the thing we are dependent on external source only. So at this point of time, this becomes our duty, and the type of threats we are taking, we have to go towards Atmanirbhar, and whatever our inferior grade of resources are there, we should try to develop technology so that we can start using those things. Some of the companies like SAIL and other things, they have already started implementing mineral beneficiation advanced technology, because IBM rule has come, which says that hematite ore up to 45% iron has to be utilized. Till now, we were dumping around 58, 55 also, but that time has gone. Similarly, non-siliceous ore up to 35% we have to utilize. Magnetite ore up to 10% iron we have to utilize. So these stringent rules which are coming from IBM side and other things are again putting pressure on us that we should go and develop technology or adopt technology so that these all low-grade ore can be utilized to the extent possible. But next, this thing is about CO2 emissions. Somebody has told that we can go with the DRI route, but there is again debating. This is a debatable issue whether it generates more CO2 or it generates less CO2. But nowadays, new advanced technologies have come, like coke oven gas, blast furnace gas, converter gas. People are using to convert CO2 and CO into bioethanol, and bioethanol is making another product. And when bioethanol is coming, Mr. Wim is sitting here. I think in their plant, ArcelorMittal plant, they have already implemented one project of converting CO gas, converter gas and VF gas into bioethanol. So that may give us a big opportunity how we can reduce our CO2 emissions, and at the same time, we should use our off gases for purposes reheating furnaces and other things. But those areas may not be the areas where we have to go this thing. As far as our India is concerned, is there available with us, and government is putting pressure that we should use. Coal gasification definitely is a good technology, and we are looking for that. But coal gasification technology, whatever is available in the market, we have some issues that these technology cannot handle ash of higher than 30-32%. But our ash is going as high as 40-45%. So in the past, we have done one project with the Energy Center Netherlands, where all the Indian non-coking coal, which is having ash in excess of 45%, was tried, and to develop a new technology where with need of washing can be avoided. And I am happy to share with you that they were successful, and they have developed a new coal gasification technology that is a combination of gasification cum combustion, and that technology is known as I-Milena technology. That technology does not require even air separation unit also. And with that, the type only, but commercial plant is yet to come on that. So we have to invest in such similar technologies so that our non-coking coal, whatever is available, can be utilized through this thing. Another iron, this thing taking is there, iron making technology. Tata Steel is already putting a lot of pressure to commercialize Hisrana technology. Hisrana, I think, whatever news is available, has been tested successfully up to pilot scale, but commercial application has to come. But parallelly, other technologies are also coming, which in India, in Ministry of Steel, we are exploring, like magma technology. In magma technology, we use sodium as a coolant and not as a water. And when we are using sodium as a coolant, then we don't need any cooling water. We don't need any your refractory materials and other things. So in that, we can directly use non-coking coal. But that technology, again, is yet to be established on a pilot scale. Although this technology is nothing but a Rommel technology, which was used earlier. And now it has come as a modification to that. Then coming to other technology, what we are considering in India, to minimize our CO2 emission is our slag granulation. Whether it is steel or whether it is blast furnace, both the places we want that all the sensible heat of the slag should be utilized, because we think if 1 million ton of slag can give us an opportunity to produce power to the tune of around 10 to 15 megawatt power. And if that much power we can generate, you can see how much CO2 emission we can reduce. Same thing is with the coke oven also. We are impressing upon all the companies who has not shifted towards stamp charging, that try to go towards either stamp charging methods, so that Indian resources of medium coking coal or soft coal can be utilized, or even petroleum coke can be utilized, number one. And with this thing, coke dry quenching method, we can generate additional power, minimize our water requirement, minimize water treatment requirement. So that also, because some of the bigger players, still they have not moved in that line. So we are just seeing if they can move in this direction also. Then coming to the blast furnace also, yes, when somebody was making presentation that we can use this syngas into the blast furnace also, because we know syngas is already having carbon monoxide and hydrogen, and whenever we are using natural gas, we have to put reformer there to convert into carbon monoxide and hydrogen. And after reformer, whether it is a syngas or whether it is a natural gas, both becomes almost same in the properties, because both are having CO and hydrogen. But so then India is not having much natural gas available with us. So we have to see what this non-coking coal things can be utilized in our iron and steel making. So this syngas, it is not only providing an opportunity for the new plants which can come on syngas basis, but this is providing an opportunity also to us to use in blast furnace. So that we can minimize requirement of our PCI, we can minimize requirement of our coke also. So this way, like similarly in the sintering plant also, we are considering how to generate power from the sintering plants also. Similarly, we are taking converter gas. Converter gas, as I already told, on bioethanol is one, but generating power is also another this thing. Because if you see today's CO2 emission in most of the Indian plant, it is varying between 2.5 to 2.8. whereas world average is around 1.6, 1.7. We have to go a long way. So everywhere we have to look for new technology. In the secondary sector also, we have tried a new technology because most of the people were having induction furnace and electric arc furnace. And we want that our DRI also should increase. So for that also we have used one new technology which was used in Russia for making stainless steel. And we found that that technology is very good for our secondary sector, which can control sulfur, phosphorus, and even it can produce alloy steel also. That is a gas reformer, gas oxygen reformer, GOR. So in one of the plant secondary sector, we have already implemented this technology, and we feel that in time to come, most of the technology what we are targeting that will help us to reduce our CO2 emission at least by 30 to 35%, and it will help us in utilizing our various waste, overburdens, fines, and other things also in the plant. So what Mr. Sankalp Bhattacharya has told is that technology is the root. Technology intervention is must, because with the help of technology only, we can minimize our capital cost, we can reduce our operating cost, we can improve our efficiencies, we can improve our yield. And this technology intervention may be the only route to compete globally in the world market. I think these were my views. Thank you very much, Mr. Mukherjee, for giving me an opportunity to share my views on this platform. I'm there to answer any question if you have.
Yeah, first of all, let me thank Dr. Mukesh Kumar. You know, SRTMI as a body is very close to my heart, and Dr. Mukesh Kumar knows that. So personally, I have taken it as a mission to promote SRTMI in every platform that I can. And Dr. Mukesh Kumar is also the person who founded SRTMI. So he's not just the director heading SRTMI, but he's sort of the brain. It was his brainchild which created SRTMI as per the Prime Minister's vision. And SRTMI is a body which is promoted by Ministry of Steel. So I'm sure the Government of India will take all measures to ensure that SRTMI is the premier body in India. With that, I would ask if anyone wishes to ask any question.
Yeah, so we have a question from the audience. Just one second. We have a question from Dr. Arup Kumar Mandal. Mr. Mandal, if you could please ask your question. Dr. Arup Kumar Mandal, can you hear us?
I am audible?
Yes, yes,
Hello.
you are.
Thank you, sir, for your views. Actually, I want to ask one question about which is the any plant in India who are using dry slag quenching. Actually, conventional slag quenching is water method. A lot of energy we are wasting for quenching the slag by conventional water quenching method. Is there any plant who are adopting the slag quenching by compressed air or any other medium to recover the heat?
And Dr. Mandal, if you see in India, not only in India, but other places also, this dry slag granulation has not been adopted till now. But this thing like CSIRO Australia, they have already commercialized the technology, and they are commercializing that technology in China now, and number of plants are there where such type of dry technology is coming. Similarly, Polworth and also has developed some technology. They are also coming forward. EcoMaster from Korea also, they have developed this technology, and only in the last 1 or 2 years, they have proved all the commercial pilot plants there. In India also, we were trying to develop our own technology with IIT Madras. We are in the initial stages only, but we cannot wait till that time. So right now we are in discussion with like CSIRO Australia, like EcoMaster, and like Polworth also, to see that one pilot project at least should come in India in next 1 to 2 years. So that we are trying. So right now in commercial operation, there is nothing in India.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
We have one more question from Dr. Orgo Majumdar. Dr. Majumdar, you can please unmute your mic and ask your question.
Yes, good evening. My question to Dr. Ms. Mukesh Kumar ji is that today is World Environment Day, and we were talking about waste to wealth, right? So we have been taking care of the blast furnace slag, and there is a taker for blast furnace slag in the cement industry. But the slag from steel, that is LD slag, is not being used properly on the plants. Is there any technology which is going to be taken care? This LD slag, it is being generated huge amount in all over the steel plant in India, in all over world. So can you throw some light on it?
Majumdar, in the field of the steel slag, we have taken number of initiatives. As far as the India is concerned, first I'm coming to the India side only. As far as the India is concerned, we found the best utilization of the steel slag will be as a fertilizer, because our 40% of the land which is there in the eastern side and northeastern side, this land is having high acidity because of the heavy rainfall, and because of that crop productivity is very, very low there. So recently we have started a project in which 8 agriculture university of the country from various parts of the country are involved, and we mainly Indian Agriculture Council Research, they are taking the lead, and they have developed number of fertilizers like siliceous fertilizer, phosphatic fertilizer, because most of the crop are not having even siliceous acid also, and that's why damage takes place. So this is one of the area, and we feel that by 2030, around 20 to 25 million ton of steel slag we can be utilized in the agriculture sector. And to improve the properties, we will be mixing these slags either with the sugar industry waste, or like there is a yojana called Govardhan Yojana, where cow dungs and other things is there. So that manure also we may mix with this thing. So this is one area. Second is we are trying parallelly in the road construction also. So Central Road Research Institute has already developed technology, but the main challenge was the aging. The fast aging has to be done. Aging we have to do in such a manner that it should be a cost effective. So right now we are, Mr. Wim is here, we are constructing a long road using electric arc furnace slag, which is generated from ArcelorMittal plant near Bhuj. A road is under construction, and that will be our testing road also. Similarly, JSW plant also, we are constructing around 60-kilometer road by making aggregate from that. So I think maximum, in my opinion, it should not take more than 1 year to utilize 100% steel slag, either in fertilizer or in construction industry. In both the industry, we will be in a position to neutralize all the steel slag.
Sir, is there any technology to recover the iron part of it? The iron, there will be a lot of FeO in it. Is there any technology for this?
Yeah, because right now iron is already recovered in every plant, because what they do is, who is handling the slag, first they recover the iron only. So iron recovery is still taking place. It is only after iron recovery, things are going there.
Thank you.
Most of the plants are already recovering iron.
From early slag.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
So I would now request the moderator to continue the session and move on to the next speaker.
Yeah, may I request Dr. Subrata Mitra, a part of our family, a family member, Dr. Subrata Mitra, ex-Joint Managing Director of Hemant Dastur, extremely knowledgeable person with vast knowledge in the industry, who has just superannuated in the month of March from Hemant Dastur, and we would like to share his knowledge with all of us. Subrata, please take over.
Thank you, Nirmala. Can you see me?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I cannot see myself anyway. So thank you, Nirmala and Ankit. So it was a wonderful discussion also. So many topics covered very nicely. I don't have much to say. Dr. Mukesh Kumar has also handled a lot of technology-related questions. I have only a few points to say. We are on a specific date environment and related. So the agenda is post-COVID, what happens? New normal operation. New normal operation will bounce back the economy. because without steel, nothing can move. Steel is a prime mover, be it MSME, be it anything. Steel being industry of industries has to move everything, including mining, steel, everything. So what we can talk, what we can discuss about it is the raw materials. So many things were discussed about raw materials. After COVID, there may be a chance of, this is a lesser globalized world will come into being. Countries will try to lock themselves up and export less of raw materials. We have to depend on coal, coking coal, exports, imports. So the chairman said last time has said they found out another alternative in Russia and Mongolia. So let us see, because if we reduce our dependency on our northern neighbors, so that's certain areas where we can venture. Now, use less of coking coal, augment PCI injection in blast furnace, which needs further augmentation in various plants in India, to the extent of going up to 180 kg, 200 kg per ton. So that reduces coke consumption. Now, blending of coke, non-coking and coking coal has to increase from 10% to 15 and 20%, whatever. That way also it reduces. Now, the question was discussed about the steel growth. Steel has to grow. Now, in India right now, the blast furnace route and electric route and induction furnace route are practically 50-50. There's a huge production from the secondary sector. They're all in electric route. Now, all of a sudden, electric route is definitely environment friendly, much better than the blast furnace route, but switchover cannot be done so easily. All the major countries, be it United States, Soviet Union, Europe, even China, they all started, the country's growth started with blast furnace route. It was not by electric route. As the countries grew up, then slowly, to maintain the maintenance level of steel requirement of the country, electric route came into being in the Western world. But the basic framework of the industry growth was based on blast furnace. So India having such big amount of iron ore, switch over to total electric route or even to a major extent is difficult other than whatever is here because of the power cost. So one thing can be thought of, as some of the plants are doing, like Dolby, first phase, mixing of hot metal, and we have a lot of DRI, hot metal, DRI. So the CO2 emissions becomes less because of lesser size of hot metal blast furnace, lesser coke oven size, the emissions are reduced, power consumption is reduced, and till such time I agree to Mr. Sharma. V.S. Sharma's thought that the power cost needs rationalization. It is too much. So unless the power cost comes down, electric route cannot be profitable in our country. So that's one area where we are crippled because of coking coal. Because whatever coking coal we had historically, that has depleted. It was not much, only in Sharia areas. And regarding environment, beneficiation, whatever has happened to Vale in Brazil, the slime used to be stored and which gave way and the dam burst and which polluted the Amazon River. So now slime beneficiation has also started in the country. So recovery of Fe from slime has started. And regarding slag, which was discussed a little while ago, slag use, LD slag use after seasoning, that's a big process. It can be used for boulder making. India's vast coastline erosion, river erosion, there's a big use of LD slag which can be used. And after seasoning, it can be used for road making. And of course, Dr. Mukesh Kumar said in agriculture. These are some of the areas what I thought will need a technological upgradation, innovation. The other research type of things can continue, like use of hydrogen in blast furnace instead of coke. These things will continue, but the country has to move. So the immediate thing is recover, short-term recovery and medium and long-term. Even if in the Q4, the country comes out of this COVID episode or first quarter 21, there are short-term measures need to be made to just keep the country running. Another important thing which I wanted to share, let us not lose the expert or seasoned workforce that the country has in steel. India may be having lesser per ton per person steel consumption, but India has I think, one of the highest number of expertise in steel making technologies, iron and steel making, because Indian personnel are working all over the world. Indians are operating steel plants in United States, UK, Europe, Eastern Europe, everywhere. And the Indian workmen in the Middle East and in the Western countries, they're there. So let us not lose them due to this migrant affair or this COVID episode. Let us do something. It is a request to the HR Ministry, Government of India, so that this expertise is not lost, because we have to come back, rebound with vigor. So that's the big expertise that the country has gained over the years that needs to be preserved. And regarding the market, India itself will be a business market in days to come because of the Make in India or the lesser globalized economy, because India, the country itself will be a big market. And another important thing is we must concentrate on capital goods manufacturing in India. Companies like HEC, MAMC, and other big companies, JShop, everything is gone. Let us bring them back. So the capital goods, the technological equipment, which are still being imported, can be manufactured in India, maybe initially with Western technology, nothing wrong. That's the way how China has come up. With this, I would not drag you. It was a wonderful meeting today, webinar, and thanks to the panelists and Ankit and Nirmala Mukherjee. Thank you.
Thank you, Subrata. I don't need to mention that whenever you cover everything extensively. So there is, I mean, nothing more that I need to add except the fact that your coverage is always very extensive and with the adequate depth that the industry needs today. With that, I'll have to just move on to the last speaker, Dr. Onrin Bhattacharya, who is a budding young entrepreneur, and he is there in Leoben, Austria, on a very perfect day, the World Environment Day, because he's going to talk about his company Recyron is in recycling technology, and I'm sure he will also do justice to the subject. And Onrin, I have to wind up my time 10 o'clock, so you have 7 minutes. Please see that if you can cover as much as possible.
And in this aspect, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you again and organizing this conference. And of course, being the last speaker, I take a little bit liberty of summarizing everything up, which has started, and starting from the title of the seminar, of the webinar that they have made, Technology, Raw Materials, and Market in the New Normal Era. Now, if we emphasize on the word new normal, so our human civilization have seen new normal a lot of times. After Second World War, it was a new normal era. After the independence of India, it was a new normal era. After 1991, when Indian economy got open to the world, it was a new normal era. And all the time, we have accommodated ourselves to fit in the so-called new normal era. And of course, for steel industry, the impact of a so-called new normal era is a little bit more, being it a heavily capex intensive industry. And of course, raw material is the key for it. So based on that, I'd like to say that in case of, we are discussing a lot about new technologies based on DRI and DRAF route, but you still have to remember in the fact that DR grade pellets, they are the higher grade pellets than the blast furnace grade pellets, and the higher grade iron ore is getting depleted day by day. So new sourcing strategies and technologies are required to source these kinds of pellets and to be in the first one in the queue to get this. So these are certain things of the raw materials, but
These are the things I wouldn't cover today. I'd like to say that what we try to offer in the so-called new normal era is the certain possibilities of cost reduction and recycling that we have. So our company, Recyron was the combination of two names, recycle plus iron. So we have taken all the waste, raw material waste from a plant like blast furnace sludge, mill scale, coke breeze, LD sludge, converter sludge, everything. We are not talking about slags because they are completely different issue, but these things which has iron and carbon inside them, we made DRI using them. And of course, if you remember what happened last year in Vale, Brazil, in Brumadinho dam disaster, because of the iron ore tailings. But if you look at the iron ore tailings, even in Indian context, I have met a merchant mine whose tailing has more than 50% of iron content inside. So what you're getting is a lot of iron ore in the free. So we have a separate technology to make DRI from these iron ore tailings. And of course, we would be really like to see India getting out of this danger of dam breakage like Brazil, because India, although not like Brazil or Australia, is a huge, big player in the iron ore field in case of domestic markets. And the same thing, if you can think about the red mud from the completely different industry, which is the aluminum industry, which is also more than 50% iron inside. We also developed a separate technology in the pilot scale in that case. So these are our two humble offerings to the steel world to prevent danger and catastrophes. And also what we have discussed a lot about coal gasification. I have been working on coal gasification aspects starting from 2010. And also here lately, we have started working with the coal bed mine gas synthesis. So we have on the way of patenting a technology using coal bed methane gas to make DRI. So the advantage is that coal bed methane is already gasified. So you really don't need a gasifier. You just need to make a joint venture with the mining, and something we lack our competence in the mining area. So a good partnership between the mining companies, the coal mining companies, and metallurgical industry will particularly beneficiate this way of making coal bed methane, which is at present kind of wasted, or nobody talks a lot about them. There are lots of troubles. So the challenge is more in the case of mining. And if there are challenges on the metallurgical side, we have ways to tackle it. And finally, being back to the point that Mr. V.R. Sharma mentioned about the future related to the dearth of greenfield projects in India, this is a very serious issue because India has to keep up with the amount of production that is being taught in the next coming years, 300 million tons. If that is not at all achievable, as much as possible until that. And for that reason, possibly what we are trying to do help steel companies or entrepreneurs who are working on a smaller budget by sourcing them very good quality used equipment from Europe or USA, so that they can make a greenfield project by using brownfield equipment. And that will slash down your capex at least 3 or 4 times. So it will make them more affordable and a faster ROI. But these are the things I wouldn't like to discuss in detail, but our focus is on environment, of course, and what we try to do is offer our humble contribution in this area of recycling steel plant wastes. And of course, I always say that if you have a secondary technology which is based on secondary raw materials, this is always good in a crisis. Because whenever there is a crisis, you have a problem with the supply chain of the raw material. But if you have a secondary technology running and you can produce some valuable thing using your secondary raw materials, which you almost get for free, this will at that time back up at the time of problem, at the time of economic depression, your company. And of course, to end everything, I will say we all read in the childhood one poem by Percy Bysshe Shelley. And he said, if winter comes, can spring be far behind? So I believe that may be going to the hymn for the new normal era. We are looking for a bounce back after this winter of this Chinese virus crisis. There should be a spring of a higher demand and better technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrin. Thank you for summing up basically what I should have done. You did my job. So big thanks to you. And surely recycling of iron is something which saves national resource. So from the resource point of view, you are the most resourceful speaker today.
And it actually sometimes pains me if I see that in the tailing there is more than 50% iron. And that is actually, you are lying on millions and billions of tons of bed of free iron ore mixed with some impurities. So this was the first thing that actually haunted me for a long time, 12 years ago, 14 years ago, to make something out of it. And of course, our company got a lot of slash during this last couple of months. We actually have, our headquarters is located in Austria. We will shift it to Vienna in the next month. We have another secondary office in Toronto, one newly opened in Calcutta. We were planning to open one in Chelyabinsk in Russia, which got completely canceled. But we are still looking for the so-called new normal era to resume all the things.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrin.
Welcome.
So I need to pack up in the next 1.5 minutes. Request my one and only son, Ankit, to do the honors and thank everyone because it's already 10 o'clock. For Ankit,
it's only fair, Nirmalya, to congratulate you and Ankit for organizing this. It's been a fantastic 5 hours, almost 5 hours spent covering all aspects of technology, new, old, current, market, everything. Job very well done. You're seeing a new benchmark in India, probably globally. Keep it up.
Ravi, you are more of an Indian than me, that's for sure. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Mrs. Suparna Singh was with us all this while.
Maybe. I'm not too sure. She is in Mumbai.
Yeah, I think she was following you.
Yeah, she is ex-authority in Tata Steel, so she understands steel quite a bit.
Yes, I know very well. A friend of mine, Indronil, who was Tata Steel Vietnam CEO, he was my classmate in college, and he told me that he knows you and Mrs. Singh very well.
They're good friends, Indronil and Sup.
Yeah, so that's what he told me. Okay, with that, Ravi, thank you so much. And let Ankit, and by the way, Subrata, let me tell you, Andrin is a metallurgist from Jadavpur University. And he did his PhD from Austria, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, you did your PhD from Leoben, Austria, right. And your BTech was from Jadavpur.
Yes.
From Jadavpur.
Exactly.
So that's Subrata for your knowledge.
Good.
That
yes. His friend is in Toronto. He's still there.
Yeah, he's still there. Yeah, his friend Kinnor.
Dr. Kinnor.
Kinnor, I know him. I know Kinnor when he was a student from Jadavpur, and he used to come and meet me when he was a student. So I know him from his student days in Jadavpur. And that's why I decided that come what may, instead of having so many speakers, I'll give Andrin an opportunity. I want to promote budding entrepreneurs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mukherjee. And of course, I wish all the best success in the steel and metallurgy in the so-called new normal era. And I remember Mr. Roy in the last of one of the conferences said he hates the word social distancing and he likes the word physical distancing, right, Mr. Roy? So let's not distance ourselves socially.
Yeah. So that is, in fact, we are trying to create a class division. So that coinage of the word, I never liked it. So in all our communications, we only mention physical distancing, never a social distancing.
Exactly.
I don't know, I may be going against the government and the world, but I think my conviction is it is more of a physical distancing and rather than a social distancing.
Right. That's what I just thought. And so let's be more close, more socially and industrially, so that we
Yes.
In fact, one of the hashtags has been created by us is emotional connect.
Okay.
We have contributed to that. So emotionally connected is a very important aspect in today's world. In fact, in some other forum, I can speak about, in fact, yesterday only we had one seminar where I spoke, I was the sole speaker for around 1.5 hours. So he spoke of the how we have done the digital journey long back, so that which is helping us today. So we have gone ahead with people not touching multiple devices even. So it is a one device at any point of time throughout the working hour. So we have done all that. So we can speak. I think Nirmalada is okay, fantastic. So we'll hand over to him.
Right.
Yeah. It's been excellent throughout last 6 hours. Too long perhaps, but to cover everything, perhaps 6 hours is the right kind of time that we need. The only thing we missed today was perhaps SAIL chairman, Mekon CMD, and chairman of Vizag Steel Plant. All of them, whenever the minister calls, they can't say no. So obviously, when the minister scheduled a meeting, they had to be there. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to stay in their places. So I hope you understand that. And with that, I'll ask my son Ankit to finish off all the way. For him, it's early evening. Early evening in Germany.
Mr. Mukherjee, just maybe one remark from my side. This is Vivek Bhatia. So
yes, Mr. Bhatia.
Also, thank you very much for a wonderful conference. And I really enjoyed hearing many of the speakers. And I think it was an excellent conference. So congratulations to you and the entire team. And in fact, I picked up many ideas. So particularly, I will definitely get in touch with Mr. Alakesh Roy. I found his presentation extremely interesting. And, I really picked up a lot of ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatia. Where are you based out of? Just I can correct.
So I'm based in Delhi, but we also have offices in Calcutta, in Pune, in Hyderabad. So,
okay, so I'm based out of Pune and Hanoi both. So I keep on coming to Delhi. Delhi is very dear to me anyway. So we'll meet over.
Definitely, I look forward to that.
Okay, yeah, let's have more of interaction so that this is the only way we could come to solutions and the way
Thank
forward.
You.
So Ankit, request Ankit to propose a vote of thanks before we close.
Add a quick note, Ankit. Just want to add a quick note regarding the message from Honorable Minister Nitin Gadkari. I have taken out the exclusive recording of Honorable Minister, and this will be put on by tonight over here in Steel Metallurgy website. So apologies for all the glitches from Zoom, but the high quality recording has been retrieved from WebEx, and this will be put on Steel Metallurgy website. So if you missed something or want to review the speech, you can visit steelmetallurgy.com. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ahmed. There were two individuals without whom I wouldn't have been able to manage the entire webinar for both today and what we did on 15th of May. This was Amit Das from Amitech India and my son Ankit from Magdeburg. Amit is from London and my son is from Germany. So both from two different locations, we had absolute seamless synchronization. Ankit, please propose a vote of thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much for your kind words, and special thanks to everyone who stayed back so late, because we were supposed to finish much earlier, and for various reasons it was extended to 6 hours. So I would like to keep my vote of thanks as short as possible. I would like to thank the Honorable Minister and all the panelists for taking out time from their busy schedules to create such a vibrant discussion and making this event successful. Once again, I would like to thank our sponsors, SAIL, Jindal Steel and Power, JSW Steel, Novacell, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India, SMS Group, and our co-sponsors Paul Worth, HNK India, Maxis Motion for their pivotal support. Last but not the least, as my father already mentioned, I would like to thank Amitech India for their technical support and for co-hosting this webinar. Our media partners, Media Shine PR and Advertising, and everyone from the Steel and Metallurgy team without whom this event would not be possible. Thank you very much. And with that, I would like to conclude today's meeting. Thank you all for joining.
Yeah, we will have many more webinars in the days to come. So please support us whatever way you can. Thank you so much. Ankit, can you close?
Yeah, I'll close the meeting. Thank you.
Thanks all.